Thus it befell. By 6 that evening, the army was back in its camp at Tioga Point. All the fever and excitement of the swift foray had passed, and the inevitable reaction had set in. The men were haggard, weary, somber, and harassed. There was no elation after success, either among officers or privates, only a sullen grimness, the sullenness of repletion after an orgive grimness of disgust for an unwelcome duty only yet begun. Because this sturdy soldiery was largely composed of tillers of the soil, of pioneer farmers who understood good land, good husbandry, good crops, and the stern privations necessary to wrest a single rod of land from the iron jaws of the wilderness. To stamp upon, burn, girdle, destroy, annihilate, give back to the forest what human courage and self-denial had wrested from it, was to them in their souls abhorrent. Save for the excitement of the chase, the peril ever present, the certainty that failure meant death in its most dreadful forms, it might have been impossible for these men to destroy the fruits of the earth, even though produced by their mortal enemies and designed, ultimately, to nourish them. Even my Indians sat silent and morose, stretching, braiding, and hooping their Seneca scalps, and I heard them conversing among themselves, mentioning frequently the 3 sisters they had destroyed, and they spoke ever with a hint of tenderness and regret in their tones which left me silent and unhappy. Corn, squash, and bean were so spoken of affectionately, as they always were planted together by the Iroquois. To slay in the heat and fury of combat is one matter. To scar and cripple the tender features of humanity's common mother is a different affair. And I make no doubt that every blow that bit into the laden fruit trees of Kemung stabbed more deeply the men who so mercilessly swung the axes. Well might the great Cayuga chieftain repeat the terrible prophecy of Taganita the Beautiful. When the white throats shall come, then, if ye be divided, ye will pull down the long house, fell the tall tree of peace, and quench the Onondaga fire forever. As I stood by the rushing current of the Thiohiro, on the profaned and desolate threshold of the Dark Empire, I thought of Akani, the enchantress, and of Nonu the Blessed, and of Hiawatha floating in his white canoe into the far haven where the Master of Life stood waiting. Seneca River. And now, for these doomed people of the Canoncy, but one rite remained to be accomplished, and the solemn thunder of the last drumroll must summon them to the great festival of the dead. Chapter 15, Blockhouse Number 2. On the 14th, the army lay supine. There was no news from Otsego. 1 man fell dead in camp of heart disease. The cattle guard was fired on. On the 15th, a corporal and 4 privates, while herding our cattle, were fired on, the Senecas killing and scalping one and wounding another. On the 16th came a runner from Clinton with news that the Otsego army was on the march and not very far distant from the Uliout, and a detachment of 800 men under Brigadier General Poor was sent forward to meet our right wing and escort it back to this camp. By one of the escort, a drummer lad, I sent a letter directed to Lois, hoping it might be relayed to Otsego and from thence by Bateau to Albany. The Oneida runner had brought no letters, much to the disgust of the army, and no dispatches except the brief line to our general commanding. The brigadiers were furious, so also was I that no letters came for me. On the 17th, our soldier herdsmen were again fired on, and as before, 1 poor fellow was killed and partly scalped, and 1 wounded. The yellow moth, Tahuntohi, and the gray feather went out at night on retaliation bent, but returned with neither trophies nor news, save what we all knew, that the Seneca scouts were now swarming like hornets all around us, ready to sting to death anyone who strayed out of bounds. On the 18th, the entire camp lay dull, patiently expectant of Clinton. He did not come. It rained all night. On Thursday, the 19th, it still rained steadily, but with no violency. A fine, sweet, refreshing summer shower, made golden and beautiful at intervals by the momentary prophecy of the sun. Yet he did not wholly reveal himself, though he smiled through the mist at us in friendly fashion. I had been out fishing for trouts very early. the rain making it favorable for such pleasant sport, and my Indians and I had finished a breakfast of corn porridge and the sweet-fleshed fishes that I took from the brook where it falls into the Susquehanna. It was still very early now to 5 o'clock. I think for the morning gun had not yet bellowed, and the camp lay very still in the gentle and fragrant rain. A few moments before 5, I saw a company of Jersey troops march silently down to the river, hang their cartridge boxes on their bayonets, and ford the stream, one holding to another, and belly deep in the swollen flood. Thinks I to myself, they are going to protect our cattle guards, and I turned and walked down to the ford to watch the crossing. Then I saw why they had crossed. There were some people come down to the landing place on the other bank in 2 bateaux and an Oneida cano soldiers, boatmen, and 2 women, and our men were fording the river to protect the crossing of this small flotilla. I seated myself, wondering what foolhardy people these might be, and trying to see more plainly the women in the 2 bateaux. As the boatmen poled nearer, it seemed to me that some of the people looked marvelously like the riflemen of my own corps, and a few moments later I sprang to my feet astounded, for of the 2 women in the nearest bateau one was Lois de Contrecoeur and the other Lana Helmer. Suddenly the Oneida canoe shot out from the farther shore, past both bateaux, paddles flashing, and came darting toward the landing where I stood. 2 riflemen were in it. One rose as the canoe's nose grated on the gravel, cast aside the bow pedal, balanced himself toward the bow with both hands, and leaped ashore, waving at me a gay greeting. "My God," said I excitedly, as Boyd ran lightly up the slope, "are you stark mad to bring ladies into this damnable place? There are other women, too. Why, even that pretty jade, Dolly Glenn, is coming. What could I do? The general himself permitted it. Mr. Contrecoeur and Lana heard that a number of women were already here, and so come for a frolic they must. Who accompanies them? I see no older woman yonder. Mrs. Sabin, the lady of Captain Sabin, staff commissary of issues." "Where is she, then?" "We left her with the army at the Ouliot." "Where do you propose to quarter these ladies?" "We understand that you have 4 Blockforts mounting cannon. That would argue barracks. Therefore, I do not think the danger is very considerable, do you?" "There is danger, of course," I said. "The entire Seneca nation is here with Indian Butler and Brant." "Well then, we will turn your Butler into a turnspit, and make of your wild Brant a domestic gander." He spoke coolly, a slight smile on his eager, handsome features, and I wondered how he could make a jest of this business, and how he could have permitted so mad a prank if he truly entertained any very deep regard for Lana Helmer. "Danger," I repeated coldly. "Yes, there is a plenty of that hereabouts, what with the Seneca scalping parties combing the woods around us, and the cattle guard fired upon in plain sight of headquarters. Well, there were and still are some few scalping parties hanging around Otsego. I myself see no real reason why the ladies should not pay us a visit here, have their frolic, and later return with the heavier artillery down the river to Easton. Or, if they choose, they shall await our return from Catha Rhinestone." "And if we do not return, have you thought of that, Boyd?" "You shall not conjure me with any such forebodings." He laughed. "This raid of ours will be no very great or fearsome affair. They will run your Brants and Butlers, I warrant you, and we will follow and burn their towns. Then, like the French king of old, downhill we will all go strutting, you and I and the army, Lascille, and no great harm done to anybody or anything, save to the Seneca's squash harvest and the sensitive feelings of Walter Butler." While he was speaking, I kept my eye on the slow bateau which led. 3 boatmen poled it. Lois and Lana sat in the middle. Behind them crouched 2 riflemen, long weapons ready, the ringed kuntel floating in the breeze. Neither of the ladies had yet recognized me. Lana leaned lightly against Lois, her cheek resting on her companion's shoulder. A black rage against Boyd rose suddenly in my breast, and so savage and abrupt was the emotion that I could scarce stifle and subdue it. It is wrong for them to come, I said with an effort to speak calmly, utterly and wickedly wrong. Our block forts are not finished, and when they are they will be more or less vulnerable. I cannot understand why you did not make every effort to prevent their coming here. I made every proper effort, he said carelessly. What man is vain enough to believe he can influence a determined woman? I did not like what he said, and so made him no answer. Is your camp still asleep? He asked, yawning. Yes, the morning gun is usually fired at 6. Can you lodge us and bait us until I make my report? I can lodge the ladies and give breakfast to you all. How near is our main army? Between 20 and 30 miles above. One can scarce tell the way this accursed river winds about. Our men are exhausted. They will not arrive tonight. General Poor's men from this camp met us last night. Clinton desired me to take a few riflemen and push forward, and the ladies except the fat one begged so prettily to go with us that he consented. So we took 2 empty bateaux and a canoe and came on in advance, with no effort whatever. That was a rash business, I said, controlling my anger. The river woods along the Uliout swarm with Seneca scouts. Did not you understand that? So I told him, he said, laughing, but do you know, Loskiel, between you and me I believe that your pretty inamorata really loves the thrill of danger, and I know damned well that Lana Helmer loves it. For when we came through without so much as sighting a muskrat, what, says she, not a savage to be seen, and not a shot fired. Lord, says she, I had as lief take the air on Bowling Green, there being some real peril of bow and macaronis. Everything this man said now conspired to enrage me, and it was a struggle for me to restrain the bitter affront ever twitching at my lips for utterance. Perhaps I might not have restrained it any longer had I not seen Lois lean suddenly forward in her seat, shade her eyes with her hands, then stand up beside one of the boatmen, and I knew she recognized me. Instantly within me all anger, rancor, and even dread melted in the warmer and more generous emotion which nigh overwhelmed me, so that for an instant I could scarce see her for the glimmering of my eyes. But that past, I went down to the shore and stood there while the clumsy boat swung inshore, the misty waves slapping at the bow and side. The landing planks lay on the gravel. Boyd and I laid them. Lana, wrapped in her camblet, crossed them first, giving me her hand with a pale smile. I laid my lips to it. She passed, Boyd moving forward beside her. Then came Lois in her scarlet capuchin, eager and shy at the same time, smiling, yet with fearfulness and tenderness so strangely blended that ever her laughing eyes seemed close to tears, and the lips that smiled were tremulous. I came, you see, are you angry? She asked as I bent low over her little hand. You will not chide mule you, Ewan. No, what is done. Are you well, Lois? Perfect in health, my friend, and if you truly are glad to see me, then I am content. But I am also very wet, Ewan, spite of my capuchin. Lana and I have a common box. It belongs to her. May our boatmen carry it ashore. I gave brief directions to the men, returned the smiling salute of my wet riflemen from the other boat, now drawing heavily inshore, and climbed the grassy bank with Lois to where Lana and Boyd stood under the trees awaiting us. I have but one bush hut to offer you at present, I said. Proper provision in barracks will be made, no doubt, as soon as the general learns who it is who has honored him so unexpectedly with a visit. That's why we came, Uanto Honor General Sullivan, said Lois demurely. Did we not, Lanette? Then again I noticed that the old fire, the old gaiety in Lana Helmer had been almost quenched, for instead of a saucy reply she only smiled, and even her eyes seemed spiritless as they rested on me a moment, then turned wearily elsewhere. You are much fatigued, I said to Lois. I know, but my poor Lana slept very badly in the boat. Before dawn we went ashore for an hour's rest. That seemed sufficient for me, but Lana, poor dove, did not profit, I fear. Did you, dearest? Very little, said Lana, forcing a gaiety she surely did not inspire in others with her haunted eyes that looked at everything, yet saw nothinga, so it seemed to me. As we came to our bush huts, Lois caught sight of the sagamore for the first time and held out both hands with a pretty cry of recognition. Nai Mayaro. The sagamore turned in silent astonishment, though when he saw Boyd there also his features became smooth and blank again. But he came forward with stately grace to welcome her, and bending his crested head, took her hands and laid them lightly over his heart. "Nai Lois," he exclaimed emphatically. "Ido Mayaro," she replied gaily, pressing his hands in hers. "I am that contented to see you. Are you not amazed to see me here?" she insisted, mischievously amused at his unaltered features. The sagamore said smilingly, "When she wills it, who can follow the rosy-throated pigeon in her swift flight, not the enchantress in the moon, Theron alone, O rosy-throated one. The wild pigeon has outwitted you all, has she not, Mayaro, my friend? Nakwa, let my brother Loskiel deny it then. I, a sagamore, know better than to deny a fire its ashes or a wild pigeon its magic flight." Boyd now spoke to the Mohican, who returned his greeting courteously, but very gravely. I then made the Mohican known to Lana, who gave him a lifeless hand from the green folds of her camblet. My Oneidas, who had finished their somewhat ominous painting, came from the other hut in company with the yellow moth, the latter now painted for the first time in a brilliant and poisonous yellow. All these people I made acquainted one with another. Lois was very gracious to them all, using what Indian words she knew in her winning greeting sand, using them quite wrongly, God bless her. Then the yellow moth hung my new blue blanket, which I had lately drawn from our commissary of issues, across the door of my hut. Two huge boatmen came up with Lana's box, swung between them, and deposited it within the hut. "By the time you are ready," said I, "we will have a breakfast for you such as only the streams of this country can afford." The 6 o'clock gun awoke the camp and found me already at the general's tent, awaiting permission to see him. He seemed surprised that Clinton had allowed any ladies to accompany the Otsego army, but it was evident that the happiness and relief he experienced at learning that Clinton was on the Uliout had put him into a most excellent humor, and he straightway sent an officer with orders to remove Lana's box to block Fort No. 2 in the new fort, where were already domiciled the wives of 2 sergeants and a corporal, and gave me an order assigning to Lois and Lana a rough loft there. But the general's chief concern and curiosity was for Boyd and the 8 riflemen who had come through from the Uliout as the first advanced guard of that impatiently awaited Otsego army, and I heard Boyd telling him very gaily that they were bringing more than 200 bateaux loaded with provisions. And this, I think, was the best news any man could have brought to our commander at that moment. One thing I do know, from that time Boyd was an indulged favorite of our general, who admired his many admirable qualities, his gay spirits, his dashing enterprise, his utter fearlessness, and who overlooked his military failings, which were rashness to the point of folly, and a tendency to obey orders in a manner which best suited his own ideas. Captain Cummings was a far safer man. I say this with nothing in my heart but kindness for Boyd. God knows I desire to do him just as I would wish it for him even more than for myself. And I not only was not envious of his good fortune in so pleasing our general, but was glad of it, hoping that this honor might carry with it a new and graver responsibility sufficiently heavy to curb in him what was least admirable and bring out in him those nobler qualities so desirable in officer and man. When I returned to my hut, there were many fish smoking hot on their bark plates, and Lana and Lois in dry woolen dresses, worsted stockings, and stout, buckled shoon, already at porridge. So I sat down with them and ate, and it was, or seemed to be, a happy company there before our little hut, with officers and troops passing to and fro and glancing curiously at us, and our Indians squatted behind us all arrow, and shining up knife and hatchet and rifle, and the bugle horns of the various regiments sounding prettily at intervals, and the fifers and drummers down by the river at distant morning practice. "You love best the bellowing conch horn of the rifles," observed Lana to Lois, with a touch of her old-time impudence. "I," exclaimed Lois. You once told me that every blast of it sets you a-trembling, insisted Lana. Naturally, I take it that you quiver with delight having some friend in that corps. Lana, have done, you little baggage. Lord, said Lana, 'twas Major Parr I meant. What does an infant ensign concern such aged dames as you and I? Lois, lovely under her mounting color, continued busy with her porridge. Lana said in my ear, "She is a wild thing, Ewan, and endures neither plaguing nor wooing easily. How I have gained her I do not know, perhaps, because I am aging very fast these days, and she hath a heart as tender as a forest dove's." Lois looked up, seeing us whispering together. "Uncouth manners," said she, "I am greatly ashamed of you both." I thought to myself, wondering how utter a change had come over the characters of these two in twice as many weeks. Lois had now something of that quick and mischievous gaiety that once was Lana's, and the troubled eyes that once belonged to Lois now were hers no longer, but Lana's. It seemed very strange and sad to me. "Had I a dozen beaux," quoth Lois airily, "I might ask of one o' them another bit of trout. And oh," she exclaimed in affected surprise as I aided her, "it would seem that I have at least one young man who aspires to that ridiculous title. Do you covet it, Ewan?" and humbly. "Do I merit it?" I asked, laughing. "Upon my honor," she exclaimed, turning to Lana, "I believe the poor young gentleman thinks he does merit the title. Did you ever hear of such insufferable conceit, and merely because he offers me a bit of trout?" "I caught them too," said one. "That should secure me in my title." "Oh, you caught them too, did you? And so you deem yourself entitled to be a beau of mine? Lana, do you very kindly explain to the unfortunate ensign that you and I were accustomed at Otsego to a popularity and an adulation of which he has no conception. Colonels and majors were at our feet. Inform him very gently, Lana." "Yes," said Lana, "you behaved very indiscreetly at Otsego camp, dear one sitting alone for hours and hours over this young gentleman's letters." "Traitor," exclaimed Lois, blushing, "it was a letter from his solicitor, Mr. Hake, that you found me doting on." "Did you then hear from Mr. Hake?" I asked, laughing and very happy. "Indeed I did, by every post. That respectable Albany gentleman seemed to feel it his duty to write me by every bateau and inquire concerning my health, happiness, and pleasure, and if I lacked anything on earth to please me. Was it not most extraordinary behavior, Ewan?" She was laughing when she spoke, and for a moment her eyes grew strangely tender, but they brightened immediately, and she tossed her head. "Oh, Lana," said she, "I think I may seriously consider Mr. Hake and his very evident intentions, so I shall require no more beaux, Ewan, and thank you kindly for volunteering. Besides, if I want this camp seems moderately furnished with handsome and gallant young officers," she added airily, glancing around her. "Lana, do you please observe that tall captain with the red facings, and the other staff major yonder in blue and buff? Is he not beautiful as Apollo? And I make no doubt that this agreeable young ensign of ours will presently make them known to us for our proper diversion." Somehow now, with the prospect of all these officers besetting her with their civilities and polite assiduities, nothing of the old and silly jealousy seemed to stir within me. Perhaps because, although for days I had not seen her, I knew her better, and also I had begun to know myself. Even though she loved not me in the manner I desired, yet the lesser, cruder, and more unworthy solicitude which at first seemed to have possessed me in her regard was now gone. And if inexperience and youth had inspired me with unworthy jealousies, I do not know, but I do know that I now felt myself years older than when first I knew Lois, and perhaps my being so honestly in love with her wrought the respectable change in me. For real love ages the mind, even when it makes more youthful the body, and so controls both body and mind. And I think it was something that way with me. Presently, as we sat chattering there, came men to take away Lana's box to blockhouse number 2 on the peninsula. So Lana went into the bush hut and refilled and locked the box, and then we all walked together to the military works, which were being erected on a cleared knoll overlooking both rivers, and upon which artillerymen were now mounting the three-pounder and the cohorn, or grasshopper, as our men had named it, because our artillery officers had taken it from its wooden carriage and had mounted it on a tripod, and at every discharge it jumped into the air and kicked over backward. This miniature fortress, now called Fort Sullivan, was about 300 feet square, with strong block forts at the four corners, so situated as to command both rivers, and these fortifications were now so nearly completed that the men of the Invalid Corps who were to garrison the place had already marched into their barracks and were now paraded for inspection. The forts had been very solidly constructed of great logs. The serrated palisade, deeply and solidly embedded, rose 12 feet high. A rifle platform ran inside this, connecting the rough barracks and stables, which also were built of logs, the crevices stuffed with moss and smeared and plastered with blue clay from the creek. These, with the curtain, block forts, and a deep ditch over which was a log bridge, composed the military works at Tioga, and this was the place into which we now walked, a sentry directing us to blockhouse number 2, which overlooked the Kemung. And no sooner had we entered and climbed the ladder to the women's quarters overhead than— "What luxury!" exclaimed Lois, looking down at her bed of fresh-cut balsam, over which their blankets had been cast. Could any reasonable woman demand more? With a full view of the pretty river in the rain, and a real puncheon floor, and a bed of perfume to dream on, and a brave loop to shoot from, what more could a vain maid ask? She glanced at me with sweet and humorous eyes, saying, "Fort Orange is no safer than this log bastion, so scowl on me no more, Ewan, but presently take Lynette and me to the parapet, where other and lovelier wonders are doubtless to be seen." "What further wonders?" asked Lana indifferently. "Why, sky and earth and river, dear, and the little dicky birds all a-preening under this sweet, sunny veil of rain. Is not all this mystery of nature wonderful enough to lure us to the rifle platform?" Said Lana listlessly, "I had liefer court a deeper mystery." "Which, dear one?" "Sleep," said Lana briefly, and I saw how pale she was, kneeling there beside the opened box and sorting out the simple clothing they had brought with them. For a few minutes longer we conversed, talking of Otsego and of our friends there, and I learned how Colonel Gansevoort had left with his regiment and Lieutenant Colonel Willett, and was marching hither with Clinton after all. A soldier brought a wooden bowl, an iron sap kettle full of sweet water, a hewn bench, and nailed up a blanket cutting the room in two. Their quarters were now furnished. I pushed aside the blanket, walked to the inner loop, and gazed down on the miniature parade where the invalids were now being inspected by Colonel Shreve. When I returned, Lana had changed to a levite and was lying on her balsam couch, cheek on hand, looking up at Lois, who knelt beside her on the puncheon floor, smoothing back her thick, bright hair. And in the eyes of these two was an expression the like of which I had never before seen, and I stepped back instinctively, like a man who intrudes on privacy unawares. "Come in, Ewan," cried Lois, with a gaiety which seemed slightly forced, and I came, awkwardly, not meeting their eyes, and made for the ladder to get myself below. Whereat both laughed. Lois rose and went behind the blanket to the loop, and Lana said, with a trace of her former levity, "Broadbrim, you fly blushing from my levite. The Queen of France receives in scanter attire, I hear. Sit you on yonder bench, and play courtier amiably for once." She seemed so frail and white and young, lying there, her fair hair unpowdered and tumbled about her face so childlike and helpless that a strange and inexplicable apprehension filled me, and scarce thinking what I did, I went over to her and knelt down beside her, putting one arm around her shoulders. Her expression, which had been smiling and vaguely audacious, changed subtly. She lay looking up at me very wistfully for a moment, then lifted her hands a little way. I laid them to my lips, looking over them down into her altered eyes. "Always," she said under her breath, "always you have been kind and true, Ewan, even when I have used you with scant courtesy. You have never used me 99, Noonly to plague you as a girl torments what she truly loves, Lois, and I have spoken much of you together. She turned her head. Where are you, sweeting? Lois came from behind the blanket and knelt down so close to me that the fragrance of her freshened the air. And once again, as it happened at the first day's meeting in Westchester, the same thrill invaded me, and I thought of the wild rose that starlight night, and how fitly was it her symbol and her flower. Lana looked at us both, unsmiling, then drew her hands from mine and crooked her arms behind her neck, cradling her head on them, looking at us both all the while. Presently her lids drooped on her white cheeks. When we rose on tiptoe, I thought she was asleep, but Lois was not certain, and as we crept out onto the rifle platform and seated ourselves in a sheltered corner under the parapet, she said uneasily, "Lynette is a strange maid, Ewan. At first I knew she disliked me. Then, of a sudden, one day she came to me and clung like a child afraid, and we loved from that minute. It is strange." "Is she ill?" "In mind, I think." "Why?" "I do not know, Ewan." "Is it love, think you, her disorder?" "I do not know, I tell you. Once I thought it was that, but knew not how to be certain." "Does Boyd still court her?" "No, I do not know," she said with a troubled look. "Is it that affair which makes her unhappy?" "I thought so once. They were ever together. Then she avoided him or seemed to. It was Betty Bleecker who interfered between them. For Mrs. Bleecker was very wrathful, Ewan, and Lana's indiscretions madded her. There was a scene, so Boyd came no more, save when other officers came, which was every day. Somehow I have never been certain that he and Lana did not meet in secret when none suspected." "Have you proof?" I asked, cold with rage. She shook her head, and her gaze grew vague and remote. After a while she seemed to put away her apprehensions, and smiling, she turned to me, challenging me with her clear, sunny eyes. "Come, Ewan, you shall do me reason, now that my curly pate is innocent of powder, no French red to tint my lips and hide my freckles, and but a linsey-woolsey gown instead of chintz, and silk to cover me. So tell me honestly, does not the enchantment break, that for a little while seemed to hold you near me?" "Do you forget," said I, "that I first saw my enchantress in rags and tattered shoon?" "Oh," she said, tossing her pretty head, "extremes attract all men. But now in this sober and common guise of every day, I am neither Cinderella nor yet the princess, merely a frowsy, rustic, freckled maid with a mouth somewhat too large for beauty and the clipped and curly poll of a careless boy. And I desire to know, once for all, how I now suit you, Ewan." "You are perfectionance for all." "I, what obstinate foolishness you utter, in all seriousness." "You are more beautiful than ever in all seriousness." "What folly!" She began to laugh nervously, then shrugged her shoulders, adding, "This young man is plainly partisan and deaf to reason." "Being in love." "You in love? What nonsense! Do you doubt it?" "Oh," she said carelessly, "you are in love with lovers, all men, Arian, not particularly in love with me. Men, my dear Ewan, are gamblers. When first you saw me in tatters, you laid a wager with yourself that I would please you in silks. A gay hazard, a sporting wager. And straight you dressed me up to suit you, and being a man, and therefore conceited, you could scarcely admit that you had lost your wager to your better senses. Could you? But now you shall admit that in this frowsy, woolen gown the magic of both Cinderella and the princess vanishes with yesterday's enchantment, and instead of Chloe, pink and simpering, only a sturdy comrade stands revealed who now, as guerdon for the future, strikes hands with you like this. Coo!" And with the clear and joyous cry on her lips, she struck my palm violently with hers, nor winced under my quick-closing grip. "Is all now clear and plain between us, Ewan?" she inquired, and it seemed to me that her eagerness and fervor rang false. "You cannot love me, then?" I asked in a low voice. "I, what has love to do with Usher in the Woodsend? I, without knowledge and experience." "You do not love me, then?" "I cannot." "Why?" She made no answer, but bit her lip. You need not reply, said one. Yet that night, I left Otsagond when I passed you in the dark I thought. My heart was full that night. What comrade could feel less and still possess a human heart? She said almost sullenly. Your letter ran, men encouraged me to believe. I know, she said, with the curt and almost breathless impatience of haste, but have I ever denied our bond of intimacy, Ewan? Closer bond have I with no man, but it must be a comrade's bond between us. I meant to make that plain to Yuan doubtless, my heart being full and I, but a girl conveyed to Yaobi what I said and did. Lois, is it not in you to love me as a woman loves a man? I told you that, when the time arrived, I would doubtless be what you wish me to be. You can love me, then. How do I know? You perplex and vex me. Who else would I love but you? Who else is there in the world except my mother? There was a silence, then I said, has this passionate quest of hers so wholly absorbed and controlled you that all else counts as nothing? Yes, yes, you know it. You knew it at Otsego. Nothing else matters. I will not permit anything else to matter. And lest you deem me cold, thankless, inhuman, ask of yourself, Ewan, why such a lonely girl as I should close her eyes and stop her ears and lock her heart and turn her face away when the man to whom she owes, all to whom she isterly devotages her toward emotion stored matters strange to her and too profound as yet. So I ask you, for a time, to let what sleeps within us both lie sleeping, undisturbed. There is a love more natural, more imperious, more passionate still, and it has led me here. And I will not confuse it with any other sentiment, nor share it with any man, not even with Yaudia as you have become to melonly as I am. No, not even with you will I share it. For I have vowed that I shall never slake my thirst with love save first in her dear embrace after these wistful, stark, and barren years loveless, weary, naked, and unkind. Suddenly, she covered her face with her hands, bowing her head to her knees. Yet you bid me hope, Lois, I asked under my breath. She nodded. You make me happy beyond words, I whispered. She looked up from her hands. Is that all you required to make you happy? Can I ask more? I thought men were more ruthless, more imperious, and hotly impatient with the mistress of their hearts. If truly I am mistress of yours, as you tell me. I am impatient only for your happiness, ruthless only to secure it. For my happiness, not for your own. How can that come to me save when yours comes to you? Oh, I did not understand. I had not thought it mattered very greatly to men, so that they found their happiness, so that they found contentment in their sweethearts yielding, then my surrender would mean nothing to you unless I yielded happily. Nothing, good God, in what school have you learned of love? She nodded thoughtfully, looking me in the eyes. What you tell me, Ewan, is pleasant to think on. It reassures and comforts. Nay, it is the sweetest thing you ever said to me, that you could find no happiness in my yielding unless I yield happily. Why, Ewan, that alone would win Muir at time. It clears up much that I have never understood concerning you. Men have not used me gently, and then you came, and I thought you must be like the others, being a man, except that you are the only one to whom I was at all inclined, perhaps, because you were from the beginning gentler and more honest with me. What a way to win a woman's heart! To seek her happiness first of all. Could you give me to another if my happiness required it? What else could I do, Lois? Would you do that? She demanded hotly. Have I any choice? Not if your strange creed be sincere. Is it sincere? There is no other creed for those who really love. You are wrong, she said angrily, looking at me with tightened lips. How wrong? Because I would not give you to another woman, though you cried out for her till the heavens fell. I began to laugh, but her eyes still harbored lightning. You should not go to her, whether or not you loved her, she repeated. I would not have it. I would not endure it. Yet if I loved another. No, that is treason. Your happiness should be in me, and if you wavered, I would hold you prisoner against your treacherous and very self. How could you hold me? What weary eye she sat biting her scarlet lips and thinking, with straight brows deeply knitted, her grayish-purple eyes fixed hard on me. Then a slight color stained her cheeks, and she looked elsewhere, murmuring, I do not know how I would hold you prisoner, but I know I should do it somehow. I know it too, said I, looking at my ring she wore. She blushed hotly. It is well that you do, Ewan. Death is the dire penalty if my prisoner escapes. She hesitated, bit her lip, then added faintly, death for me, I mean. After a moment she slowly lifted her eyes to mine, and so still and clear were they that it seemed my regard plunged to the very depths of her. You do love me then, I said, taking her hand in mine. Her face paled, and she caught her breath. Will you not wait a little while before you court me? She faltered. Will you not wait because I ask it of you? Yes, I will wait. Nor speak of love until you bid me speak. Nor cares menner, touch menner, look in my ice thighs, way her hand had melted somehow closely into mine. We both were trembling now, and she withdrew her hand and slowly pressed it close against her heart, gazing at me in a white and childish wonder, as though dumb and reproachful of some wound that I had dealt her. And as I saw her there, so hurt and white and sweet, all quivering under the first swift consciousness of love, I trembled too, with the fierce desire to take her in my arms and whisper what was raging in my heart of passionate assurance and devotion. And I said nothing, nor did she. But presently the wild rose tint crept back into her pale cheeks, and her head dropped, and she sat with eyes remote and vaguely sweet, her hands listless in her lap. And I, my heart in furious protest, condemned to batter at its walls in a vain summons to the silent lips that should have voiced its every beat, remained mute in futile and impotent adoration of the miracle love had wrought under my very eyes. Consigned to silence, condemned to patience superhuman, I scarce knew how to conduct. And so cruelly the restraint cut and checked me that what with my perplexity, my happiness, and my wretchedness, I was in a plight. No doubt the spectacle that my features presented, a very playground for my varying emotions, was somewhat startling to a maid so new at love. For, glancing with veiled eyes at me, presently her own eyes flew open wide. And, Ewan, she faltered, is aught amiss with you? Are you ill, dear lad, and have not told me? Whereat I was confused and hot and vexed, and I told her very plainly what it was that ailed me. And now mark, in place of an understanding and sympathy and a nice appreciation of my honorable discomfort, she laughed. And as her cheeks cooled, she laughed the more, tossing back her pretty head while her mirth, now uncontrolled, rippled forth till the wild birds, excited, joined in with restless chirping, and a squirrel sprung his elfin rattle overhead. And that, said I, furious, is what I get for deferring to your wishes. I have a mind to kiss you now. Breathless, her hands pressed to her breast, she looked at me and made as though to speak, but laughter seized her, and she surrendered to it helplessly. Whereat I sprang to my feet and marched to the parapet, and she after me, laying her hand on my arm. Dear lad, I do not mean unkindness, but it is all so new to me. You are so tall a man to pull such funny faces. Though love was a stomach pain, she swayed, helpless again with laughter, still clinging to my arm. If you truly find my features ridiculous, I began, but her hand instantly closed my lips. I kissed it, however, with angry satisfaction, and she took it away hurriedly. Are you ashamed, you great, sulky and hulking boy, to take my harmless pleasantry so uncouthly? And how is this? Says she, stamping her foot. May I not laugh a little at my lover if I choose? I will have you know, Ewan, that I do what pleases me with mine own, and am not to sit in dread of your displeasure if I have a mind to laugh. It hurt me that you should make a mockery. I made no mockery, I laughed. And you shall know that one day, please God, I shall laugh at you, plague you, torment you. And she looked at me smilingly, hesitating. Then in a low voice, all my caprices you shall endure as in duty bound, because your reward shall be adoration of one who is at heart your slave already, and your desires will ever be her own hers already. You and have I made amends. More fully than. Then be content, she said hastily, and pull me no more lugubrious faces to fright me. Lord, what a vexing paradox is this young man who sits and glowers and gnaws his lips in the very moment of his victory, while I, his victim, tranquil and happy in defeat, sit calmly telling my thoughts like holy beads to salve my newborn soul. Aim, there are many things yet to be learned in this mad world of men. We leaned over the parapet, shoulder to shoulder, looking down upon the river. The rain had ceased, but the sun gleamed only at intervals and briefly. After a moment, she turned and looked at me with her beautiful and candid eyes, most honest eyes I ever looked upon. Ewan, she said in a quiet voice, I know how hard it is for us to remain silent in the first flush of what has so sweetly happened to us both. I know how natural it is for you to speak of it and for me to listen. But if I were to listen now, and when one dear word of yours had followed another, and the next another still, and when our hands had met, and then our lips solas, dear lad, I had become so wholly yours, and you had so wholly filled my mind and heart that I do not know, but I deeply fear something of my virgin resolution might relax. The inflexible willed, undeviating obstinacy with which I have pursued my quest as far as this forest place might falter, be swerved, perhaps, by this new and other passion, for I am as yet ignorant of its force and possibilities. I would not have it master me until I am free to yield, and that freedom can come happily and honorably to me only when I set my foot in Cather Rhinestone. Do you understand me, Ewan? Yes. Then we will not speak of love, or even let the language of our eyes trouble each other with all we may not say, and venture you will not kiss me, will you, before I ask it of you? No. Under no provocation, will Yowavan if I should ask it? No. I will tell you why, Ewan. I have promised myself it is odd, too, for I first thought of it the day I first laid eyes on you. I said to myself that, as God had kept me pure in spite of all, I should wish that the first one ever to touch my lips should be my mother. And I made that vow, having no doubt of keeping it until I saw you again. When? When you came to me in Westchester before the storm. Then I exclaimed, amazed. Is it not strange, Ewan? I know not how it was with me or why, all suddenly, I seemed to nose him to catch a sudden glimmer of my destinia brief, confusing gleam, and only seemed to fear and hate Yowit. It was not hate or fear, either, and when I came to you in the rain there at the stable shed, and when you followed, and gave your ring such hell and heaven as awakened in my heart, you could not fathom nor could nor can I yet understand. Do you think I loved you even then, not knowing that I loved you? How could you love me then? God knows, and afterward, on the rock in the moonlight as you lay there asleep, oh, I knew not what so moved me to leave you my message, and a wild rose lying there, it was my destiny, me destiny. I seemed to fathom it, for when you spoke to me on the parade at the middle fort, such a thrill of happiness possessed me. You rebuked and rebuked me, sweeting, because all my solicitude was for you, and how it might disgrace you. I could have knelt there at your ragged feet, in sight of all the fort. Could you truly, Ewan? As willingly as I kneel at prayer. How dear and gallant and sweet you are to me, she broke off in dismay. Aim, heaven pity us both, for we are saying what should wait to be said, and have talked of love only while vowing not to do so. Let loose my hand, Ewan, that somehow has stolen into yours. Aim, this is a very maze I seem to travel in, with every pitfall hiding all I would avoid, and everywhere ambush laid for me. Listen, dear lad, I'm more pitifully at your mercy than I dreamed of. Be faithful to my faithless self that falters. Point out the path from your own strength and compassion. I must find my way to Cather Rhinestone before I can give myself to thoughts of Udo, dreams of all that you inspire in me. Listen, Lois, this fort is as far as you may go. What? Truly, dear maid, it is not alone the perils of an unknown country that must check you here. There is a danger that you know not of, that you never even heard of. A danger. Worse, a threat of terrors hellish, inconceivable, terrible beyond words. What do you mean, the hatchet, the stake? Dear lad, may I not then venture what you soldiers brave so lightly? It is not what we brave that threatens you. What then? She asked, startled. Dear, did you ever learn that you are a hidden child? What is that, Ewan? Then you do not know. She shook her head. And so I told her also all that we had guessed concerning her, how that her captive mother, terrified by Amical and his red acolytes, had concealed her, consecrated her, and somehow had found a runner to carry her beyond the doors of the long house to safety. This runner must have written the Iroquois message which I had read amid the corn husks of her garret. It was all utterly plain and horrible now, to her and to myself. As for the moccasins, the same faithful runner must have carried them to her year after year, and taken back with him to the desolate mother the assurance that her child was living and still undiscovered and unharmed by Amical. All this I made plain to her, and I also told her that I too was of the hidden ones, and made it most clear to her who I really was. And I told her of the cat people and of the Erie, and how the sorcerer had defied us, and boasted that the hidden child should yet die strangled upon the altar of red Amical. She was quiet and very pale while I was speaking, and at moments her grey eyes widened with the unearthly horror of the thing, but never a tremor touched her, nor did lid or lips quiver or her gaze falter. And when I had done, she remained silent, looking out over the river at our feet, which was now all crinkling with the sun's bright network through the tracery of leaves. There is a danger to you, I said, which will not cease until this army has left the red priest dead amid the sacrilegious ashes of his own vile altar. My Indians have made a vow to leave no Erie, no blasphemous and perverted priest alive. Amical, the Wyoming witch, the toad womanol, that accursed spawn of Frontenac, must die. Major Parr is of the same opinion. Clinton sees the importance of this, having had the sense to learn of Amherst how to stop the Seneca demons with a stout hempen rope. 2 sachems he hung, and the whole nation cowed down in terror of him while his authority remained. But Amherst left us, and the yelps of the toad woman aroused the sorcerers from their torpor. But I swear to you by St. Catharine, who is the saint of the Iroquois also, that the sway of Amical shall end, and that he shall lie on his own bloody altar, nor die there, before he sees the flames of Catharine touch the very heaven of an affronted god. Can you do this? With God's help and General Sullivan's, I said cheerfully, for I daily pray to the one, and I have the promise of the other, that before our marching army alarms Catharine, I and my Indians and Boyd and his riflemen shall strike the red priest there at the Ononwaroria. What is that, Ewan? Their devil writes an honest feast which they have perverted. It was the dream feast, Lois, but Amical has made of it an orgy unspeakable, where human sacrifices are offered to the moon witch, Atency, and to Leshy and the stone throwers, and the little peoplemony of which were not goblins and ghouls until Amical so decreed them. When is this feast to be held in Catharine? On the last day of this month. Until then you must not leave this camp, and after the army marches you must not go outside this fort. Amical's arm is long, his acolytes are watching, and now I think you understand at last. She nodded. Presently she rested her pale cheek on her arms and looked at the reddening edges of the woods. Northwest lay Catharine, so Mayaro said, and into the northwest her grey eyes now gazed, calmly and steadily, while the sun went out behind the forest and the high heavens were plumed with fire. Under us the river ran, all pink and primrose, save where deep, glassy shadows bounded it under either bank. The tips of the trees glowed with rosy flame, faded to ashes, then burnt out, stood once more dark and serrated against the evening sky. Suddenly an unearthly cry rang out from somewhere close to the river bank upstream. Instantly, a sentry on the parapet near us fired his piece. "Oh God, what is it?" faltered Lois, grasping my arm. But I sprang for the ladder and ran down it, and the scattered soldiers and officers below on the parade were already running, some grasping their muskets, others drawing pistols and hangers. We could hear musketry firing ahead, and drums beating to arms in our camp behind us. "The cattle guard," panted an officer at my elbow as we ran upstream along the riverbank. "The Senecas have made their kill again, God curse them." It was so. Out of the woods came running our frightened cattle, with the guard plodding heavily on their flanks, and in the rear 2 of our soldiers urged them on with kicks and blow. 2 more retreated backward, facing the dusky forest with leveled muskets, and a third staggered beside them, half carrying, half trailing a man whose head hung down, crimsoning the leaves as it dragged over them. He had been smoking a cob pipe when the silent assassin's hatchet struck him, and the pipe now remained clenched between his set teeth. At first, for the dead leaves stuck to him, we could not see that he had been scalped, but when we turned him over, the loose and horrible features, all wrinkled where the severed brow muscles had released the skin, left us in no doubt. "This man never uttered that abominable cry," I said, shuddering. "Is there yet another missing from the guard?" "Oh no, sir," said the soldier who had dragged him, "that there was a heifer bawling when them devils cut her throat." He stood scratching his head and gazing blankly down at his dead comrade. "Jesus," he drawled, "what be I agon for to tell his woman now?" Chapter 16. Lana Helmer. Our Sunday morning gun had scarce been fired when from up the river came the answering thunder of artillery. 13 times did the distant cannon bellow their salute, announcing Clinton's advance. Our camp swarmed like an excited hive, mounted officers galloping, foot officers running, troops tumbling out as the drums rattled the general in every regimental bivouac. Colonel Proctor's artillery band marched out toward the landing place as I entered number 2 blockhouse and ran up the ladder, and I heard the fort guard hurrahing and the garrison troops on the unfinished parapets answering them with cheer after cheer. At my loud rapping on the flooring, Lois opened the trap for me, her lovely, youthful features flushed with excitement. Lana, behind her, beckoned me, and I sprang up into the loft and paid my duty to them both. "What a noble earthquake of artillery up the river," said Lois. "Butler has no cannon, has he?" "Not even a grasshopper," said I gaily. "Those cannon shot are Clinton's how d'ye do." "Poor's guns, were they not?" asked Lana, striving to smile. "And that means you march away and leave us with the world turned upside down." And she shrugged her shoulders and whistled a bar of the old-time British air. "Come to the parapet," said Lois impatiently. "For the last few minutes there has been a sound in the woods very far away, Uiniet. If one could hear so far, I would swear that I heard the conchhorn of your rifles." "Did I not tell you she knew it well?" said Lana with her pallid smile, as we opened the massive gardoor, squeezed through the covered way, and came out along the rifle platform among our noisy soldiers. "Listen," murmured Lois, close at my elbow. "There, it comes again. Do you not hear it, Ewan? That low, long, sustained, and heart-thrilling undertone droning in the air through all this tumult." And presently I heard the sound, wondrous melancholy, yet seductive music of our conchhorn. Its magic call set my every pulse athrobbing. All the alluring mystery and solitude, all the sorrow of the wilderness were in those long-drawn blasts. All the enchantment of the woodland, too, calling to the sons of the forest, riflemen, hunter, curwood boys. For its elfin monotone was the very voice of the forest itself, the deep, sweet whisper of virgin wilds, sacred, impenetrable, undefiled, tempting forever the sons of men. And now, across the misty river, there was a great tumult of shouting as the first Otsego batteau came into view. Louder boomed our jolly cohorn, leaping high in its sulphurous powder cloud, and the artillery band at the landing began to play Ianadilla, which so deeply pleasured me that I forgot and caught Lois's hands between my own and pressed them there while her shoulder trembled against mine, and her breath came faster as the music swung into the Huron with a barbaric clash of cymbals. It was a wondrous spectacle to see the navy of our right wing coming on, the waves slapping on bow and quarter to 110 loaded bateaux in line, falling grandly down with the smooth and sunlit current, 3 men to every boat. Then opposite, a wild flurry of buglehorns announced our light infantry, and on they came, our merry General Hand riding ahead. And we saw him dismount, fling his bridle to an orderly, and lifting his sword and belt above his head, wade straight into the ford, and a Sat Chapman and Justice Gaylord guided him. After these came the light troops in their cocked hats, guided by Frederick Eveland. Then a dun-colored and dusty column emerged from the brilliant green of the woods, a mass of tossing fringes and ringed kuntels and flashing rifle barrels. The rifles, hurrah for Morgan's men, hi, the 11th Virginia, roared the soldiery all about us, while Lois tightened her arm around mine and almost crushed my fingers with her own. There is Major Perrand, Captain Simpsono, and yonder minces my macaroni ensign, cried Lois, as the brown column swung straight into the ford, every rifle lifted, powder horn and cartridge box high swinging and glittering in the sun. I turned to look for Lana, and first caught sight of the handsome wench, Dolly Glenn, and following her restless gaze, I saw that Boyd had come up to the rifle platform to join Lana, and that they stood together at a little distance from us. Also, I noticed that Lana's hand was resting on his arm. In sharp contrast to the excited, cheering soldiery thronging the platform, the attitude of these two seemed dull and spiritless, and Boyd looked more frequently at her than on the stirring pageant below. And once, under cover of the movement and tumult, I saw her pale cheek press for a moment against his green-fringed shoulder cape-lightly for one brief moment. Yonder was no coquetry, no caprice of audacity. There was a heart there as heavy as the cheek was pale. It was love, and nothing less pitiful devotion of a lass in love whose lover marches on the morrow. Lord, had we but known. As I stood beside Lois, I could not refrain from glancing toward them at moments, not meaning to spy, yet somehow held fascinated and troubled by what I had seen, for it seemed plain to me that if there was love there, little of happiness flavored it. Also, whenever I looked at them, always I saw Dolly Glenn watching Boyd out of her darkly beautiful and hostile eyes. And afterward, when our big riflemen marched on to the parade below, and we all hastened down, and the whole fort was a hubbub of cries and cheers, and the jolly voices of friends greeting Friendseven, then I could scarce keep my eyes from these two and from the Glen girl. And I was glad when a large, fat dame came a-waddling, who proved to be Mrs. Sabin, and she had a cold and baleful eye for Boyd, which his gay spirits and airy blandishments neither softened nor abated. Lois made me known to her very innocently and discreetly, and I made her my best manners, but to my mortification, the disdain in her gaze increased, as did her stiffness with Boyd and her chilling hauteur. Lord, here was no friend to men, at least, no friend to young men, that I comprehended in a trice, and my chagrin was nothing mended as I caught a sly glance from the merry and slightly malicious eyes of Boyd. Her husband is a fussy fathead, and she's a basilisk, he whispered. I thought she would bite my head of when the ladies came on under my protection. She was more square and heavily solid than fat, like a squat blockhouse, and as I stole another glance at her, I wondered how she was to mount the ladder and get her through the trap above. And by heaven, when the moment came to try it, she could not. She attempted it thrice, and the third effort hung her there, wedged in, squeaking like a fat doe-rabbitan Boyd, and I stifling with laughter, now pushing, now tugging at her fat ankles, and finally got her out upon the ladder platform, crimson and speechless in her fury, and we lingered not, but fled together, not daring to face the lady at whose pudgy and nether limbs we had pulled so heartily. Lord, said Boyd, if she complains of us to her commissary husband, there will be a new issue not included in his department. And it doubled us with laughter to think on't, so that for lack o' breath, I sat down upon a log to hold my aching sides. Now she will be ever on their heels, muttered Boyd, hen-like, malevolent, and unaccountable. No man dare face and flout that lady, whose husband also is utterly subjected, it was Betty Bleecker who set her on me. Well, so no more of yonder lady's save in her bristling presence. Yet as it happened, one thing barred Mistress Sabin from a perpetual domination and sleepless supervision of her charges, and that was the trapdoor. Through it she could not force herself, nor could she come around by the gardoor, for the covered way would not admit her ample proportions. She could but mount her guard at the ladder's foot, and there were 2 exits to that garret room. That day I would have messed with my own people, Major Parr inviting me, but that our general had all the Otsego officers to dine with him at headquarters, and a huge punch afterward, from which I begged to be excused, as it was best that I looked to my Indians when any rum was served in camp. Boyd came later to the bush hut, overflushed with punch, saying that he had drawn 60 pair of shoes for his men to spite old Sabin and meant to distribute them with music playing, and that afterward I was to join him at the fort, as he had orders for himself and for me from the general, and desired to confer with me concerning them. Later came word from him that he had a headache and would confer with me on the morrow. Neither did I see Lois again that evening, a gill of rum having been issued to every man, and I sticking close as a woodtick to my red comrades. Indeed, I had them out after sunset to watch the cattle guard, who were in a sorry pickle, 60 head having strayed and 2 soldiers missing, and the maneuvers of that same guard did ever sicken me. It proved another bloody story, too, for first we found an ox with throat cut, and it being good meat, we ordered it taken in. And then, in the bushes ahead, a soldier begins a-bawling that the devil is in his horses, and that they have run back into the woods. I heard him chasing them, and shouted for him to wait, but the poor fool pays no heed, but runs on after his 3 horses, and soon he screams out, "God Almighty, and Christ have mercy." With that I blow my ranger's whistle, and my Indians pass me like phantoms in the dusk, and I hot-foot after them. But it was too late to save young Elliot, who lay there dead and already scalped, doubled up in the bed of a little brook, his clenched hand across his eyes and a Seneca knife in his smooth, boyish throat. Late that night the Sagamore started, chased, and quickly cornered something in a clump of laurel close to the river bank, and my Indians gathered around like fiercely running hounds. It was starlight, but too dark to see, except what was shadowed against the river, so we all lay flat, waiting, listening for whatever it was, deer or bear or man. And the night hawk, who stood guard at the river, uttered the shrill Oneida vuhaloo, and into the thicket we all sprang crashing and strove to catch the creature alive. But the Sagamore had to strike to save his own skull, and out of the bushes we dragged one of Amical's greasy-skinned assassins, still writhing, twisting, and clawing as we flung him heavily and like a scotched snake upon the river's sand, where the Mohican struck him lifeless and ripped the scalp from his oiled and shaven head. The Erie's lifeless fist still clutched the painted cassetete with which he had aimed a silently murderous blow at the Sagamore. Greyfeather drew the death maul from the dead warrior's grasp and handed it to the Siwanois. Then Tahuntohi, straightening his slim, naked figure to its full and graceful height, raised himself on tiptoe and, placing his hollowed hands to his cheeks, raised the shuddering echoes with the most terrific note an Indian can utter. As the forest rang with the fierce Oneida scalp yell, very far away along the low-browed mountain flank we could hear the far tinkle of hoof and pebble, where the stolen horses moved, and out of the intense blackness of the hills came faintly the answering defiance of the Senecas, and the hideous miauling of the Eries, quavering, shuddering, dying into the tremendous stillness of the dark empire which we had insulted, challenged, and which we were now about to brave. Once more Tahuntohi's piercing defiance split the quivering silence. Once more the whining panther cry of the cat people floated back through the far darkness. Then we turned away toward our pickets, and as we filed into our lines, I could smell the paint and oil on the scalp that the Siwanois had taken, and it smelled rank enough, God wot. About 9 on Monday morning, the entire camp was alarmed by irregular and heavy firing along the river, but it proved to be my riflemen clearing their pieces, which did mortify General Clinton and was the subject of a blunt order from headquarters, and a blunter rebuke from Major Parr to Boyd, who, I am inclined to think, did do this out of sheer deviltry. For that schoolboy delight of mischief, which never, while he lived, was entirely quenched, was ever sparkling in those handsome and roving eyes of his, for which our riflemen adored him, being by every instinct reckless and irresponsible themselves, and only held to discipline by their worship of Daniel Morgan, and the upright character and the iron rigor of Major Parr. Not that the 11th Virginia ever shrank from duty. No regiment in the Continental Army had a prouder record, but the men of that corps were drawn mostly from those free-limbed, free-thinking, powerful, headlong, and sometimes ruthless backwoodsmen who carried law into regions where none but nature's had ever before existed, and the law they carried was their own. It was a reproach to us that we scalped our red enemies. No officer in the corps could prevent these men from answering an Indian's insult with another of the same kind, and there remained always men in that command who took their scalps as carelessly as they clipped a catamount of ears and pads. As for my special detail, I understood perfectly that I could no more prevent my Indians from scalping enemies of their own race than I could whistle a wolf pack upwind. But I could stop their lifting the hair from a dead man of my own race, and had made them understand very plainly that any such attempt would be instantly punished as a personal insult to myself, which every warrior understood. And I have often wondered why other officers commanding Indians, and who were ever complaining that they could not prevent scalping of white enemies, did not employ this argument and enforce it too. For had one of my men, no matter which one, disobeyed, I would have had him triced up in a twinkling and given 100 lashes. Which meant, also, that I would have had to kill him sooner or later. There was a stink of rum in camp that morning, and it is a quaffing beverage which, while I like to drink it in punch, the smell of it abhors me, and ever and anon my Indians lifted their noses, sniffling the tainted air, so that I was glad when a note was handed me from Boyd saying that we were to take a forest stroll with my Indians around the herd-guard, during which time he would unfold to me his plans. So I started for the fort, my little party carrying rifles and sidearms but no packs, and there waited across the ditch in the sunshine my Indians, cross-legged in a row on the grass, and gravely cracking and munching the sweet, green hazelnuts with which these woods abound. On the parade inside the fort, and out o' the tail of my eye, I saw Mistress Sabin knitting on a rustic settle at the base of blockhouse number 2, and Captain Sabin beside her writing fussily in a large, leather-bound book. She did not know that the dovecote overhead was now empty and that the pigeons had flown, nor did I myself suspect such a business, even when from the woods behind me came the low sound of a ranger's whistle blown very softly. I turned my head and saw Boyd beckoning, and arose and went thither, my Indians trotting at my heels. Then, as I came up and stood to offer the officer's salute, Lois stepped from behind a tree, laughing and laying her finger across her lips, but extending her other hand to me. And there was Lana, too, paler it seemed to me than ever, yet sweet and simple in her greeting. "The ladies desire to see our cattle," said Boyd. "The herd guard is doubled, our pickets trebled, and the rounds pass every half hour, so it is safe enough, I think." "Yet scarce the country for a picnic," I said, looking uneasily at Lois. "Oh, Broadbrim, Broadbrim," quoth she, "is there any spice in life to compare to a little dash o' danger?" Whereat I smiled at her heartily and said to Boyd, "We pass not outside our lines, of course." "Oh no," he answered carelessly, which left me still reluctant and unconvinced. But he walked forward with Lana through the open forest, and I followed beside Lois, and without any signal from me, my Indians quietly glided out ahead, silently extending as flankers on either side. "Do you notice what they are about?" said I sourly, even here within whisper of the fort. "Are you not happy to see me, Ewan?" she cooed close to my ear. "Not here, inside that log curtain yonder." "But there is a dragon yonder," she whispered, with mischief adorable in her sparkling eyes. then slipped hastily beyond my reach, saying, "O Ewan, forget not our vows, but let our conduct remain seemly still, else I return." I had no choice, for we were now passing our inner pickets, where a line of bush huts, widely set, circled the main camp. There were some few people wandering along this line, officers, servants, boatmen, soldiers off duty, 1 or 2 women. Just within the lines, there was a group of people from which a fiddle sounded, and I saw Boyd and Lana turn thither, and we followed them. Coming up to see who was making such scarecrow music, Lana said in a low voice to us, "It's an old man, more than 100 years old. He tells us who has lived on the Uliout undisturbed among the Indians until yesterday, when we burnt the village. And now he has come to us for food and protection. Is it not pitiful?" I had a hard dollar in my pouch and went to him and offered it. Boyd had continental money and gave him a handful. He was not very feeble, this ancient creature, yet, except among Indians who live sometimes for more than 100 years, I think I never before saw such an aged visage, all cracked into 1,000 wrinkles, and his little bluish eyes peering out at us through a sort of film. To smile, he displayed his shriveled gums, then picked up his fiddle with an agility somewhat surprising, and drew the bow harshly, saying in his cracked voice that he would, to oblige us, sing for us a ballad made in 1690, and that he himself had ridden in the company of horse therein described, being at that time 13 years of age. And Lord, but it was a doleful ballad, yet our soldiers listened, fascinated, to his squeaking voice and fiddle, and I saw the tears standing in Lois's eyes and Lana's lips a-quiver. As for Boyd, he yawned, and I most devoutly wished us all elsewhere, yet lost no word of his distressing tale. God prosper long our king and queen. Our lives and safeties all. A sad misfortune once there did Schenectady befall. From forth the woods of Canady the Frenchmen took their way, the people of Schenectady, to captivate and slay. They march for 22 days, all through ye deepest snow, and on a dismal winter night they struck ye cruel blow. The lightsome sun that rules the day had gone down in the west, and eke the drowsy villagers had sought and found their restay. They thought they were in safety all, nor dreamt not of the foe. But at midnight they all swoke in wonderment and woe, for they were in their pleasant beds, and soundly sleeping when each door was sudden open broke by 6 or 7 men, the men and women, young and oldish, and eke the girls and boys, all started up in great affright at the alarming noise. They then were murdered in their beds, without shame or remorse, and soon the floors and streets were strewed with many a bleeding corse. The village soon began to blaze, which showed the horrid sight. But oh, I scarce can bear to tell the misrise of that night. They threw the infants in the fire. The men they did not spare, but killed all which they could find, though aged or though fair. But some run off to Albany, and told the doleful tale. Yet though we gave our cheerful aid, it did not much avail, and we were horribly afraid, and shook with terror when they gave account the Frenchmen were more than 1,000 men. The news came on a Sabbath morn, just at ye break o' day, and with my company of horse I galloped away. Our soldiers fell upon their rear and killed 25. Our young men were so much enraged. They took scarce one alive. Daily about them did command, which were but thievish rogues. Else why did they consent to go with blood-eye Indian doggers? And here I end my long ballad, the which you just heard said, and wish that it may stay on earth long after I be dead. The old man bowed his palsied head over his fiddle, struck with his wrinkled thumb a string or two, and I saw tears falling from his almost sightless eyes. Around him, under the giant trees, his homely audience stood silent and spellbound. Many of his hearers had seen with their own eyes horrors that compared with the infamous butchery at Schenectady almost 100 years ago. Doubtless that was what fascinated us all. But Boyd, on whom nothing doleful made anything except an irritable impression, drew us away, saying that it was tiresome enough to fight battles without being forced to listen to the account of M afterward, at which, it being true enough, I laughed, and Lois looked up winking away her tears with a quick smile. As for Lana, her face was tragic and colorless as death itself, seeing which, Boyd said cheerfully, "What is there in all the world to sigh about, Lanette? Death is far away, and the woods are green." "The woods are green," repeated Lana under her breath, "yet there are many within call who shall not live to see one leaf fall." "Why, what a very dirge you sing this sunny morning," he protested, still laughing, and I too was surprised and disturbed, for never had I heard Lana Helmer speak in such a manner. "'Twas that dreary old fiddler," he added with a shrug. "Now, God save us all from croaking birds of every plumage, and give us to live for the golden moment." "And for the future," said Lois. "The devil take the future," said Boyd, his quick, careless laugh ringing out again. "Today I am lieutenant, and Laskill here is ensign. Tomorrow we may be captains or corpses. But is that a reason for pulling a long face and confessing every sin?" "Have you, then, aught to confess?" asked Lois in pretense of surprise. "I not a peccadillo, my pretty maid, not a single one. What I do, and ask no leniency for the doing. Therefore, I have nothing to confess." Lana stopped, bent low over a forest blossom, and touched her face to it. Her cheeks were burning. All about us these frail, snowy blossoms grew, and Lois gathered one here and yonder while Boyd and I threw ourselves down on a vast, deep bed of moss, under which a thread of icy water trickled. Ahead of us, in plain view, stood one of our outer picket guards, and below, in a wide and bowl-shaped hollow, running south to the river, we could see cattle moving amid the trees, and the rifle barrel of a herd guard shining here and there. My Indians on either flank advanced to the picket line and squatted there, paying no heed to the challenge of the sentinels, until Boyd was obliged to go forward and satisfy the sullen Pennsylvania soldiery on duty there. He came back in his graceful, swinging stride, chewing a twig of blackbirch, his thumbs hooked in his belt, damning all Pennsylvanians for surly dogs. I pointed out that many of them were as loyal as any man among us, and he said he meant the Quakers only, and cursed them for rascals, every one. Again I reminded him that Alsop Hunt was a Quaker, and he said that he meant not the Westchester folk, but John Penn's people, Tories, every one, who would have hired ruffians to do to the Connecticut people in 40 Fort what later was done to them by Indians and Tory Rangers. Lana protested in behalf of the Shippens in Philadelphia, but Boyd said they were all tarred with the same brush, and all were selfish and murderous, lacking only the courage to bite ease. Every Quaker in Penn's proprietarized Shippens, Griscoms, Pembertons, Norrises, Whartons, Baileys, Barkers, stories every damned one owe them, he said, devised that scheme for the wanton and cruel massacre of the Wyoming settlers, and meant to turn it to their own pecuniary profit. He was more than partly right, yet knowing many of these to be friends and kinsmen to Lana Helmer, he might have more gracefully remained silent. But Boyd had not that instinctive dread of hurting others with ill-considered facts. He blurted out all truths, whether timely or untimely, wherever and whenever it suited him. For the Tory Quakers he mentioned I had no more respect than had he, they being neither fish, flesh, nor fowl, but a smooth, sanctimonious, and treacherous lot, more calculated to work us mischief because of their superior education and financial means. Indeed, they generally remained undisturbed by the ferocious Iroquois allies of our late and gentle king, secure in their property and lives, while all around them men, women, and little children fell under the dripping hatchets. Had I my say, remarked Boyd loudly, I would take a regiment and scour me out these rattlesnakes from the proprietary and pack him off to prison, bag and baggage. Lana had knelt, making a cup of her hand, and was drinking from the silvery thread of water at our feet. Now, as Boyd spoke, she straightened up and cast a shower of sparkling drops in his face, saying calmly that she prayed God he might have the like done for him when next he needed a cooling off. Lynette, said he, disconcerted but laughing, do you mean in hell or at the Iroquois stake? Whereupon Lana flushed and said somewhat violently that he should not make a jest of either hell or stake, and that she for one marveled at his ill-timed pleasantries and unbecoming jests. So here was a pretty quarrel already sur la tapis, but neither I nor Lois interposed, and Lana, pink and angry, seated herself on the moss and gazed steadily at our watchful Indians. But in her fixed gaze, I saw the faint glimmer of tears. After a moment Boyd got up, went down to her, and asked her pardon. She made no answer. They remained looking at each other for another second, then both smiled, and Boyd lay down at her feet, resting his elbow on the moss and his cheek on his hand, so that he could converse with me across her shoulder. And first he cautioned both Lana and Lois to keep secret whatever was to be said between us two, then, nodding gaily at me, you are quite right, Loskiel, in speaking to the general about the proper trap for this wizard sachem Amical, who is inflaming the entire Seneca nation to such a fury. I know no other way to take and destroy him, said one. There is no other way. It must be done secretly and by a small party maneuvering ahead and independently of our main force. Are you to command? I asked. I am to have that honor, he said eagerly, and I take you, your savages, and 20 riflemen. What is this? Said Lana sharply, but he lifted an impatient hand and went on in his quick, interested manner to detail to me the plan he had conceived for striking Amical at Catha Rhinestone in the very midst of the Annan-Waroria. Last night, he said, I sent out Hannery and Iowania, the headquarters scouts, and I am sorry I did, for they came in this morning with their tails between their legs, saying the forest swarmed with the Seneca scouts, and it was death to stir. And I was that disgusted what with their cowardice, and the aftermath of that headquarters punch that I bade them go paint and sing their death songs. Oh Lord, you should not lose your temper with an Indian, I said, vexed at his indiscretion. I know it. I will not interfere with your tame wolves, Loskiel, but Hannery madded me, and now he's told Dominie Kirkland's praying Indians, and not one o' them will stir from Tiagaith chicken-hearted knaves. What do you think of that, Loskiel? I am sorry, but we really need no other Indians than my Sagamore, the 2 Oneidas, and the Stockbridge Yellow Moth to do Amical's business for him, if you and your 20 riflemen are going. I think as you do, and so I told the general, who wanted Major Parr to command and the entire battalion to march. Oh Lord, says one. Best bring Colonel Proctor's artillery band, also. And was frightened afterward at what I said, with so little reflection and respect. But the general, who had turned red as a pippin, burst out laughing, and says he, You are a damnably disrespectful young man, sir, but you and your friend Loskiel may suit yourselves concerning the taking of this same Amical. Only have a care to take or destroy him, for if you do not, by God, you shall be detailed to the batteau and cool your heels in Fort Sullivan until we return. We both laughed heartily, and Boyd added, He said it to fright me for my impudence. Trust that man to know a man when he sees one. Meaning yourself, said I, convulsed. And you too, Laskill, he said so naively that Lois, too, laughed, exclaiming. What modest opinions of themselves have these two boys? Do you hear them, Lana, dubbing each other men? I hear, said Lana listlessly. Boyd plucked a long, feathery stalk, and with its tip caressed Lana's cheeks. Spiders, said he, spinning a goblin veil for you. I wish the veil of fate were as transparent, said she. Would you see behind it, if you could? She said under her breath. I sometimes dream I see behind it now. What do you see? He asked. She shook her head, but we all begged her to disclose her dreams, saying laughingly that as dreams were the most important things in the lives of all Indians, our close association with them had rendered us credulous. Come, Lynette, urged Boyd, tell us what it is you see in dreams behind the veil. She hesitated, shuddered. Flames always flames, and a man in black with leaden buttons, whose face is always hidden in his cloak. But oh, I know I seem to know that he has no face at all, but is like a skull under his black cloak. A merry dream, said Boyd, laughing. Is there more to it? Asked Lois seriously. Yes, Lieutenant Boyd is there, and he makes a sign like this. What? Exclaimed Boyd, sitting up, astounded. Where did you learn that sign? In my dream. What does it mean? Make it no more, Lana, he said, in a curiously disturbed voice. For wherever you have learned it, if truly from a dream, or from some careless fellow off my own, he hesitated, glanced at me. You are not a mason, Laskill. And Lana has just given the Masonic signal of distress, having seen me give it in a dream. It is odd. He sat very silent for a moment, then lay down again at Lana's feet, and for a little while they conversed in whispers, as though forgetting that we were there at all, his handsome head resting against her knees, and her hand touching the hair on his forehead lightly at intervals. After a few moments I rose, and with Lois, walked forward toward our picket line, from where we could see very plainly the great cattle herd among the trees along the river. She said in a low and troubled voice, It has come so far, then, that Lana makes no longer a disguise of her sentiments before you and me. It seems as though they had bewitched each other and find scant happiness in the mutual infatuation. I said nothing. Is he not free to marry her? Asked Lois. Why, yes, I suppose he is if she will have him, I said, startled by the direct question. Why not? I do not know. Once, at Otsego camp, I overheard bitter words between them, not from him, for he only laughed at what she said. It was in the dusk, close to our tent, and either they were careless or thought I slept, and I heard her say that he was neither free nor fit to speak of marriage, and he laughed and vowed that he was as free and fit as was any man. No, says she, there are other men like you and Laskill in the world. Exceptions prove the case, says he, laughing, and there was a great sob in her voice as she answered that such men as he were born to damn women. And he retorted coolly that it was such women as she who ever furnished the provocation, but that only women could lose their own souls, and that it was the same with men. But neither of them could or ever had contributed one iota toward the destruction of any soul except their own. Then Lana came into our tent and stood looking down at me where I lay, and dimly through my lashes I could perceive the shadow of Boyd behind her on the tent wall, wavering, gigantic, towering to the ridgepole as he set the camp torch in its socket on the flooring. She passed her slim hand across her eyes. It was like an unreal senior-fevered vision of two phantoms in the smoky, lurid luster of the torch. Boyd stood there dark against the light, edged with flickering flame, as with a mantle, figure, and visage scintillant with Lucifer's own beauty, and Lana, her proud head drooping, and her sad, young eyes fixed on me, Ewan. She stood pressing down both eyelids with her fingers, motionless, then, with a quick-drawn breath and a brusque gesture, flung her arms wide and let them drop to her sides. How can men follow what they call their fortune, headlong, unheeding, ranging through the world as a hot-jawed hound ranges for rabbits? Are they never satiated? Are they never done with the ruthless madness? Does the endless chase with its intervals of killing never pall? Hounds are hounds, I said slowly, and the hound will chase his thousandth hare with all the unslaked eagerness that thrilled him when his first quarry fled before him. Why? But I shook my head in silence. Are you that way? I have not been. The instinct, then, is not within you. Yes, the instinct is, but some hounds are trained to range only as far as their mistress, old Dame Reason, permits. Others slip leash and take to the runways to range uncontrolled and mastered only by a dark and second self, urging them ever forward. There are but two kinds of men, Lois the self-disciplined and the unbroken. But the raw nature of the two differed nothing at their birth. She stood looking down at the distant cattle along the river for a while without speaking. Then her hand, which hung beside her, sought mine and softly rested within my clasp. It is wonderful, she murmured, that it has been God's pleasure I should come to you unblemished after all that I have lived to learn and see. But more wonderful and blessed still, it is to me to find you what you are amid this restless, lawless, ruthless world of soldier upright and pure in heart. It seems almost, with us, as though our mothers had truly made of us two hidden children, white and mysterious within the enchanted husks, which only our own hands may strip from us, and reveal ourselves unsullied as God made us, each to the other in our wedding morn. I lifted her little hand and laid my lips to it, touching the ring. Then she bent timidly and kissed the rough gold circlet where my lips had rested. Somehow, a shaft of sunlight had penetrated the green roof above and slanted across her hair, so that the lovely contour of her head was delicately edged with light. Nenani wen, Lois, I whispered passionately. This thing shall happen, Lois. Nenion o Laskil, tenenanwis. It shall happen, O Laskil, we love, thou and one. We stood yet a while together there, and I saw her lift her eyes and gaze straight ahead of us beyond our picket line, and remain so, gazing as though her regard could penetrate those dim and silent forest aisles to the red altar far beyond in unseen Cather rhinestone. When must you go? She asked under her breath. The army is making ready today to march into the Indian country. I nodded. When does it march? On Friday, but that is not to be known at present. I understand. By what route do you go? By Kemung. And then? At Kemung we leave the army, Boyd, and one you heard. Yes, Ewan. I said, forcing myself to speak lightly. You are not to be afraid for us, little rosy pigeon of the forest. Follow me with your swift-winged thoughts, and no harm shall come to me. Must you go? I laughed, Katiriosa's Lois. I am going to this war, Lois. Wakatontitsihin, she said calmly, Wakatashiatskan. I understand perfectly, I am resigned. Then I gave way to my increasing surprise. Wonder child, I exclaimed, when and where have you learned to understand and answer me in the tongue of the long house? Kiotens, she said with a faint smile. I am working for somebody. For whom? For my mother, Ewan. Did you suppose I could neglect anything that might be useful in my life's quest? Who knows when I might need the tongue I am slowly learning to speak? Oh, and I know so little yet. Something of Algonquin the Mohican taught me, and with it a little of the Huron tongue. And now for nearly a month every day I have learned a little from the Oneidas at Otsego, from the Oneida girl whose bridal dress you bought to give to me. Do you remember her, the maid called Drooping Wings? Yes, but I do not understand. To what end is all this? When and where is your knowledge of the Iroquois tongue likely to aid you? She gave me a curious, veiled look, then turned her face away. You do not dream of following our army, do you? I demanded. Not one woman would be permitted to go. It is utterly useless for you to expect it. Folly to dream of such a thing. You and Lana are to go to Easton as soon as the heavier artillery is sent down the river, which will be the day we start Friday. This frontier gypsying is indeedable. This coquetting with danger is over now. The fort here is no place for you and Lana. Your visit, brief as it has been, is rash and unwarranted. And I tell you very plainly, Lois, that I shall never rest until you are at Easton, which is a stone town and within the borders of civilization. The artillery will be sent down by boat, and all the women and children are to go also. Neither Boyd nor I have told this to you and Lana, but I glanced over my shoulder. I think he is telling her now. Lois slowly turned and looked toward them. Evidently, they no longer cared what others saw or thought, for Lana's cheek lay pressed against his shoulder, and his arm encircled her body. We walked back all together to the fort and left Lois and Lana at the postern. Then Boyd and I continued on to my bush hut, the Indians following. Muffled drums of a regiment were passing, and an escort with reversed arms to bury poor Kimball, captain in Colonel Silly's command, shot this morning through the heart by the accidental discharge of a musket in the careless hands of one of his own men. We stood at salute while the slow cortege passed. Said Boyd thoughtfully, "Well, Kimball's done with all earthly worries. There are those who might envy him." "You are not one," I said bluntly. "I know I have not yet played hard enough in the jolly blind man's buff which others call the game of life. I wear the bandage still, and still my hands clutch at the empty air, and in my ears the world's sweet laughter rings." He smiled, then shrugged. "The charm of fortune's bag is not what you pull from it, but what remains within." "Boyd," I said abruptly, "who is that handsome wench that followed us from Otsego?" "Dolly Glenn. That is her name." "Lord, how she pesters me," he said fretfully. "I chanced upon her at the middle fort one evening down by the river. And what are our wenches coming to?" he exclaimed impatiently, that a kiss on a summer's night should mean to them more than a kiss on a night in summer. "She is a laundress, is she not?" "How do I know? A tailoress too, I believe, for she has patched and mended for me, and she madded me because she would take no pay. There are times," he added, "when sentiment is inconvenient." "Poor thing," I said. "My God, why, when I slipped my arm around her, she put up her face to be kissed. It was give and take, and no harm done, the moon a-laughing at us both. And why the devil she should look at me reproachfully is more than I can comprehend." "It seems a cruel business," said one. "Cruel. Ye do awake a heart, and pass your way a-whistling." "Now, Loskiel," he began, plainly vexed, "I am not cruel by nature, and you know it well enough. Men kiss and go their way. But women linger still. Not those I have known. Yet here is one. A silly fancy that will pass with her. Lord, do you think a gentleman accountable to every pretty chit of a girl he notices on his way through life? Some dare believe so." He stared at me, then laughed. "You are different to other men, of course," he said gaily. "We all understand that, so let it go." "One moment, Boyd. There is a matter I must speak of because friendship and loyalty to a childhood friend both warrant it. Can you tell me why Lana Helmer is unhappy?" A dark red flush surged up to the roots of his hair, and the muscles in his jaw tightened. He remained a moment mute and motionless, staring at me. But if my question, for the first moment, had enraged him, that quickly died out, and into his eyes there came a haggard look such as I had never seen there. He said slowly, "Were you not the man you are, Loskiel, I had answered in a manner you might scarcely relish. Now, I answer you that if Lana is unhappy, I am more so, and that our unhappiness is totally unnecessary if she would but listen to what I say to her." "And what is it that you say to her?" I inquired as coolly as though his answer might not very easily be a slap with his fringed sleeve across my face. I have asked her to marry me, he said. Do you understand why I tell you this? I shook my head. To avoid killing you at 20 paces across the river, I had rather tell you than do that. So that you have told me, said I, the reason for your telling matters nothing, and my business with you ends with your answer. Onlish is my friend, Boyd a playmate of pleasant days. And if you can efface that wretchedness from her face, brighten the quenched sparkle of her eyes, paint her cheeks with rose againdo it, in God's name, and make of me a friend for life. Shall I tell you what has gone amiss from the very first there at Otsego? Not that concerns not me. Yes, I shall tell you. It's that she knew about wench here Dolly Glen. Is that why she refuses you and elects to remain unhappy? I said incredulously. Yes, I can say no more. You are right, Laskill, and such men as I are wrongedly and wretchedly wrong. Sooner or later comes the bolt of lightning. Hell, to think that wench should hurl it. But what bolt had she to hurl? Said I, astonished. He reddened, bit his lips savagely, made as though to speak, then, with a violent gesture, turned away. A few moments later, a cannon shot sounded. It was the signal for striking tents and packing up, and in every regiment, hurry and confusion reigned, and the whole camp swarmed with busy soldiery. But toward evening orders came to unpack and pitch tents again, and whether it had been an exercise to test the quickness of our army for marching, or whether some accident postponed the advance, I do not know. All that evening, being on duty with my Indians to watch the cattle guard, I did not see Lois. The next day I was ordered to take the Indians a mile or two toward Kemung and lie there till relieved, so we went very early and remained near the creek on observation, seeing nothing until evening, when the relief came with Hannery and 3 Stockbridges. These gave us an account that another soldier had been shot in camp by the accidental discharge of a musket, and that the light troops had marched out of their old encampment and had pitched tents 100 rods in advance. Also, they informed us that the flying hospital and stores had been removed to the fort, and that Colonel Shreve had taken over the command of that place. By reason of the darkness, we were late in getting into camp, so again that day I saw nothing of Lois. On Wednesday it rained heavily about 11 o'clock, and the troops made no movement. Some Oneidas came in and went to headquarters. My Indians did not seem to know them. I was on duty all day at headquarters, translating into Iroquois for the general a speech which he meant to deliver to the Tuscaroras on his return through Easton. The rain ceased late in the afternoon. Later, an express came through from Fort Pitt, and before evening orders had gone out that the entire army was to march at 8 o'clock in the morning. Morning came with a booming of cannon. We did not stir. Toward 11, however, the army began to march out as though departing in earnest, but as Major Parr remained with the rifles, I knew something had gone amiss. Yet the other regiments, including my own, marched away gaily enough, with music sounding and colors displayed, and the garrison, boatmen, artillerymen, and all the civil servants and women and children waved them adieu from the parapets of the fort. But high water at Tioga Ford, a mile or two above, soon checked them, and there they remained that night. As I was again on duty with Hannery and the Dominie, I saw not Lois that day. Friday was fair and sunny, and the ground dried out, and all the morning I was with Dominie Kirkland and Hannery, translating, transcribing, and writing out the various speeches and addresses left for me by General Sullivan. Runners came in toward noon with news that our main forces had encamped at the pass before Kemung, and were there awaiting us. Murphy, the rifleman, came saying that our detail was packing up at the fort, that Major Parr had sent word for Lieutenant Boyd to strike tents and pull foot, and that the boats were now making ready to drop down the river with the non-combatants. My pack and those of my Indians had been prepared for days, and there was little for me to do to make ready. Some batmen carried my military chest to the fort, where it was bestowed with the officers' baggage until we returned. Then I hastened away to the fort and discovered our 20 riflemen paraded there, and Boyd inspecting them and their packs. His face seemed very haggard under its dark coat of sunburn, but he returned my salute with a smile and presently came over to where I stood, saying coolly enough, "I have made my adieus to the ladies. They are at the landing place expecting you. Best not linger. We should reach Kemung by dusk." "My Indians are ready," said one. "Very well," he said absently, and returned to his men, continuing his careful inspection. As I passed the log bridge, I saw Dolly Glenn standing there with a frightened look on her face, but she paid no heed to me, and I went on still haunted by the girl's expression. A throng of people, civilians and soldiers, were at the landing. The redoubtable Mrs. Sabin was bustling about a bateau, terrorizing its crew and bullying the servants, who were stowing away her property. Looking about me, I finally discovered Lois and Lana standing on the shore a little way downstream and hastened to them. Lana was as white as a ghost, but to my surprise Lois seemed cheerful and in gayest spirits and laughed when I saluted her hand, and it relieved me greatly to find her so animated and full of confidence that all would be well with us and the parting but a brief one. "I know in my heart it will be brief," she said smilingly and permitting both her hands to remain in mine. "Soon, very soon, we shall be again together, Ewan, and this interrupted fairy tale, so prettily begun by you and me, shall be once more resumed." "To no fairy finish," I said, "but in sober reality." She looked at Lana, laughing. "What a lad is this, dear? How can a fairy tale be ever real? Yet he is a magician like Aquencha, this tall young ensign of mine, and I make no doubt that his wizardry can change fancy to fact in the twinkling of an eye. Indeed, I think I too am something of a witch. Shall I make magic for you, Ewan? What most of anything on earth would you care to see tonight?" "You, Lois." "Here, that is easy. I will some night send to you my spirit, and it shall be so like me and so vivid, nay, so warm and breathing that you shall think to even touch it. Shall I do this with a spell? I only have to close my eyes and see you, make it that I can also touch you." "It shall be done." We both were smiling, and I for one was forcing my gay spirits, for now that the moment had arrived, I knew that chance might well make of our gay adieus an endless separation. Lana had wandered a little way apart. I glanced at Lois, then turned and joined her. She laid her hand on my arm, as though her knees could scarcely prop her, and turned to me a deathly face. "Ewan," she breathed, "I have said adieu to him. Somehow, I know that he and I shall never meet again. Tell him I pray for him, for his soul and mine, and that before he goes, he shall do the thing I bid him do, and if he will not tell him, I ask God's mercy on him. Tell him that, Ewan." "Yes," I said, awed. She stood resting her arm on mine to support her, closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them and looked at me, and in her eyes I saw her heart was breaking as she stood there. "Lana, Lanette, little comrade, what is this dreadful thing that crushes you? Could you not tell me?" I whispered. "Ask him, Ewan." "Lana, why will you not marry him, if you love him so?" She shuddered and closed her eyes. Neither of us spoke again. Lois, watching us, came slowly toward us and linked her arm in Lana's. "Our bateau is waiting," she said quietly. I continued to preserve my spirits as we walked together down to the shore, where Mrs. Sabin stood glaring at me, then turned her broad back and waddled across the planks. Lana followed. Lois clung a second to my hands, smiling still. Then I released her, and she sprang lightly aboard. And now bateau after bateau swung out into the stream, and all in line dropped slowly down the river, pole and paddle flashing, kerchiefs fluttering. For a long way I could see the boat that carried Lois gliding in the channel close alongshore, and the escort following along the bank above, with the sunshine glancing on their slanting rifles. Then a bend in the river hid them, and I turned away and walked slowly toward the fort. By the gate my Indians were waiting. The Sagamore had my pack and rifle for me. On the rifle platform above, the soldiers of the garrison stood looking down at us. And now I heard the short, ringing word of command, and out of the gate marched our 20 riflemen, Boyd striding lightly ahead. Then, as he set foot on the log bridge, I saw Dolly Glenn standing there, confronting him, blocking his way, her arms extended and her eyes fixed on him. "Are you mad?" he said curtly. "If you go," she retorted unsteadily, "leaving me behind, you Huron-wedded God will punish you." The column had came to a halt. There was a dead silence on parapet and parade, while 300 pair of eyes watched those two there on the bridge of logs. "Dolly, you are mad," he said, with the angry color flashing in his face and staining throat and brow. "Will you do me justice before you go? Will you stand aside?" he said between his teeth. "Yes, I will stand aside, and may you remember me when you burn at the last reckoning with God." "Tension trail arms by the left flank mark," he cried, his voice trembling with rage. The shuffling velvet tread of his riflemen fell on the bridge, and they passed, rifles at a trail and fringes blowing in the freshening breeze. Without a word, I fell in behind. After me loped my Indians in perfect silence. Chapter 17. The Battle of Kemung. Towards sundown, we hailed our bullock guard below the ruins of Old Kemung and passed forward through the army to the throat of the pass, where the rifles lay. The artillery was already in a sorry mess, 9 guns stalled, and an ammunition wagon overturned in the ford, and I heard the infantry cursing the drivers and saying that we had lost thousands of cartridges. Stuart's bullock guard was in a plight, 240 head having strayed. At the outlet to the pass, Major Parr met us, cautioning silence. No fires burned, and the woods were very still, so that we could hear in front of us the distant movement of men, and supposed that the enemy had come down to Kemung in force. But Major Parr told us that our scouts could make nothing of these incessant noises, reporting only a boatload of Sir John Johnson's green-coated soldiers on the river and a few Indians in 2 canoes, and that he had no knowledge whether Sir John, the 2 butlers, MacDonald and Brant lay truly in front of us, or whether these people were only a mixed scalping party of blue-eyed Indians, Senecas, and other ragamuffin marauders bent on a more distant foray, and now merely lingering along our front overnight to spy out what we might be about. Also, he informed us that a little way ahead, on the Great Warrior Trail, lay an Indian town which our scouts reported to be abandoned, and said that he had desired to post our pickets there, but that orders from General Hand had prevented that precaution until the general commanding arrived at the front. Some few minutes after our appearance in camp, and while we were eating supper, there came a ruddy glimmer of torches from behind us, lighting up the leaves overhead, and Generals Sullivan, Clinton, Hand, and Poor rode up and drew bridle beside Major Parr, listening intently to the ominous sounds in front of us. "And what the devil do you make of it, Major?" says Sullivan in a low voice. "It sounds like a log rolling in March." "My scouts give me no explanation," says Parr grimly. "I think the rascals are terrified." "Send Boyd and that young interpreter," said Sullivan curtly. So as nobody could understand exactly what these noises indicated, and as headquarters scouts could obtain no information, Lieutenant Boyd and I, with my Indians, left our supper of fresh roast corn and beans and went forward at once. We moved out of the defile with every precaution, passing the throat of the rocky pass and wading the little trout brook over which our trail led, the Kemung River now lying almost south of us. Low mountains rose to the north and west, very dark and clear against the stars, and directly ahead of us we saw the small Indian town surrounded by cornfields, and found it utterly deserted, save for bats and owls, and not even an Indian dog aprolling there. A little way beyond it, we crossed another brook close to where it entered the river, opposite an island. Here the Kemung makes a great bend, flowing in more than half a circle, and there are little hills to the north, around which we crept, hearing always the stirring and movements of men ahead of us, and utterly unable to comprehend what they were so busily about. Just beyond the island another and larger creek enters the river, and here, no longer daring to follow the Seneca Trail, we turned southwest, slinking across the river flats, through the high Indian grass, until we came to a hardwood ridge, from whence some of these sounds proceeded. We heard voices very plainly, the splintering of saplings, and a heavier, thumping sound, which the Mohican whispered to us was like hewn logs being dragged over the ground and then piled up. A few moments later, Tahuntohi, who had crept on ahead, glided up to us and whispered that there was a high breastwork of logs on the ridge, and that many men were cutting bushes, sharpening the stems, and planting them to screen this breastwork so that it could not be seen from the Seneca Trail north of us, along which lay our army's line of march. A pretty ambuscade, in truth, but Braddock's breed had passed. Silently, stealthily, scarcely breathing, we got out of that dangerous place, recrossed the grassy flats, and took to the river Willows the entire way back. At the mouth of the pass, where my battalion lay asleep, we found Major Parr anxiously awaiting us. He sent Captain Simpson back with the information. Before I could unlace my shirt, drag my pack under my head, and compose myself to sleep, Boyd, who had stretched himself out beside me, touched my arm. "Are you minded to sleep, Laskill?" "I own that I am somewhat inclined that way," said one. "As you please." "Why are you unwell?" He lay silent for a few moments, then. "What a mortifying business was that at the Tioga fort," he said under his breath. "The entire garrison saw it, did they not, Laskill, Colonel Shreve and all?" "Yes, I fear so." "It will be common gossip tomorrow," he said bitterly. "What a miserable affair to happen to an officer of Morgan's." "A sad affair," I said. "It will come to her ears, no doubt. Shreve's batmen will carry it down the river." I was silent. "Rumor runs the woods like lightning," he said. "She will surely hear of this disgraceful scene. She will hear of it at Easton. Strange," he muttered, "strange how the old truths hold. Our sins shall find us out. I never before believed that, Laskill, not in a wilderness. Anyway, I had rather be here dead and scalped than have had that happen and know that she must hear of it one day." He lay motionless for a while, then turned heavily on his side, facing me across the heap of dead leaves. "Somehow or other," he said, "she heard of that miserable business, heard of it even at Otsego. That is why she would not marry me, Laskill. Did you ever hear the like? That a man must be so utterly and hopelessly damned for a moment's careless follilos, everything in the world for a thoughtless moonlight frolic. Where lies the justice in such a judgment? It is not the world that judges you severely. The world cares little what a man's way may be with a maid. But Lana cares. It has ended everything for her." I said in a low voice, "You ended everything for Dolly Glen." How was I to know she was no light o' Lovethi's camp Tayloress, this silly little wench Hobbit let it go? Had she but whimpered and seemed abashed and unfamiliar with a kiss, well, let it go, but I could cut my tongue out that I ever spoke to her. God, how lightly steps a man into a trap of his own contriving. And here I lie tonight, caring not whether I live or die in tomorrow's battle already dawning on the Kemung. And yonder, south of us, in the black starlight, drift the Batto, dropping down to Easton under the very sky that shines above us here. If Lana be asleep at this moment, I do not know. She tells me I have broke her heart, but yet will have none of me. Tells me my duty lies elsewhere, that I shall make amends. How can a man make amends when his heart lies not in the deed? Am I then to be fettered to a passing whim for all eternity? Does an instant's idle folly entail endless responsibility? Do I merit punishment everlasting for a silly amourette that lasted no longer than the July moon? Tell me, Laskill, you who are called among us blameless and unstained, is there no hope for a guilty man to shrive himself and walk henceforward upright?" "I cannot answer you," I said dully. "Nor do I know how, of such a business, a man may be shriven, or what should be his amends. It all seems pitiful and sad to me matter perplexing, unhappy, and far beyond my solving. I know it is the fashion of the times to regard such affairs lightly, making of them nothing much I have heard little learned, save that the old lessons seem to be the truest, the old laws the best, and that our cynical and modern disregard of them make one's salvation none the surer, one's happiness none the safer. I heard Boyd sigh heavily where he lay, but he said nothing more that I heard, for I slept soon afterward and was awakened only at dawn. Everywhere in the rocky pass, the yawning riflemen were falling in and calling off. A detail of surly Jersey men, carrying ropes, passed us, cursing the artillery which, it appeared, was in a sorry plight again, the 9 guns all stalled behind us, and an entire New Jersey brigade detailed to pull them out o' the mud and over the rocks of the narrowing defile. Boyd shared my breakfast, seeming to have recovered something of his old-time spirits, and if the camp that night had gossiped concerning what took place at Tioga Fort, it seemed to make no difference to his friends, who one and all greeted him with the same fellowship and affection that he had ever inspired among fighting men. No man, I think, was more beloved and admired in this Western army by officers and men alike, for in him were naturally combined all those brilliant qualities of daring, fearlessness, and gaiety in the face of peril, which endear and which men strive to emulate. In no enterprise had he ever failed to perform the part allotted him. Never had he faltered in the 100 battles fought by Morgan's veteran corps. Never had he seemed dismayed. And if sometimes he did a little more than he was asked to do, his superior officers forgave this handsome, impetuous young man more readily, perhaps because, so far, no disaster had befallen when he exceeded the orders given him. My Indians had eaten and were touching up their paint when Major Parr came up, wearing a magnificent new suit of fringed buckskins, and ordered us to guide the rifle battalion. A moment later our conchorn boomed out its thrilling and melodious warning. Far in the rear, I heard the drums and bugle horns of the light infantry sounding the general. As we went forward in the early daylight, the nature of the ambuscade prepared for us became very plain to me, and I pointed out to Major Parr where the unseen enemy rested, his right flank protected by the river, his left extending north along the hogbank, so that his lines enveloped the trail on which we marched, threatening our entire army in a most cunning and evil manner. Truly, there was no fox like Butler in the Northland. All was very still about us as we marched. The river mist hung along the woods, a few birds sang, the tops of the Indian corn rustled. Toward 8 o'clock the conchorn blew, our riflemen halted and deployed in perfect silence, facing the unseen works on the wooded ridge ahead. Another division of troops swung to the left, continuing the movement to the river in splendid order, where they also halted and formed a line of battle facing north. And still, the unseen enemy gave no sign. Birds sang, the mist drifted up through the trees. From where we lay we could see our artillery horses straining, plunging, stumbling up a high knoll in the center of our line, while Maxwell's division halted and extended behind our riflemen to support the artillery, and Clinton's 4 splendid New York regiments hurried forward on a double, regiment after regiment dropping their packs behind our lines and running north through the open woods, their officers all finely mounted and cantering ahead, swords drawn. A few moments later, General Sullivan passed along our front on horseback and drew bridle for a moment where Boyd and I were standing at salute. "Now is your opportunity, young gentlemen," he said in a low voice. "If you would gain Catherine and destroy Amical before we drive this motley Tory army headlong through it, you should start immediately. And have a care. Butler's entire army and Brant's Mohawks are now entrenched in front of us, and it is a pitched battle we are facing, God be thanked." He spurred forward with a friendly gesture toward us as we saluted, and his staff officers followed him at a canter, while our riflemen turned their heads curiously to watch the brilliant cavalcade. "Where the devil are their log works?" demanded Major Parr, using his field glasses. "I can see naught but green on that ridge ahead." Boyd painted at the crest, but our major could see nothing, and I called to Timothy Murphy and Dave Ellerson to climb trees and spy out if the works were still occupied. Murphy came down presently from the dizzy top of a huge black walnut tree, reporting that he had been able to see into the river angle of their works. Had for a while distinguished nothing, but presently discovered Indians crouched motionless, the brilliancy of their paint, which at first he had mistaken for patches of autumn leaves, betraying them when they moved. "Now God be praised," said Major Parr grimly, "for we shall this day furnish these western gatekeepers with material for a condolence feast such as no Seneca ever dreamed of. And if you gentlemen can surprise and destroy Amical, it will be a most blessed day for our unhappy country." General Hand, in his patched and faded uniform of blue and buff, drew his long, heavy sword and walked his horse over to Major Parr. "Well, sir," he said, "we must amuse them, I suppose, until the New Yorkers gain their left. Push your men forward and draw their fire, Major." There came a low order, the soft shuffle of many moccasined feet, silence. Presently, ahead of us, a single rifle shot shattered the stillness. Instantly, a mighty roar of Tory musketry filled the forest, and their Indians, realizing that the ambuscade had been discovered, came leaping down the wooded ridge, yelling and firing all along our front, and our rifles began to speak quicker and quicker from every rock and tuft and fallen log. "Are we to miss this?" said Boyd restlessly. "Listen to that firing. The devil take this fellow Amical and his Eries. I wish we were yonder with our own people. I wish at least that I could see what our New Yorkers are about." Behind us, Boyd's 20 riflemen stood craning their sunburnt necks, and my Indians, terribly excited, fairly quivered where they crouched beside us. But all we could see was the rifle smoke sifting through the trees and early sunshine slanting on the misty river. The fierce yelling of the unseen Mohawks and Senecas on the wooded ridge above us had become one continuous and hideous scream, shrill and piercing above the racket of musketry and rifle fire. Sometimes the dreadful volume of sound surged nearer as though they were charging or showing themselves in order to draw us into a frontal attack on their pits and log breastworks, but always after. Little while the yelping tumult receded, and our rifle fire slackened, while the musketry from the breastworks grew more furious, crashing out volley on volley, while the entire ridge steamed like a volcano in action. Further to the north, we heard more musketry break out, as our New York regiments passed rapidly toward Butler's left flank, and by the running fire, we could follow their hurried progress. "Hell," said Boyd furiously, flinging his rifle to his shoulder. "Come on, Laskill, or we will miss this accursed Amical also," and he gave the signal to march. As we skirted the high knoll where our artillery was planted, the first howitzer shot shook the forest, and my Indians cringed as they ran beside me. High-towering rose the shell, screaming like a living thing, and plunged with a shriek into the woods on the ridge, exploding there with a most infernal bang. Up through the trees gushed a very fountain of smoke, through which we could dimly see dark objects falling, but whether these were the limbs of trees or of men, we could not tell. Crash, a howitzer hurled its 5.5-inch shell high into the sunshine. Boom, another shot from a 3-pounder. Bang, the little cohorn added its miniature bellow to the bigger guns, which now began to thunder regularly, one after another, shaking the ground we trod. The ridge was ruddy with the red lightning of exploding shells. Very far away in the forest, we could hear entire regiments, as they climbed the slopes, cheering above the continuous racket of musketry. The yelling of the Senecas and Mohawks grew wavering, becoming ragged and thinner. It was hard for us all, I think, to turn our backs on the first real battle we had seen in Monthshard for Boyd, for me, and for our 20 riflemen. Harder, perhaps, for our Indians, who could hear the yells of their most deadly enemies, and who knew that they were within striking distance at last. As we marched in single file, I leading with my Indians, I said aloud, in the Iroquois tongue, "If in this battle of the Kemung the mountain snake be left writhing, yet unless we crush his head at Catharine-stone, the serpent will live to strike again. For though 100 arrows stick in the western serpent's body, his poison lies in his fangs. His fangs are rooted in his head, and the head still hisses at God and man from the shaggy depths of Catharine-stone. It is for us of the elect to slay him, therefore us few, and chosen ones honored by this mandate from our commander. Why then should the thunder of Proctor's guns arouse in us envy for those who join in battle? Let the iron guns do their part. Let the men of New York, of Jersey, of Virginia, of New Hampshire, of Pennsylvania do the great part allotted them. Let us in our hearts pray God to speed them. For if we do our part as worthily, only then shall their labor be not in vain. Their true title to glory is in our keeping, locked inevitably with our own. If we fail, they have failed. Judge therefore, O Sagamore, judge, you yellow moth, and you Oneida's grey feather, with your war chief's feather and your sachem's ensign, Tahuntahi, chieftain to bejudge, all of you, where the real glory lease whether behind us in the rifle's smoke, or before us in the red glare of Amical's accursed altar. They had been listening to every word as I walked beside them. The Mohican made answer first. It was hard for us to leave the Kemung, O Laskil, my brother with the Dodgyelps at the Sinaco and Moawax insulting our ears. But it was wiser, I a Sagamore say it. It is God's will, said the yellow moth, but his eyes were still red with his fierce excitement, and the distant cannonade steadily continued as we marched. I am Royne, said the grey feather. What wisdom counsels I understand. He who would wear the scaly girdle must first know where the fangs lie buried, but to hear the Antauhanoran scalp yelp, and to turn one's back, is very hard, O my friend Laskil. The nighthawk controlled his youthful features, forcing a merry smile as my eye fell on him. Ku, he exclaimed softly, I have made promise to my thirsty hatchet, O Laskil, else it might have leaped from its sheath and bitten someone. A good hatchet and a good dog bite only under orders, I said. My younger brother's hatchet has acquired glory, now it is acquiring wisdom. Boyd came up along the line, his deerskin shirt open to the breastbone, the green fringe blowing in the hill wind. Far below us in the river valley sounded the uproar of the Bataille d'Eau, confused and distant thunderful. Now we could no longer hear the musketry and rifle fire, only the booming of the guns and the endless roar of echoes. Here on a high hill's spur, with a brisk wind blowing in our faces, the heavy rumble of forest warfare became deadened, and we looked out over the naked ridge of rock, across the forests of this broken country, into a sea of green which stretched from horizon to horizon, accented only by the silver glimmer of lakes and the low mountain peaks east, west, and south of us. Below us lay a creek, its glittering thread visible here and there. The great warrior trail crossed it somewhere in that ravine. I drew the Mohican aside. Sagamore, said I, now is your time come. Now we depend on you. If it lay with us, not one white man here, not one Indian, could take us straight to Catha Rhinestone, for the great warrior trail runs not thither. Are you then confident that you know the way? I know the way, Laskil. Is there then a trail that leads from the great warrior trail below? There are many, and you know the right one. I have spoken, brother. I am satisfied, but we must clearly mark the trail for our surveyors and for the army. We will mark it, he said meaningly, so that no Seneca dog can ever mistake which way we passed. I did not exactly understand him, but I nodded to Boyd, and he gave the signal, and we began the descent through the warm twilight of an open forest that sloped to the creek 1,000 feet below us. Down and down we went, partly sliding and plowing up the moss and leaves knee-deep, careless how we left our trail, as there was none to follow, save the debris of a flying army or the flanking scouts of a victorious one. Below us, the foaming rifles of the creek showed white in the woodland gloom, and presently we heard its windy voice amid rocks and fallen trees, soughing all alone through leafy solitudes, and its cool, damp breath mounted to us as we descended. The Indians dropped prone to slake their thirst. The riflemen squatted and used their cups of bark or leather, pouring the sweet, icy water over their cropped heads and wrists. Off packs, said Boyd quietly, and drew a bit of bread and meat from his beaded wallet. And so the Mohican and I left them all eating by the stream and crossed to the western bank. Here the Sagamore pointed to the opposite slope. I gave a low whistle, and Boyd looked across the water at me. Then I drew my hatchet and notched a tree so that he saw what I did. He nodded comprehension. We went on, notching trees at intervals, and so ascended the slope ahead until we arrived at the top. Here the forest lay flat beyond, and the great warrior trail ran through a narrow path 15 inches wide, perhaps, and worn nearly a foot deep, and padded as hard as rock by the light feet of generations men and wild beasts which had traversed it for centuries. North and south, the deeply graven war trail ran straight through the wilderness. The Mohican bent low above it, scrutinizing it in the subdued light, then stepped lightly into it, and I behind him. For a little way we followed it, seeing other and narrower trails branching from it right and left, running I knew not whither, narrow, delicate lanes made by game deer and bear, fox and harriel spreading out into the dusk of the unknown forest. Presently we came to a trail which seemed wet, as though swampy land were not far away, and into this the Mohican turned, slashing a great scar on the nearest tree as he entered it. There was a mossy stream ahead, and the banks of it were dark and soft. Here we rested high and dry on the huge roots of an oak and ate our midday meal. In a little while, the remainder of our party came gliding through the trees, Boyd ahead. "Is this the Cather Rhinestone Trail?" he asked. "By God, they will never get their artillery through here. Mark it all the same," he added indifferently, and seated himself beside me, dropping his rifle across his knees with a gesture of weariness. "Are you tired?" I asked. He looked up at me with a wan smile. "Weary of myself, Laskill, and of a life lived too lightly, and now nigh ended." "Nigh ended," I repeated. "I go not back again," he said somberly. I glanced sharply at him, where he sat brooding over his rifle, and there was in his face an expression such as I had never before seen there, something unnatural that altered him altogether, as death alters the features, leaving them strangely unfamiliar. And even as I looked, the expression passed. He lifted his eyes to mine and even smiled. "There is," he said, "a viewless farm which companions even the swiftest on the last long trail, a phantom pilot which leads only toward that shadowed valley of endless rest. In my ears, old Daclos, close to my ear, I have heard the whisper of this unseen ghost. Everywhere I have heard it, amid the din of the artillery, on windy hilltops, in the long silence of the forest, through the noise of torrents in lost ravines, by flowing rivers sparkling in the sun. Everywhere my pilot whispers to me, I cannot escape, Laskill. Whatever trail I take, that is the trail. Whichever way I turn, that is the way. And ever my phantom pilots me forward or back, aside or around it, is all one to him and to me, for at the end of every trail I take, nearer and nearer draw I to mine end." I had heard of premonitions before a battle, had known officers and soldiers to utter them, brave men, too, yet obsessed by the conviction of their approaching death. Sometimes they die, sometimes escape, and the premonition ends forever. But until the moment of peril is past, or they fall as they had foretold, no argument will move them, no assurance cheer them. But our corps had been in many battles during the last 3 years, and I had never before seen Boyd this way. He said, brooding on his rifle, "The one true passion of my life has been Lana Helmer. It began ignobly. It continues through all this pain and bewilderment, a pure, clean current running to the deep, still sea of dreams. There it is lost. I follow it no further, and were I here today as upright and as stainless as are you, Laskill, still I could follow it no further than that sea of dreams. Nor would my viewless pilot lead me elsewhere than to the destiny of silence that awaits me, and none the less would I hear his whisper in my ears, my race is run." I said, "Is it vain to appeal to your reason when your heart is heavy?" "Had I another chance," he said, "I would lighten the load of sin I birth, heavy load I bear with me into the unknown. God gives us all our chance. He gave me my last chance at Tioga Fort, and I cursed it in my heart and put it aside. One day you will return. Never again, Laskiel, I am no coward. I dare face the wrath to come. It is not that, but I am sorry I did not spare when I might have been more generous. The little thing was ignorant doves mate like that, and somewhere somehow I shall be required to answer for it, or shall be condemned to make amends. I wonder how the dead make their amends. For me to burn in hell avails her nothing. If she thought it she would weep uncomforted. No, there is a justice. But how it operates I shall never understand until it summons me to hear my sentence. You will return and do what a contrite heart bids you to do, I said. If that might be, he said gently, that would I do for the child's sake and for hers. Good God, I said under my breath. Did you not surmise it? No. Well then, now you know how deeply I am damned. God gave me a last chance. There was a chaplain at the fort. Kirkland. Yes, Gan went forward, but God's grace was not within me, and to see her angered method, and the blinding hurt I had when Lana left heartbroken, wretched, still loving me, but consigning me to my duty, so I denied her at the bridge, and from that moment has my unseen pilot walked beside me, and I know he leads me swiftly to my end. I raised my troubled eyes and glanced toward my Indians. They had stripped great squares of bark from half a dozen trees, and were busily painting upon them, in red and blue, insulting signs and symbols: a dead tree cat, scalped and full of arrows, a snake severed into sections, a Seneca tied to a post, and a broken wampum belt at his feet. And on every tree they had also painted the symbol of their own clans and nation-pointed stones and the stars of the Pleiades, a witch-wolf and an enchanted bear, a yellow moth alighted on a white cross, a nighthawk, perfectly recognizable, soaring high above a sun, setting, bisecting the line of the horizon. Every scalp taken was duly enumerated and painted there, together with every captured weapon. Such a gallery of art in the wilderness I had never before beheld. Boyd's riflemen sat around, cross-legged on the moss, watching the Indians at their labor, except Murphy and Ellerson, who, true to their habits, had each selected a tree to decorate, and were hard at work with their hunting knives on the bark. On Murphy's tree I read, "To hell with Walter Butler." Ellerson, who no doubt had scraped the outlines of this legend with his knife point before Murphy carved it, had produced another message on his own tree, not a whit more complimentary. Damn Butler, Brant, Hyakatu, and MacDonald for bloody rogues and Murtherin rascals all. They were ever like this, these two great overgrown boys, already celebrated so terribly in song and legend. And the rank and file of Morgans resembled them, brave to a fault, innately lawless, of scant education save what the forest had taught them, headstrong, quick to anger, quick to forgive, violent in every emotion through the entire gamut from love to hatred. Boyd rose, glanced quietly at me, then made his signal, and in a few moments the riflemen were on the trail again, spotting it wherever a new path led away, trotting steadily forward in single file, my Indians ranging wide on either flank. Late in the afternoon we came to the height of land, where the little watercourses all ran north, and here we halted, dropped packs, and the men sat down, while the Sagamore and I once more went forward to the headwaters of a stream, beside which the narrow and swampy trail ran due north. And here the nature of the country changed entirely, for beyond it was all one vast swamp, as still and dark as death. A little way along this blackish stream Mayaro halted, and for a while stood motionless, his powerful arms folded, gazing straight in front of him with the half-closed eyes of a dreaming wolf. Never had I looked upon so sinister a country or a swamp so vast and desolate. It seemed more black than dusky, and the gloom lay not in the obscure light of thick-set spruce, pine, and hemlock, but in the shaggy, monstrous, and forbidding growth which appeared to be soiled with some common dye. Water, earth, tree trunks, foliage all wore the same inky livery, and seemed wrought of rusty iron, so still the huge trees stood, with every melancholy branch a-droop. Sign of life there was none. The current of the narrow stream ran like smooth oil, nor was its motion visible where it wound between soft, black banks of depthless swamp through immemorial shadows. The Mohican's voice came to me, low in the silence, sounding dull and remote, nor did his dreaming eyes move in their vague intensity. "This is the land of Amical," he said. "Here, through these viewless shades, his sway begins, as this stream begins, whose source is darkness and whose current moves slowly like thick blood. Here is the haunt of witch and sorcerer Ruff, the hag Katrine, of the Wyoming fiend, of Amical of Amical. Here run the Andests, hunting through the dusk like wolves and foxes running, smelling, listening, ever hunting. Here slink the cat people under a moon which is hidden forever by this matted forest roof. This is the dark empire, O Laskiel, behold." A slight shudder chilled me, but I said calmly enough, "Where lies Catha Rhinestone, O Sagamore? This thick, dark stream runs through it." "Through Catha Rhinestone?" "Aye. And then?" "Along the vast chain of inland cease first into the lake of the Senecas, then to that of the Cayugas, fed by Wasco, by Onondaga, by Oneida, until it is called Oswego, and flows north by the Great Fort into the Sea Ontario." "And where lies Catha Rhinestone?" 9 miles beyond us, northward." "And the trail?" "None, Laskiel, save for the maze of game trails where long leaps are made from tussock to swale, from root to rotting log across black pools of mud, and quivering quicksands whose depths are white as snow under the skin of mud, set with tarnished rainbow bubbles. But those who come after us may arrow, the Armagh wagons, horses, artillery, cattle, nay, the men themselves, how are they to pass?" He pointed east, then west. For 6 miles, flanking this swamp, run ridges of high hills northward. By these must the army march to Catha Rhinestone, the pioneers opening a road for the artillery. This you shall make plain to Boyd presently, for he must march that way, marking plain the trail north on the eastern ridge of hills, then west. Thus shall Boyd move to cut off Amical from the lake, while you and I and the Oneidas and the Yellow Moth must thread this swamp and comb it clean to head him from the rivers south of us. "Is there a path along the ridge?" "No path, Laskiel, so Boyd shall march by compass, slowly, seeking over the level way and open woods, with the artillery and wagons ever in his thoughts. 6 miles due north shall he march, then, where the hills end, a swamp begins thick, miry, set with maple, briar, and tamarack. But through this he must blaze his trail, and the pioneers who are to follow shall lay their wagon path across felled trees, northward still, across the forests that border the flats of Catha Rhinestone, and then still northward for a mile, and so swing west, severing the lake trail. Thus we shall trap Amical between us." Slowly we walked back together to the height of land, where our little party lay looking down at the dark country below. I sat down beside Boyd, cleared from the soil the leaves for a little space, drew my knife, and with its point traced out the map. He listened in silence, while I went over all that the Sagamore had taught me, and around us squatted our Indians, motionless, fiercely intent upon my every word and gesture. "Today is Sunday," I said. "By this hour, Butler's people should be in headlong flight. Our army will not follow them at once, because it will take all day tomorrow for our men to destroy the corn along the Kemung. But on Tuesday our army will surely march, laying waste the Indian towns and fields. Therefore, giving them ample time for this, they should arrive at this spot on Wednesday." "I have so calculated," said Boyd listlessly. "But Wednesday is the first day of September, and if we are to strike Amical at all, it must be done during the Ononwaroria, and that ends on Tuesday. Therefore must you move within the hour, and by tomorrow evening you shall have blazed your hill trail and shall be lying with your men beside the stream and across the lake trail north of Catha Rhinestone." He nodded. "Tonight," said I and my Indians lie here on this height of land, watching the swamp below, that nothing creep out of it. On Monday morning we move through it, straight northward, following the stream, and by Monday night we scout to Catha Rhinestone." "That is clear," he said, lifting his handsome head from his hands, and the signal should come from me. Listen, Laskiel, you shall expect that signal between midnight of Monday and dawn." He rose and I stood up, and for a moment we looked each other steadily in the eye. Then he smiled faintly, shaking his head. "Not this time, Laskiel," he said in a low voice. "My spectral pilot gives no sign. Death lies beyond the fires of Cather Rhinestone. I know, Laskiel, I know." "I also," said I in a low voice, taking his outstretched hand, "for you shall live to make material amends as you have made them spiritually. Only the act of deep contrition lies between you and God's swift pardon. It were a sin to doubt it." But he slowly shook his head, the faint smile lingering still. Then his grip closed suddenly on my hand, released it, and he swung on his heel. "Attention," he said crisply. "Sling packs, fall in. TRRail arms, march." Chapter 18. The Right of the Hidden Children. My Indians and I stood watching our riflemen as they swung to the east and trotted out of sight among the trees. Then, at a curt nod from me, the Indians lengthened their line, extending it westward along the height of land, and so spreading out that they entirely commanded the only outlet to the swamp below, by encircling both the trail and the headwaters of the evil-looking little stream. Through the unbroken thatch of matted foliage overhead, no faintest ray of sunlight filtered, not even where the stream coiled its slimy way among the tamaracks and spruces. But south of us, along the ascending trail by which we had come, the westering sun glowed red across a ledge of rock, from which the hill fell sheer away, plunging into profound green depths, where unseen waters flowed southward to the Susquehanna. Round the massive elbow of this ledge, our backtrail, ascending into view, curved under shouldering boulders. Blueberry scrub, already turning gold and crimson, grew sparsely on the crag cover, enough for any watcher of the trail. And thither I crept and stretched me out flat in the bushes, where I could see the trail we had lately traversed, and look along it far to our rear as clearly as one sees through a dim and pillared corridor. West of me, a purplish ridge ran north, the sun shining low through a pine-clad notch. Southwest of me, little blue peaks pricked the primrose sky. Southeast lay endless forests, their green already veiled in an ashy blue bloom. Far down, under me, wound the narrow backtrail through the gulf below. Presently, beside me came creeping the lithe Mohican, and lay down prone, smooth and golden, and shining like a sleek panther in the sun. "Is all well guarded, brother?" I whispered. "Not even a woodmouse could creep from the swamp unless our warriors see it. And when dark comes, our ears must be our eyes, Laskiel, but neither the cat people nor the Andists will venture out of that morass, save only by the trail, and we shall have 2 watchers on it through the night. There is no other outlet. None except by the ridge Boyd travels. He blocks that pass with his 20 men. Then we should have their egress blocked, except only in the north." "Yes, unless they learn of this by magic," muttered the Mohican. It was utterly useless for me to decry or ridicule his superstitions, and there was but one way to combat them. "If witchcraft there truly be in Cather Rhinestone," said I, "it is bad magic, and therefore weak, and can avail nothing against true priesthood. What could the degraded acolytes of this red priest do against a consecrated sagamore of the Lenapagainst, an ensign of the enchanted clan? Else why do you wear your crester, the great ghost bear their rearing upon your breast?" "It is true," he murmured uneasily. "What spell can Amical lay upon us? What magic can he make to escape us? For the trail from Cather Rhinestone is stopped by a Siwanois sagamore and a Mohican warrior. It is closed by an Oneida sachem who stand watching. When the ghost bear and the werewolf watch, then the whole forest watches with them, loop, blue wolf, and bear. Where then can the forest cat slink out? Where can the filthy carcajou escape? Mayaro has spoken. It is a holy barrier that locks and bolts this door of secret evils. Under Theron shall this trap remain inviolate till the last sorcerer be taken in it, the last demon be dead." "Yoyana," he said, deliberately employing the Kanyanga expression with a fierce scorn that for a moment made his noble features terrible. Then he spat as though to wash from his mouth the taste of the hated language that had soiled it, even when used in contempt and derision. And he said in the suave tongue of his own people, "Pray to your white God, holder of heaven, master of life and death, that into our hands be delivered these scoffers who mock at him, and at Theron these cat-murderers of little children, the polluters of the three fires. And in the morning I shall arise and look into the rising sun, and ask the same of the far God who made of me a Mohican, a Siwanois, and a Sagamore. Let these things be done, brother, ere our hatchets redden in the flames of Cather Rhinestone." For he added naively, "It is well that God should know what we are about, lest he misunderstand our purpose." "It is well," I assented gravely. The sun hung level now, sending its blinding light straight into our eyes, and for precaution's sake we edged away under the blue shadows of the shrubbery, in case some far prowler note the light spots where our faces showed against the wall of green behind us. "How far from Cather Rhinestone," I asked, "lies the Vale Undia, of which our little Lois has spoken?" "It is the next valley to the westward. A pass runs through and a little brook. Pleasant it is, Laskill, with grassy glades and 100 little springs, which we call eyes of the inland seas." "You know," I said, "that in this valley all the hopes of Lois de Contrecoeur are centered." "I know, Laskill," he answered gravely. "Do you believe her mother lives there still?" "How shall I know, brother? If it were with these depraved and perverted Senecas as it is with other nations, the mother of a hidden child had lived there unmolested. Her lodge would have remained her sanctuary, her person had been respected, her hidden one undisturbed down to this very hour. See how the accursed Senecas have dealt with her, so that to save her child from Amical, she sent it far beyond the borders of the Longhouse itself. What shame upon the Iroquois that the Senecas have defiled their purest law. May Leshy seize them all. So how, then, shall I know whether this white captive mother lives in the Vale Undia Stiller, if she lives at all? Or if they have not made of her a priestessa, sorceress, perhaps the dreaming prophetess of the Ananwaroria, by reason of her throat being white?" "What?" I exclaimed, startled. "Did not the Erie boast a prophetess to confound us all?" I did not comprehend. Did he not squat, squalling at us from his cave, deriding every secret plan we entertained, and boasting that the Senecas had now a prophetess who could reveal to them everything their white enemies were plotting because her own throat was white? I looked at him in silent horror. "Heya," he said grimly, "if she still lives at all it is because she dreams for Amical, and this, Laskill, has long remained my opinion. Else they had slain her on their altars, long Aga strangled her, as soon as ever she sent her child beyond their reach, for what she did broke sanctuary. According to the code of the Long House, the child belonged to the nation in which the mother was a captive, and by the mother's act, this child was dedicated to a stainless marriage with some other child who also had been hidden. But the red sorcerer has perverted this ancient law, and when he would have taken the child to sacrifice it, then did the mother break the law of sanctuary and send her child away, knowing, perhaps, that the punishment for this is death. So you ask me whether or not she still lives, and I say to you that I do not know, only I judge by the boasting of that vile Erie cat that she has bought her life of them by dreaming for their red priest. And if she has done this thing, and has deceived them until this day, then it is very plain to me that they believe her to be a witch. For it is true, Laskill, that those who dream wield heavy influences among all Indian sand, among the Iroquois in particular. Yet, with all this, I doubt not that, if she truly be alive, her life hangs by a single thread, ever menaced by the bloody knife of Amical. I cannot understand, said I, why she sent out no appeal during her long captivity. Before this war broke, had her messengers to Lois gone to Sir William Johnson, or to Guy Johnson, with word that the Senecas held in their country a white woman captive, she had been released within a fortnight, I warrant you. Laskill, had that appeal gone out, and a belt been sent to Cather Rhinestone from Johnstown or Guy Park, the Senecas would have killed her instantly, and endured the consequences 7, though Amherst himself was thundering on their western gate. Are you sure, Mayaro? Certain Loskiel, she could not have lived a single moment after the Senecas learned that she had sent out word of her captivity. That is their law, which even Amical could not break. It was a mercy that our little Lois appealed not to His Excellency, so that the word ran through Canada by flag to Haldimand. She might have done this, said the Sagamore quietly. She asked me at Poundridge how this might be accomplished, but when I made it clear to her that it meant her mother's death, she said no more about it. But pushed on blindly by herself, I exclaimed, braving the somber Northland forests with her little ragged Fiethef naked, hungry, friendless, and alone, facing each terror calmly, possessed only of her single purpose. O Sagamore of a warrior clan that makes a history of brave deeds done, can you read in the records of your most ancient wampum a braver history than this? He said, let what this maid has done be written in the archives of the white men, where are gathered the records of brave but unwise deeds. So shall those who come after you know how to praise, and where to pity our little rosy pigeon of the forest. No rash young warrior of my own people, bound to the stake itself, can boast of greater bravery than this. And you, blood brother to a Siwanois, shall witness what I say. After a silence I said, they must have passed Wyoming already. At this hour, our little Lois may be secure under the guns of Easton. Do you not think so, Mayarrow? As he made no answer, I glanced around at him and found him staring fixedly at the trail below us. What do you see on our back trail? I whispered. A man, Loskiel if it be not a deer. A moment, and I also saw something moving far below us among the trees. As yet it was only a mere spot in the dim light of the trail, slowly ascending the height of land. Nearer, nearer it came, until at length we could see that it was a man, but no rifle slanted across his shoulder. He must be one of our own people, I said, puzzled. Somebody sends us a messenger. Is he white or Indian? White, said the Sagamore briefly, his eyes still riveted on the approaching figure, which now I could see was clothed in deerskin shirt and leggings. He carries neither pack nor rifle, only a knife and pouch. He is a wood-running fool, I said, disgusted. Why do they send us such a forest-running batman when they have Oneidas at headquarters and Kuroist boys to spare who understand their business? I make nothing of him, murmured the Mohican, his eyes fairly glittering with excitement and perplexity. Is he perhaps some fugitive from Butler's Rangers? I whispered, utterly at a loss to account for such a silly spectacle. The pitiful idiot, did you ever gaze upon the like? May aroundless he be some French mission priest. Otherwise, yonder walks the greatest of God's fools. Then he is easily taken, muttered Mayarrow. Fix thy flint, Loskiel and prime. Here is a business I do not understand. Once the man halted and looked up at our ledge of rock, where the last sun rays still lingered, then lightly continued the ascent. And I, turning to the Mohican for some possible explanation of this amazing sight, ere we crept out to closer ambush, found Mayarrow staring through the trees with a glassy and singular expression which changed swiftly to astonishment, and then to utter blankness. Etho, he exclaimed, bluntly, springing to his feet behind the nearer trees, regardless whether or not the stranger saw him. Go forward now, Loskiel. This is a fool's business and badly begun. Now, let a white man's wisdom finish it. I too had risen in surprise, stepping backward also, in order that the trees might screen me. And at the same moment, the stranger rounded the jutting shoulder of our crag and came suddenly face to face with me in mid-trail. Ewan! So astounded was I that my rifle fell clattering from my nerveless hand as she sprang forward and caught my shoulders with both her hands, and I saw her grey eyes filling and her lips quivering with words she could not utter. Lois, I repeated as though stupefied, Lois. Oh, Ewan, Ewan, I thought I would never come up with you, she whimpered. I left the bateau where it touched at Toanda Creek and hid in the woods and dressed me in the Oneida dress you gave me. Then, by the first batman who passed, I sent a message to Lana saying that I was going back Todo join you. Are you displeased? Her trembling hands clasped my shoulders tighter, and her face drew closer, so that her sweet, excited breath fell on my cheek. "Listen," she stammered. "I desire to tell you everything. I will tell you all, Ewan." I ran back along the trail, meeting the boatguard, Batman, and the sick horses all along the way to Tioga, where they took me over on a raft of logs. I paid them 3 hard shillings. Then Colonel Shreve heard of what I had been about, and sent a soldier after me, but I avoided the fort, Ewan, and went boldly up through the deserted camps until I came to where the army had crossed. Some teamsters mending transport wagons gave me bread and meat enough to fill my pouch, and one of them, a kindly giant, took me over the Kemung dry shod, I clinging to his broad back like a very cat, and all o' them a laughing fit to burst. "Are you displeased, dear lad?" Then, just at night, I came up with the rearguard, where they were searching for strayed cattle, and I stowed myself away in a broken-down wagon, full of powder quietly, like a mouse, no one dreaming that I was not the slender youth I looked. So none molested me where I lay amid the powder casks and sacking. She smiled wistfully and stood caressing my arms with her eager little hands, as though to calm the wrath to come. "I heard your regiment's pretty conchorn in the morning," she said, and slipped out of my wagon and edged forward amid all that swearing, sweating confusion, noticed not at all by anybody, save when a red-head Jersey sergeant bawled at me to man a rope and haul at the mired cannon with the others. But I was deaf just then, Ewan, and got free o' them with nothing worse than a sound cursing from the sergeant, and away across the creek I legged it, where I hid in the bush until the firing began and the horrid shouting on the ridge. Then it was that, badly scared, I crept through the Indian grass like a hunted hare and saw Lieutenant Boyd there, and his men halted across the trail. And very soon our cannon began, and then it was that I saw you and your Indians filing out to the right. So I followed you. "Oh, Ewan, are you very angry? Because, dear lad, I have had so lonely a trail, what with keeping clear of your party so that you might not catch me and send me back, and what with losing you after you had left the main, trodden trail. Save for the marks you left on trees, I had been utterly lost and must have perished." No doubt she looked at me with melting eyes. "Think on that, Ewan, ere you grow too angry and are cruel with me." "Cruel, Lois, you have been more heartless than I ever." "There, I knew it. Your anger is about to burst its dreadful bounds." "Child, what is there to say or do now? What is there left for me, save to offer you what scant protection I may, good God, and take you forward with us in the morning? This is a cruel, unmerited perplexity you have caused me, Lois. What unkind inspiration prompted you to do this rash, mad, foolish thing? How could you so conduct? What can you hope to accomplish in all this wicked and bloody business that now confronts us? How can I do my duty, how perform it to the letter with you beside Muith, my very heart chilling to water at thought of your peril?" "Hush, dearest lad," she whispered, tightening her fingers on my sleeve. "All in the world I care for lies in this place where we now stand or near it. Have I not told you that I must go to Catherine? How could I remain behind when every tie I have in all the world was tugging at my heart to draw me hither? You ask me what I can doubt, I can hope to accomplish. God knows but my mother and my lover are here, and how could I stay away if there was a humble chance that I might do some little thing to aid her, to aid you, Ewan? Why do you scowl at me? Try me, test me. I am tough as an Indian youth, strong and straight and supple and as tireless. See, I am not wearied with the trail. I am not afraid. I can do what you do. If you fast, I can fast too. When you go thirsty, I can endure it also. And you may not even hope to out-travel me, Ewan, for I am inured to sleeplessness, to hunger, to fatigue, by 2 years' vagabondage, hardened of limb and firm of body, self-taught in self-denial, in quiet endurance, in stealth and patience. O Ewan, make me your comrade, as you would take a younger brother, to school him in the hardy ways of life you know so well. I will be no burden to you. I will serve you humbly and faithfully, prove docile, obedient, and grateful to the end. And if the end comes in the guise of death, Ewan, why may I not share that also with you? For the world's joy dies when you die, and my body might as well die with it. So eager and earnest her argument, so tightly she clung to my arms, so pleading and sweet her ardent face, upturned, with the tears scarcely dry under her lashes, that I found not to answer her, and could only look into her eyes deep, deep into those grey-blue wells of truth troubled to silence by her present plight and mine. I could not take her back now, and also keep my tryst with Boyd at Cather Rhinestone. I could not leave her here by this trail, even guarded had I the guards to spare, for soon in our wake would come thundering the maddened debris of the Kemung battle, pell-mell, headlong through the forests, desperate, with terror leading and fury lashing at their heels. I laid my hands heavily upon her firm, young shoulders, and strove to think the while I studied her. But the enchantment of her confused my mind, and I saw only the crisp and clustering curls, and clear, young eyes looking into mine, and the lips scarce parted, hanging breathless on my words. "O boy-girl comrade," I said in a low, unsteady voice. "Little boy-girl born to do endless mischief in this wide and wind-swept forest world of men. What am I to say to you, who have your will of everyone beneath the sun? Who am I to halt the starry dancers, or bar your wayward trail when Theron himself has hidden you, and the little people carry to you winged moccasins for flying feet as light and swift? For truly, I begin to think it has been long since woven in the silvery and eternal wampum belt after belt, string twisted around string, that you shall go to Cather Rhinestone unscathed. Where she was born returns the rosy forest pigeon to her native tree for mating. White throatier course is flown, for this is Amical's frontier, and by tomorrow night we enter Cather Rhinestone through and I, little Loistwo, hidden children on, hidden by the western gate, one by the eastern gate's dark threshold, hidden in the husks. How shall it be with us now, O little rosy spirit of the homewood? My Indians will ask, what shall I say to them concerning you? All laws break of themselves before us twain, who, having been hidden, are prepared for matting where we will, and when and if the long flight be truly and dead-end, the home forests guard our secretand, if Theron be God also and his stars the altar lights, and his river mist my veil, she faltered, and her clear gaze became confused. Why should your Indians question you? She asked. The last ray of the sun reddened the forest, lingered, faded, and went out in ashes, I said. God and Theron are one, priest and sagamore, clergyman and sachem, minister, ensign, roy-haired men or white, all are consecrated before the Master of Life. If in these Indians' eyes you are still to remain sacred, then must you promise yourself to me, little Lois, and let the sagamore perform the rite at once. Betroth myself, Ewan. Yes, under the rite of the hidden children. Will you do thiso that my Indians can lay your hands upon their hearts, else they may turn from you, no perhaps prove hostile. I had desired to have you take me from my mother's arms. And so I will, in marriage if she be alive to give you. Then what is this we do? It is our white bridal. Summon the sagamore, she said faintly. And so it was done there, I prompting her with her responses, and the mysterious rite witnessed by the priesthood of two nations, Sachem and Sagamore, Iroquois and Algonquin, with the tall lodgepoles of the pines confirming it, and the pale ghost flowers on the moss fulfilling it, and the stars coming one by one to nail our lodge door with silver nails, and the night winds, enchanted, chanting the Karena of the uncut corn. And now the final and most sacred symbol of betrothal was at hand, and the Oneida Sachem drew away, and the yellow moth and the night hawk stood aside, with heads quietly averted, leaving the sagamore alone before us. For only a sagamore of the enchanted clan might stand as witness to the mystery, where now the awful, viewless form of Theron was supposed to stand, white-winged and plumed, and robed like the eight thunders in snowy white. Listen, Laskiel, he said, my younger brother, blood brother to a Siwanois. Listen, also, O rosy-throated pigeon of the woodshome, from the unseen flight to mate at last. He plucked 4 ghost flowers, and cast the pale blossoms one by one to the 4 great winds. O untainted winds that blow the Indian corn, he said, winds of the wilderness, winds of the sounding Sciaslian, and pure as ye are, not one of you has blown the green and silken blankets loose from these. Our hidden children, nestling unseen, untouched, unstained, close cradled in a green embrace. Nor wind, nor rain, nor hail, not the fierce heat of many summers have revealed these hidden ones, strip them of the folded verdure that conceals them still, each wrapped within the green leaves of the corn. Continue to listen, winds of the sounding skies. Let the 8 white-plumed thunders listen. An ensign of the magic clan bears witness under Theron. A sagamore veils his face. Let Theron hear these children when they speak. Let Tamnund listen. Standing straight and tall there in the starlight, he drew his blanket across his eyes. The Oneidas and the Stockbridge did the same. Slowly, timidly, in compliance with my whispered bidding, the slender, trembling hands of Lois unlaced my throat points to the shoulder, baring my chest. Then she said aloud, but in a voice scarce audible, I prompting every word. It is true, under the folded leaves a hidden youth is sleeping. I bid him sleep a while. I promise to disturb no leaf. This is the white bridle. I close what I have scarcely parted. I bid him sleep this night. Wenwen. I whispered, prompting her, and she found her voice continuing. When at his large door they shall come softly and lay shadows to bar it, a moon to seal it, and many stars to nail it fast, then in the dark within I shall hear the painted quiver rattle as he puts it off, and the antlers fall clashing to the ground. Only the green and tender cloak of innocence shall endure a little while then, falling, enfold us twain embraced, where only one had slept before. A promised bride has spoken. She bowed her head, took my hands in hers, laid them lightly on her heart, then straightened up with a long-drawn, quivering breath, and stood, eyes closed, as I unlaced her throat-points, parting the fawn-skin cape till the soft thrums lay on her snowy shoulders. It is true, I whispered, under the folded leaves a hidden maid lies sleeping. I bid her sleep a while, I bid her dream in innocence through this white bridal night. I promise to disturb no leaf that sheathes her. I now refold and close again what I have scarcely touched and opened. I bid her sleep. When on my lodge door they nail the Oneida stars, and seal my door with the moon of Theron, and lay long shadows there to bar it, then I, within the darkness there, shall hear the tender rustle of her clinging husks, parting to cradle two, where one alone had slept since she was born. Gently I drew the points, closing the cape around her slender throat, knotted the laces, smoothed out the thrums, took her small hands and laid them on my breast. One by one, the stately Indians came to make their homage, bending their war crests proudly and placing her hands upon their painted breasts. Then they went away in silence, each to his proper post, no doubt. Yet to be certain, I desired to make my rounds and bade Lois await me there. But I had not proceeded 3 paces when lo, of a sudden she was at my side, laughing her soft defiance at me in the darkness. No orders do I take save what I give myself, she said, which is no mutiny, Ewan, and no insubordination either, seeing that you and I are like to be, when the brigade chaplain passeth if the Tories meddle not with his honest scalp. Come, honest Ewan, shall we make our rounds together, or must I go alone? And she linked her arm in mine, and put one foot forward, looking up at me with all the light mischief of the very boy she seemed in her soft rifle dress and leggings, and the bright hair crisply curling round her moleskin cap. Have a care of the trees, then, little minx, I said. Pooh, can you not see in the dark? Can you? Surely, when you and I went to the spring Wayantha, I needed not your lantern light to guide me. I see not well by night, I admitted. You do see well by night through my 2 eyes. Are we not one? How often must I repeat it that you and I are one, one, O Laskil stealer of hearts, if you could only know how often on my knees I am before you, how truly I adore, how humbly, scarcely daring to believe my heart that tells me such a tale of magic and enchantment after these barren, loveless years. Mark, yonder stands the grey feather. Is that his post? Wonder eyes, I see him not. Wade, you are right, and he is at his post. Pass to the left, little minx. And so we made the rounds, finding every Indian except the sagamore at his post. He lay asleep, and after we had returned to our southern ledge of rock, and I had spread my blanket for her and laid my pack to pillow her, I picked up my rifle and rose from my knees. And you, she asked. I stand guard across the trail below. Why, when all except the Siwanoir are watching, the night hawk is there. Stretch yourself here beside me and try to sleep. Your watch will come too soon to suit you, or me either, for that matter. Do you mean to go on guard with me? Do you dream that I shall let you stand your guard alone, young sir? This is folly, Lois. Ewan, you vex me. Lie beside me. Here is sufficient blanket room and pillow. And if you do not sleep presently and let me sleep too, our wits will all be sadly addled when they summon us. So I stretched myself out beside her and looked up, open-eyed, into darkness. Sleep well, she whispered, smothering a little laugh. Sleep safely, Lois. That is why I desired, Yauso, I might sleep safely, knowing myself safe when you are too, and you are safe only when you are at my side. You follow my philosophy. I said presently, this is our white bridal, Lois. The ceremony completes itself by dawn. Save that the Sagamore is but a heathen priest, truly I feel myself already wedded to you. So solemn was our pretty rite, dare you kiss me, Ewan? You never have. Christians betrothed may kiss each other once, I think. Not such as wife, the rite means anything to us. Why? Not on the white bridal night if we regard this rite as sacred. I feel its sacredness. That is why I thought no sin if you should kiss me on such a night. She sat up in her blanket, and I sat up too. Take hasten those, she said. I am weeping. Chettina, you are laughing. Mouse. Nay, take hasten those, she insisted. No, I am weeping. Why? You do not love me, she remarked, kicking off one ankle moccasin. Kenan we sasita hawio chetnaha, I said, laughing. I love your beautiful foot, little mouse. Akasita, cat on tats, but is that all of me you love? My foot, I consent. The other one also. The other one also. Niwenha, O Laskil, I shall presently slay you and go to sleep. I thank you. There fell a silence then. Do you not know in your heart how it is with me? I said unsteadily. She lay down, facing me. In my heart I know, beloved above all men, but I am like a child without desiring to please, ardent, confused, unaccustomed. And everything you say delights me, and all you do refrain from doing thrills me with content. It was so true and sweet of you to leave my lips untouched. I adore you for it, but then I had adored you if you had kissed me also. Always, your decision pleasures me. After a long while I spoke cautiously. She lay asleep, her lips scarce parted, but in her sleep she seemed to hear my voice, for one arm stole out in the dark and closed around my neck. And so we lay until the dark forms gliding from the forest summoned me to mount my guard, and Lois awoke with a little sigh, sat upright, then sprang to her feet to face the coming dawn alone with me. Chapter 19, Amical. By daybreak we had salted our parched corn, soaked and eaten it, and my Indians were already freshening their paint. The Sagamore, stripped for battle, barring clout and sparran, stood tall and powerfully magnificent in his white and vermilion hue of war. On his broad chest, the scarlet ghost bear reared. On his crest, the scarlet feathers slanted low. The yellow moth was unbelievably hideous in the poisonous hue of a toadstool. His crest and all his skin glistened yellow, shining like the sulphurous belly of a snake. But the gray feather was ghastly. His bony features were painted like a skull, spine, ribs, and limb bones traced out heavily in yellowish white, so that he seemed a stalking and articulated skeleton as he moved in the dim twilight of the trees, and I could see that he was very proud of the effect. As for the young and ambitious night hawk, he had simply made one murderous symbol of himself a single and terrific emblem of his entire body, for he was painted black from head to foot like an Iroquois executioner, and his skin glistened as the plumage of a sleek crow shines in the sunlight of a field. Every scalp lock was neatly braided and oiled. every crown shaven, every knife and warex and rifle barrel glimmered silver bright under the industrious rubbing. Flints had been renewed, with finest priming powder pans reprimed, and now all my Indians squatted amiably together in perfect accord, very loquacious in their guarded voices, Iroquois, Mohican, and Stockbridge, forgathering as though there had never been a feud in all the world. Through the early dusk of morning, Lois had stolen away, having discovered a spring pool to bathe in, the creek water being dark and bitter, and I had freshened myself too when she returned, her soft cheeks abloom and the crisp curls still wet with spray. When we had eaten, the Sagamore rose and moved noiselessly down the height of land to the trail level, where our path entered the ghostly gloom of the evergreens. I followed. Lois followed me, springing lightly from tussock to rotting log, from root to bunchy swale, swift, silent-footed, dainty, as a lithe and graceful panther crossing a morass dry-footed. Behind her trotted in order the yellow moth, Tohuntohi, and lastly, the gray feather-like Father Death, herding us all to destruction, whispered Lois in my ear, as I halted, while the Sagamore surveyed the trail ahead with cautious eyes. As we moved forward once more, I glanced around at Lois, and thought I never had seen such fresh and splendid vigor in any woman. Nor had I ever seen her in such a bright and happy spirit, as though the nearness to the long-sought goal was changing her every moment, under my very eyes, into a lovelier and more radiant being than ever had trod this war-scarred world. While we had eaten our hasty morning meal, I had told her what I had learned of the Vale Undea, and this had excited her more than anything I ever saw to happen to her, so that her gray eyes sparkled with brilliant azure lights, and the soft color flew from throat to brow, waxing and waning with every quick-drawn breath. She wore also, and for the first time, the moccasins for flying feet, and ere she put them on she showed them to me with eager and tender pride, kissing each soft and beaded shoe before she drew it over her slender foot. Around her throat, lying against her heart, nestled her father's faded picture, and as we sped, I could hear her murmuring to herself, Jean Kerr, and Finn, me voisayan kamen. North, always north we journeyed, moving swiftly on a level runway, or at fault, checked until the Sagamore found the path, sometimes picking our dangerous ways over the glistening bog, from swale to log, now leaping for some solid root or bunch of weed, now swinging across quicksands, hanging to tested branches by our hands. Duller grew the light as the foliage overhead became denser, until we could scarce see the warning glimmer of the bog. Closer, taller, more unkempt grew the hemlocks on every hand. In the ghostly twilight, we could not distinguish their separate spectral trunks, so close they grew together, and it seemed like two solid walls through which wound a dusky corridor of mud and bitter-tasting water. Then far ahead a level gleam caught my eye. Nearer it grew and brighter, and presently out of the gruesome darkness of the swamp we stepped into a lovely oval intervale of green ferns and grasses, set with oak trees, and a clear, sweet thread of water dashing through it, and spraying the tall ferns along its banks so that they quivered and glistened with the sparkling drops. And here we saw a little bird flitting, the first we had seen that day. At the western end of the oval glade, a path ran straight away as far as we could see, seeming to pierce the western wall of the hills. The little brook followed at. As Lois knelt to drink, the Sagamore whispered to me, "This is the pass to the Vale Undea. You shall not tell her yet, not till we have dealt with Amical." "Not till we have dealt with Amical," I repeated, staring at the narrow opening which crossed this black and desolate region like a streak of sunshine across burnt land. Tahuntohi examined the trail. Nothing had passed since the last rain, save deer and fox. So I went over to where Lois was bathing her flushed face in the tiny stream and lay down to drink beside her. "The water is cold and sweet," she said, "not like that bitter water in the swamp." She held her cupped hands for me to drink from, and I kissed the fragrant cup. As we rose and I shouldered my rifle, the gray feather began to sing in a low, musical, chanting voice, and all the Indians turned merry faces toward Lois and me as they nodded time to the refrain. Continue to listen and hear the truth. Maiden hidden and hidden youths. The song of those who are more than men. The unsettling. They will live to see it again. It is the chant of the stone-throwers little people, said Mayaro, laughing. Ye too are fit to hear it. They are singing the song of the hidden children, I whispered to Lois. Is it not strangely pretty? It is wild music, but sweet, she murmured, the music of the little Piplachekahahenwa. Can you catch the words? I but do not understand them, every one. Someday I will make them into an English song for you. Listen, the voices are beginning. Listen attentively to the chant of Tainhuetu. Hidden in the husks. The night hawk was singing now as he walked through the sunlit glade, hip-deep in scented ferns and jewelweed. Two brilliant hummingbirds whirled around him as he strode. A voice. Who shall find my hidden maid? Where the tasseled corn is growing. Let them seek her in Candia. Let them seek her in Oswaya, where the giant pines are growing. Let them seek and be afraid, where the Adriatha flowing splashes through the forest glade, where the Kenieto flowing thunders through the hemlock shade. Let them seek and be afraid, from Oswaya to Undia, all the way to Cairney. Another voice. Who shall find my hidden son? Where the tasseled corn is growing. Let them seek my hidden one. From the silver hurricane, north along the Saguenay, where the Huron cocks are crowing, where the Huron maids are mowing hay along the Saguenay, where the Mohawk maids are hoeing corn along the Cairney. Let them seek my hidden son. West across the inland seas, south to where the cypress trees quench the flaming scarlet flora of the painted Essorora, drenched in rivers to their knees. Hanuato like Thindara. They have vanished. Let them hunt to Danaskara, back along the Saguenay, on the trail to Cairney, through the silver hurricane, till the night and day are one, where the Adriatha flowing sings below Oswaya glowing, where the sunset of Candio paints the meadows of Undia. Let them seek my hidden son, till the sun and moon are one. Teki Hokan. Two voices together. Naishehawa, she lies sleeping. Behold thy children, where the green leaves closely fold her. He shall wake first and behold her, who is given to his keeping. He shall strip her of her leaves, where she sleeps amid the sheaves, snowy white without a stain, nothing marred of wind or rain. So from slumber she shall waken, and behold the green robe shaken from his shoulders to her own. Yejai swoi ad karon. So ye two are laid together. The pretty song of the hidden children softened to a murmur and died out as our trail entered the swamp once more, north of the oval glade. And into its somber twilight we passed out of the brief gleam of sunshine. Once more the dark and bitter water coiled its tortuous channel through the slime. Huge, grey evergreens, shaggy and forbidding, towered above, closing in closer and closer on every side, crowding us into an ever-narrowing trail. But this trail, since we had left the sunny glade, had become harder underfoot and far more easy to travel, and we made fast time along it, so that early in the afternoon we suddenly came out into that vast belt of firm ground and rocky, set with tremendous oaks and pines and hemlocks, on the northern edge of which lies Catherine on both banks of the stream. And here the stream rushed out through this country as though frightened, running with a mournful sound into the northern forest, and the pines were never still, sighing and moaning high above us, so that the never-ceasing plaint of wind and water filled the place. And here, on a low, bushy ridge, we lay all day, seeing in the forest not one living thing, nor any movement in that dim solitude, save where the grey and wraith-like water tossed a flat crest against some fallen tree, or its dull and sullen surface gleamed like lead athwart the valley far ahead. My Indians squatted or sprawled prone along the ridge. Lois lay flat on her stomach beside me, her chin resting on her clasped hands. We talked of many things that afternoon of life as we had found it, and what it promised use of death, if we must find it here in these woods before I made her mine. And of how long was the spirit's trail to God if truly it were but a swift, upward flight like to the rushing of an arrow already flashing out of sight ere the twanging buzz of the bowstring died on the air. Or if it were perhaps a long, slow, painful journey through thick night, toilsome, blindly groping, wings a-droop trailing against bruised heels. Or if we too must pass by hell, within sight and hearing of the thunderous darkness, and feel the rushing wind of the pit hot on one's face. Sometimes, like a very child, she prattled of happiness, which she had never experienced, but meant to savor, wedded or not talk to me there of all she had never known, and would now know and realize within her mother's tender arms. And sometimes, Ewan, dreaming of her, I scarce see how within my heart I can find room for you also. Yet I know well there is room for both of you, and that one without the other would leave my happiness but half complete. I wonder if I resemble her. Will she know me, I her? How shall we meet, Ewan, after more than a score of years? She will see my moccasins and cry out. She will see my face and know me, calling me by name. Oh happiness, oh miracle, will the night never come? Dear maid and tender, you should not build your hopes too high, so that they crush you utterly if they must fall to earth again. I know Amical may have slain her. We will learn all when you take Amical, when God delivers him into your hands this night. How will you do it, Ewan? Take him, you mean? Aye. We lie south, just outside the firing's edge. Boyd watches them from the north. His signal to us begins the business. We leap straight for the altar and take Amical at its very foot, the while Boyd's heavy rifles deal death on every side, keeping the others busy while we are securing Amical. Then we all start south for the army, God willing, and meet our own people on the high ridge east of us. But under that we will scour the instant we have Amical. You promise? Dearest, I promise solemnly. Yet I think if your mother lives may be here in Catherine tonight. This is the dream feast, Lois. I and my Indians believe that she has bought her life of Amical by dreaming for them. And if this be true, and she has indeed become their prophetess and interpreter of dreams, then this night she will be surely here to read their dreams for them. Will we see her before you begin the attack? Little Lois, how can I tell you such things? We are to creep up close to the central fire, as close as we dare. Will there be crowds of people there? Many people. Warriors. Not many, they are with Hiakatu and Brant. There will be hunters and sachems, and the cat people, and the Andast's pack, and many women. The false faces will not be there, nor the Wyoming witch, nor the toad woman, because all these are now with Hiakatu and Walter Butler, for which I thank God and am very grateful. How shall I know her in this firelit throng? Murmured Lois, staring ahead of her where the evening dusk had now veiled the nearer trees with purple. Before I could reply, the Sagamore rose from his place on my left, and we all sprang lightly to our feet, looked to our priming, covered our pans, and trailed arms. Now, he muttered, passing in front of me and taking the lead, and we all filed after him through the open forest, moving rapidly, almost on a run, for half a mile, then swung sharply out to the right, where the trees grew slimmer and thinner, and plunged into a thicket of hazel and osier. I smell smoke, whispered Lois, keeping close to me. I nodded. Presently we halted and stood in silence, minute after minute, while the purple dusk deepened swiftly around us, and overhead a few stars came out palely as though frightened. Then Mayaro dropped noiselessly to the ground and began to crawl forward over the velvet moss, and we followed his example, feeling our way with our right hands to avoid dry branches and rocks. From time to time, we paused to regain our strength and breathe, and the last time we did so the aromatic smell of birch smoke blew strong in our nostrils, and there came to our ears a subdued murmur like the stirring of pine tops in a steady breeze. But there were no pines around us now, only osier, hazel, and grey birch, and the deep moss underfoot. "A house," whispered the yellow moth, pointing. There it stood, dark and shadowy against the north. Another loomed dimly beyond it. A haystack rose to the left. We were in Catha Rhinestone. And now, as we crawled forward, we could see open country on our left, and many unlighted houses and fields of corn, dim and level against the encircling forest. The murmur on our right had become a sustained and distinct sound, now swelling in the volume of many voices, now subsiding, then waxing to a dull tumult. And against the borders of the woods, like a shining crimson curtain shifting, we could see the red reflection of a fire sweeping across the solid foliage. With infinite precautions, we moved through the thicket toward it, the glare growing yellower and more brilliant as we advanced. And now we remained motionless and very still. Massed against the flare of light were crowded many people in a vast, uneven circle ringing a great central fire, except at the southern end. And here, where the ring was open so that we could see the huge fire itself, stood a great stone slab on end between two round mounds of earth. It was the altar of Amical, and we knew it instantly, where it stood between the ancient mounds raised by the alligui. The drums had not yet begun while we were still creeping up, but they began now, muttering like summer thunder, the painted drummers marching into the circle and around it twice before they took their places to the left of the altar, squatting there and ceaselessly beating their hollow-sounding drums. Then, in file, the 8 sachems of the dishonored Senecas filed into the fiery circle, chanting and timing their slow steps to the mournful measure of their chant. All wore the sachem's crest painted white. Their bodies were most barbarously striped with black and white, and their blankets were pure white, crossed by a single blood-red band. What they chanted I could not make out, but that it was some blasphemy which silently enraged my Indians was plain enough, and I laid a quieting hand on the Sagamore's shaking arm, cautioning him, and he touched the Oneidas and the Stockbridge, one by one, in warning. Opposite us, the ruddy firelight played over the massed savages, women, children, and old men mostly, gleaming on glistening eyes, sparkling on wampum and metal ornaments. To the right and left of us, a few knives and hatchets caught the firelight, and many multicolored plumes and blankets glowed in its shifting brilliancy. The 8 sachems stood, tall and motionless, behind the altar. The drumming never ceased, and from around the massed circle rose a low sing-song chant, keeping time to the hollow rhythm of the drums. One are oyas. Egdeshati adorden. Nene ronens. Kenkain nenions. Now again they decided and said, "This shall be done." Above this rumbling undertone sounded the distant howling of dogs in Catha Rhinestone, and presently the great forest owls woke up, yelping like goblins across the misty intervale. Strangely enough, the dulled pandemonium, joined in by dog and owl and drum, and chanting savages, made but a single wild and melancholy monotone seeming to suit the time and place, as though it were the voice of this fierce wilderness itself. Now into the circle, one by one, came those who had dreamed and must be answered not, as in the old-time and merry feast of dreams, where the rites were harmless and the mirth and jollity innocent, if rougher Amical had perverted the ancient and innocent ceremony, making of a 14-day feast a sinister rite which ended in a single night. I understood this more clearly now as I lay watching the proceedings, for I had seen this feast in company with Guy Johnson on the Kenny Edo, and found in it nothing offensive and no revolting license or blasphemy, though others may say this is not true. Yet how can a rite which begins with 3 days' religious services, including confession of sins on wampum, be otherwise than decent? As for the rest of the feast, the horseplay, skylarking, dancing, guessing contests, little children's dance on the 10th day, the dance for 4 on the 11th, the dance for the 8 thunders on the 13th, noisy, violent, but innocent romping of the false face soul, this I had seen in the East, and found no evil in it and no debauchery. But what was now already going on, I had never seen at any Iroquois feast or rite, and what Amical had made of this festival I dared not conjecture, as I gazed at the dreamers now advancing into the circle with an abandon and an effrontery scarcely decent. 6 young girls came first, naked, except for a breadth of fawnskin falling from waist to instep. Their bodies were painted vermilion from brow to ankle. They carried in their hands red harvest apples, which they tossed one to another as they moved lightly across the open space in a slow, springy, yet not ungraceful dance. Behind them came a slim maid, wearing only a black fox head and the soft pelt dangling from her belt and the tail behind. She was painted a ruddy yellow everywhere except a broad line of white in front, like a fox's belly, and like a fox, too, her feet and hands were painted black. Following her came 8 girls plumed in spotless white and clothed only in white feather-saping the thunders, doubtless. But even to me, a white man and a Christian, it was a sinister and evil sight to see this mockery as they danced forward, arms entwined, and the snowy plumes floating out in the firelight, disclosing the white painted bodies which the firelight tinted with rose and amber lights. Then came dancing other girls, dressed in most offensive mockery of the harmless and ancient rite. First the fire-keeper, crowned with oak leaves instead of wild cherry, and wearing a sewed garment made of oak twigs and tufted leaves, from which the acorns hung. Followed 2 girls in cloaks of shimmering pine needles and wearing wooden masks, dragging after them the carcasses of 2 white dogs to clothe the moon witch. They cried to the burly, eerie acolyte who followed them, his heavy knife shining in his hand. Then the eerie disemboweled the strangled dogs, cast their entrails into the fire, and kicked aside the carcasses, shouting, "Atency stands naked upon the moon. What shall she wear to cover her?" The soft hide of a hidden child, answered a sachem from behind the altar. We have so dreamed it. "It shall be done," cried the eerie, and lifting himself on tiptoe, he threw back his brutal head and gave the panther cry so that his voice rang hideously through the night. Instantly into the circle came scurrying the Andasts, some wearing the heads of bulls, some of wolves, foxes, bears, their bodies painted horribly in raw reds and yellows, and running about like a pack of loosened hounds. All their movements were wild and aimless, and like animals, and they seemed to smell their way as they ran about hither and thither, sniffing, listening, but seldom looking long or directly at any one thing. I was sorely afraid that some among them might come roving and muzzling into the bushes where we lay, but they did not, gradually gathering into an uneasy pack and settling on their haunches near the dancing girls, who played with them and tormented them with branches of hazel, samphire, and green osier. Suddenly a young girl, jeweled with multicolored diamonds of paint and jingling all over with little bells, came dancing into the ring, beating a tiny, painted drum as she advanced. She wore only a narrow sporran of bluebird's feathers to her knees, glistening blue moccasins of the same plumage, and a feathered head-dress of the scarlet firebird. Behind her filed the cat people, Amical's hideous acolytes, each wearing the Nez Perce ridge of porcupine-like hair, the lynx-skin cloak and necklace of claws, and all howling to the measure of the little painted drum. I could feel Mayaro beside me, quivering with eagerness and fury, but the time was not yet, and he knew it, as did his enraged comrades. For behind the Eries, moving slowly, came a slender shape shrouded in white. Her head was bent in the shadow of her cowl, her white wool vestments trailed behind her. Both hands were clasped together under her loose robe. On her cowl was a wreath of nightshade, with its dull purple fruit and blossoms clustering around her shadowed brow. "Who is that?" whispered Lois, beginning to tremble. "God knows," I said. Wait. The shrouded shape moved straight to the great stone altar and stood there a moment facing it. Then, veiling her face with her robe, she turned, mounted the left-hand mound, and seated herself, head bowed. Toward her, advancing all alone, was now approaching a figure, painted, clothed, and plumed in scarlet. Everything was scarlet about him: his moccasins, his naked skin, the fantastic cloak and blanket, girdle, knife hilt, axe shaft, and the rattling quiver on his back. Nay, the very arrows in it were set with scarlet feathers, and the looped bowstring was whipped with crimson sinew. The Andursts came moaning, cringing, fawning, and leaping about his knees. He noticed them not at all. The cat people, seated in a semicircle, looked up humbly as he passed. He ignored them. Slowly he moved to the altar and laid first his hand upon it, then unslung his bow and quiver and laid them there. A great silence fell upon the throng, and we knew we were looking at last upon the scarlet priest. Yes, this was Amical, the red sachem, the vile, blaspheming, murderous, and degraded chief who had made of a pure religion a horror, and of a whole people a nation of unspeakable assassins. As the firelight flashed full in his face, I saw that his features were not painted, that they were delicate and regular, and that the skin was pale, betraying his French ancestry. And good God, what a brood of demons had that madman, Frontenac, begot to turn loose upon this western world. For there appeared to be a monteur in every bit of devil's work we ever heard of, and it seemed as though there was no end to their number. One, praise God, had been slain before Wyoming, which some said enraged the witch, his mother, to the fearsome deeds she did there, and one was this man's sister, Lynn Montour, a sleek, lithe girl of the forest, beautiful and depraved. But the toad woman, mother of Amical, was absent, and of all the Montours only this strange priest had remained at Catharines-town, and him you are now about to take or slay. Amical, whispered the Sagamore in my ear. I know, I said, it is strange, he is not like a monster after all. He is beautiful, whispered Lois. I stared at the pale, calm face over which the firelight played. The features seemed almost perfect, scarcely cruel, yet there was in the eyes a haunting beauty that was almost terrible when they became fixed. To his scarlet moccasins crept the Andursts, one by one, and squatted there in silence. Then a single warrior entered the ring. He was clad in the ancient arrow-proof armor of the Iroquois, woven of sinew and wood. His face was painted jet black, and he wore black plumes. He mounted the eastern mound, strung his bow, set an arrow to the string, and seated himself. The red acolytes came forward, and the slim prophetess bent her head till the long, dark hair uncoiled and fell down, clouding her to the waist in shadow. Hirkins, cried Amical in a clear voice, and at the sound of their ancient name, the cat people began a Mayuling chant. Antihonorans, cried Amical. Every Seneca took up the chant, and the drums timed it softly and steadily. Prophetess, said Amical in a ringing voice, I have dreamed that the moon witch and her grandson Iaskeha shall be clothed. With what then shall they be clothed, O woman of the night sky? Explain to my people this dream that I have dreamed. The slim, white-cowled figure answered slowly, with bowed head, brooding motionless in the shadow of her hair. 2 dogs lie yonder for Atency and her grandson. Let them be painted with the sun and moon, so shall the dream of Amical come true. Sorceress, he retorted fiercely, shall I not offer to Atency and Iaskeha 2 hidden children, that white robes may be made of their unblemished skins to clothe the sun and moon? Into the eternal wampum it is woven that the soft, white skins shall clothe their bodies till the husks fall from the silken corn. And then, witch of the east, shall I not offer them when the husks are stripped? I see no further than you dream, O Amical. He stretched out his arm toward her, menacingly. Yet they shall both be strangled here upon this stone, he said. Look, witch, can you not see them lying there together? I have dreamed it. She silently pointed, at the two dead dogs. "Look again," he cried in a loud voice. "What do you see?" She made no reply. "Answer," he said sharply. "I have looked, and I see only the eternal wampum lying at my feet lacking a single belt." With a furious gesture, the red priest turned and stared at the dancing girls who raised their bare arms, crying. "We have dreamed, O Amical, let your sorceress explain our dreams to us." And one after another, as their turns came, they leaped up from the ground and sprang forward. The first, a tawny, slender, mocking thing, flung wide her arms. "Look, sorceress, I dreamed of a felled sapling and a wolverine. What means my dream?" And the slim, white figure, head bowed in her dark hair, answered quietly. "O dancer of the Nausan, who wears aquentia at the Ananwaroria, yet is no Seneca, the felled sapling is thou thyself. Heed lest the wolverine shall scent a human touch upon thy breast," and she pointed at the Andasts. A dead silence followed, then the girl, horror-struck, shrank back, her hands covering her face. Another sprang forward and cried, "Sorceress, I dreamed of falling water and a red cloud at sunset hanging like a plume. Water falls, daughter of mountain snakes. Every drop you saw was a dead man falling, and the red cloud was red by reason of blood, and the plume was the crest of a war chief." "What chief?" said Amical, turning his deadly eyes on her. "A gatekeeper of the West." The shuddering silence was broken by the eager voice of another girl, bounding from her place a flash of azure and jeweled paint. "And I, O sorceress, I dreamed of night and a love song under the million stars, and of a great stag standing in the water." "Had the stag no antlers, little daughter?" "None, for it was springtime." "You dreamed of night. It shall be night for a long while, for ages and ages, ere the stag's wide antlers crown his head again. For the antlers were lying upon a new-made grave, and the million stars were the lights of campfires, and the love song was the Karena, and the water you beheld was the river called Kemang." The girl seemed stunned, standing there plucking at her fingers, scarlet lips parted, and her startled eyes fixed upon the white-draped Sibyl. "Executioner, bend your bow," cried Amical with a terrible stare at the sorceress. The man in woven armor raised his bow, bent it, drawing the arrow to the tip. At the same instant, the prophetess rose to her feet, flung back her cowl, and looked Amical steadily in the eyes from the shadow of her hair. So for a full minute in utter silence, they stared at each other. Then Amical said between his teeth, "Have a care that you read truly what my people dream." "Shall I lie?" she asked in even tones, and quivering with impotent rage and superstition, the red priest found no word to answer. "O Amical," she said, "let the armored executioner loose his shaft. It is poisoned. Never since the cat people were overthrown has a poisoned arrow been used within the long house. Never since the Atotarho covered his face from Hiawat Hainva, since the snakes were combed from his hair, has a priest of the long house dared to doubt the prophetess of the Seneca nation. Doutan die." Amical's face was like pale brown marble. Twice he half turned toward the executioner, but gave no signal. Finally, he laid his hand flat on the altar. The executioner unbent his bow, and the arrow drooped from the painted haft and dangled there, its hammered iron warhead glinting in the firelight. Then the prophetess turned and stood looking out over the throng through the thick, aromatic smoke from the birch fire, and presently her clear voice rang through the deathly silence. "O people of the evening sky, far on the Kemang lie many dead men. I see them lying there in green coats and in red, in feathers and in paint. Through forests, through mountains, through darkness have my eyes beheld this thing. There is a new thunder in the hills, and red fire flowers high in the pines, and a hail falls, driving earthward in iron drops that slay all living things. New clouds hang low along the river, and they are not of the water mist that comes at twilight and ascends with the sun. Nor is this new thunder in the hills the voice of the 8 white-plumed ones, nor is the boiling of the waters the stirring of the serpent bride. Red run the riffles, yet the sun is high, and those who would cross at the ford have laid them down to dam the waters with their bodies. And I see fires along the flats. I see flames everywhere, towns on fire, corn burning, hay kindling to ashes under a white ocean of smoketh, 3 sisters scorched, trampled, and defiled. She lifted one arm, her spellbound audience never stirred. Listen, she cried, I hear the crashing of many feet in northward flight. I hear horses galloping and the rattle of swords. Many who run are stumbling, falling, lying still and crushed and wet with blood. I, sorceress of the Senecas, see and hear these things, and as I see and hear, so must I speak my warning to you all. She whirled on Amical, flinging back her hair. Her skin was as white as my own. With a stifled cry, Lois sprang to her feet, but I caught her and held her fast. Good God, I whispered to the Sagamore, where is Boyd? The executioner had risen and was bending his bow. The sorceress turned deathly pale, but her blue eyes flashed, never swerving from the cruel stare of Amical. Where is Boyd? I whispered helplessly. They mean to murder her. Kill that executioner, panted Lois, struggling in my arms. In God's name, slay him where he stands. It means our death, said the Sagamore. The night hawk came crouching close to my shoulder. He had unslung and strung his little painted bow of an adolescent and was fitting the nock of a slim arrow to the string. He looked up at me, I nodded, and as the executioner clapped his heels together, straightened himself, and drew the arrow to his ear, we heard a low twang, and saw the black hand of the Seneca pinned to his own bow by the night hawk's shaft. So noiselessly was it done that the fascinated throng could not at first understand what had happened to the executioner, who sprang into the air, screamed, and stood clawing and plucking at the arrow, while his bow hung dripping with blood, yet nailed to his shrinking palm. Amical, frozen to a scarlet statue, stared at the contortions of the executioner for a moment, then, livid, wheeled on the prophetess, shaking from head to foot. Is this your accursed magic? He shouted. Is this your witchcraft, sorceress of Biskuna? Is it thus you strike when threatened? Then you shall burn, take her Andasts. But the Andasts, astounded and terrified, only cowered together in a swaying pack. Restraining Lois with all my strength, I said to the Mohican, if Boyd comes not before they take her, concentrate your fire on Amical, for we cannot hope to make him prisoner. Hark, motioned the Sagamore, grasping my arm. I heard also, and so did the others. The woods on our left were full of noises, the trample of people running, the noise of crackling underbrush. We all thought the same thing, and stood waiting to see Boyd's onset break from the forest. The Red Priest also heard it, for he had turned where he stood, his rigid arm still menacing the white sorceress. Suddenly, into the firelit circle staggered a British soldier, hatless, disheveled, his scarlet uniform in rags. For a moment he stood staring about him, swaying where he stood. Then with a hopeless gesture, he flung his musket from him and passed a shaking hand across his eyes. "O Amical," cried the sorceress, pointing a slim and steady finger at the bloody soldier. "Have I dreamed lies or have I dreamed the truth? Hearken, the woods are full of people running, do you hear? And have I lied to you, O Amical?" "From whence do you come?" cried Amical, striding toward the soldier. "From the Kemung. Except for the dead, we all are coming, Butler and Brant and all. Bring out your corn, Seneca, the army starves." Amical stared at the soldier, at the executioner still writhing and struggling to loose his hand from the bloody arrow, at the sorceress who had veiled her face. "Witch," he cried, "get you to Undea. If you stir elsewhere, you shall burn." He had meant to say more, I think, but at that moment, from the southern woods men came reeling out into the fire-circleg hastily, bloody, ragged creatures in shreds of uniforms, green, red, and brown men, and officers of Sir John's regiment, men of butlers, rangers, British regulars. On their heels glided the Seneca warriors, warriors of the Cayugas, Onondagas, Canyongas, Essaroras, and here and there a traitorous Oneida, and even a few Hurons. Pell-mell this mob of fighting men came surging through the fire circle and straight into Catha Rhinestone, while I and my Indians crouched there, appalled and astounded. I saw Sir John Johnson come up with the officers of his 2 battalions and a captain, a sergeant, a corporal, and 15 British regulars. "Clear me out this ring of mummers," he said in his cold, penetrating voice. "And thou, Amical, if this damned town of thine be stocked, bring out the provisions and set these Eries a-roasting corn." I saw MacDonald storming and cursing at his irregulars, where the poor brutes had gathered into a wavering rank. I saw young Walter Butler haranguing his rangers and Senecas. I saw Brant, calm, noble, stately, standing supported by 2 Canyongas, while a third examined his wounded leg. The whole place was a tumult of swarming savages and white men. Already the Seneca women, crowding among the men, were raising the death wail. The dancing girls huddled together in a frightened and half-naked group. The Andasts cowered apart. The servile Eries were staggering out of the cornfields laden with ripe ears, and the famished soldiers were shouting and cursing at them and tearing the corn from their arms to gnaw the raw and milky grains. How we were to withdraw and escape destruction I did not clearly see, for our path must cross the eastern belt of forest, and it was still swarming with fugitives arriving, limping, dragging themselves in from the disaster of the Kemung. Hopeless to dream of taking or slaying Amical now, hopeless to think of warning Boyd or even of finding him. Somewhere in the north, he had met with obstacles which delayed him. He must scout for himself now, for the entire Tory army was between him and us. "There is but one way now," whispered the Mohican. "By Undaya," I said. My Indians were of the same opinion. "I should have gone there anyway," said Lois, still all a-quiver and shivering close to my shoulder. I put my arm around her. Every muscle of her body was rigid, taut, yet trembling, as a smooth and finely turned pointer trembles with eagerness and powerful self-control. "Amical has driven her thither," she whispered. "Shall we not be on our way?" "Can you lade my arrow?" I whispered. The Mohican turned and crawled southward on his hands and knees, moving slowly. "For God's sake, let them hear no sound in this belt of bush," I whispered to Lois. "I am calm, Ewan. I am not afraid." "Then follow the Sagamore." One by one we turned and crept away southward, and I was ever fearful that some gleam from the fire, catching our rifle barrels or axe heads, might betray us. But we gained the denser growth undiscovered, then rose to our feet in the open forest and hurried forward in file, crowding close to keep in touch. Once Lois turned and called back in a low, breathless voice. I thanked Tahuntohi from my heart for his true eye and his avenging arrow. The young warrior laughed, but I knew he was the proudest youth in all the West that night. The great cattle were shrieking and yelping through the forest as we sped southward. My Indians, silent and morose, their vengeance unslaked and now indefinitely deferred, moved at a dog trot through the forest, led by the Sagamore, whose eyes saw as clearly in the dark as my own by day. And after a little while, we noticed the stars above us, and felt ferns and grass under our feet, and came out into that same glade from whence runs the trail to Undia through the western hill cleft. "People ahead," whispered the Sagamore, their sorceress and 6 Eries. "Are you certain?" I breathed, loosening my hatchet. "Certain, Laskill. Yonder they are halted within the ferns. They are at the stream drinking." I caught Lois by the wrist. "Come with Meharry," I said, as the Indians darted away and began to creep out and around the vague and moving group of shadows. And as we sped forward, I whispered brokenly my instructions, conjuring her to obey. We were right among them before they dreamed of our coming. Not a war cry was uttered. There was no sound save the crashing blows of hatchets, the heavy, panting breathing of those locked in a death struggle, the deep groan and coughing as a knife slipped home. I flung a clawing eyrie from me ere his blood drenched me, and he fell floundering, knifed through and through, and tearing a hole in my rifle cape with his teeth as he fell. Two others lay underfoot. My Oneidas were slaying another in the ferns, and the Sagamore's hatchet, swinging like lightning, dashed another into eternity. The last one ran, but stumbled, with 3 arrows in his burly neck and spine, and the night hawk's hatchet flew, severing the thread of life far him and hurling him on his face. Instantly, the young Oneida leaped upon the dead man's shoulders, pulled back his heavy head, and tore the scalp off with a stifled cry of triumph. "The Black Snake," said the Sagamore at my side, breathing heavily from his bloody combat, and dashing the red drops from the scalp he swung. "Look yonder, Loskiel, our little rosy pigeon has returned at last." I had seen it already, but I turned to look, and I saw the white sorceress and my sweetheart close, locked in each other's arms so close and motionless that they seemed but a single snowy shape there under the luster of the stars. Chapter 20, Undea. At the mouth of the pass, which led to the vale under I lay with my Indians that night, 2 mounting guard, then 1, then 2 more, and the sentinels changed every 3 hours throughout the night. But all were excited, and all slept lightly. Within the vale Undea, perhaps 100 yards from the mouth of the pass, stood the lonely little house of bark, in which Madame de Contrecoeur had lived alone for 20 years. And here that night Lois lay with her mother, and no living thing nearer the dim house than we who mounted guard except for the little birds asleep that Madame de Contrecoeur had tamed, and the small forest creatures which had learned to come fearlessly at this lonely woman's low-voiced call. And these things I learned not then, but afterwards. Never had I seen such utter loneliness, for it had been less a solitude, it seemed to me, had the little house not stood there under the pale luster of the stars. On every side lofty hills enclosed the valley, heavily timbered to their crests, and through the intervale the rill ran, dashing out of the pass and away into that level, wooded strip to the fernglade which lay midway between the height of land and Cather Rhinestone, and there joined the large stream which flowed north. I could see in the darkness little of the secret and hidden valley called Undea, only the heights silhouetted against the stars, a vague foreground sheeted with mist, and the dark little house standing there all alone under the stars. All night long the great tiger rolls yelped and hallooed across the valley. All night the spectral whippoorwill whispered its husky, frightened warning. And long after midnight a tiny bird awoke and sang monotonously for an hour or more. Awaiting an attack from Cather Rhinestone at any moment, we dared not make a fire or even light a torch. Rotten trunks which had fallen across the stream we dragged out and piled up across the mouth of the pass to make a defense, but we could do no more than that. And our efforts ended, my Indians sat in a circle cross-legged, quietly hooping and stretching their freshly taken scalps by the dim light of the stars, and humming their various airs of triumph in low, contented, and purring voices. All labored under subdued excitement, the brief and almost silent slaughter in the ferns having thoroughly aroused them. But the tension showed only in moments of abrupt gaiety, as when Mayaro challenged them to pronounce his name, and they could not, there being no letter M in the Iroquois language and neither P nor B either. For that matter so they failed at Butler too, and Philip Schuyler, which aroused all to nervous merriment. The yellow moth finished braiding his trophy first, went to the stream, and washed the blood from his weapons and his hands, polished up knife and hatchet, freshened his priming and covered it, and then, being a Christian, said his prayers on his knees, rolled over on his blanket, and instantly fell asleep. One by one the others followed his example, excepting the Sagamore, who, yawning with repressed excitement, picked up his rifle, mounted the abatis, and squatted there, his chin on a log, motionless and intent as a hunting cat in long grass. I joined him, and there we sat unstirring, listening, peering ahead into the mist-shot darkness, until our 3 hours' vigil ended. Then we noiselessly summoned the grey feather, and he crept up to the log defense, rifle in hand, to sit there alone until his 3 hours' duty was finished, when the yellow moth and Tahuntohi should take his place. It was already after sunrise when I was awakened by the tinkle of a cowbell. A broad, pinkish shaft of sunshine slanted through the pass into the hidden valley, and for the first time in my life, I now beheld the vale Undea in all the dewy loveliness of dawn. A milch cow fed along the brook, flank deep in fern. Chickens wandered in its wake, snapping at gnats and tiny, unseen creatures under the leaves. Dainty shreds of fog rose along the stream, films of mist floated among sun-tipped ferns and bramble sprays. The little valley, cup-shaped and green, rang with the loud singing of birds. The pleasant noises of the brook filled my ears. All the western hills were now rosy where the rising sun struck their crests. North and south, a purplish plum-bloom still tinted velvet slopes, which stretched away against a saffron sky untroubled by a cloud. But the pretty valley, and its green grass and ferns and hills, held my attention only at moments, for my eyes ever reverted to the low bark house, with its single chimney of clay, now stained orange by the sun. All the impatience and tenderness, and not ignoble curiosity, so long restrained, assailed me now, as I gazed upon that solitary dwelling, where the unhappy mother of Lois de Contracoa had endured captivity for more than 20 years. Vines of the flowering scarlet bean ran up the bark sides of the house and over the low doorway, and everywhere around grew wild flowers and thickets of laurel and rhododendron as in a cultivated park. And I saw that she had bordered a walk of brook pebbles with azaleas and marsh honeysuckles, making a little path to the brook over which was a log bridge with hand rails. But laurel, azalea, and rhododendron bloomed no longer. The flowers that now blossomed in a riot of azure, purple, and gold on every side were the lovely wild asters and goldenrod, and no pretty garden set with formal beds and garnished artfully seemed to compare with this wild garden in the vale Undea. As the sun warmed the ground, the sappy perfume of tree and fern and grass mounted, scenting the pure, cool air with warm and balm-like odors. Gauzy winged creatures awoke, flitted, or hung glittering to some frail stem. The birds' brief autumn music died away, only the dry chirring of a distant squirrel broke the silence and the faint tinkle of the cowbell. My Indians, now all awake, were either industriously painting their features or washing their wounds and scratches and filling them with balsam and bruised witch hazel, or were eating the last of our parched corn and stringy shreds of leathery venison. All seemed as complacent as a party of cats licking their rumpled fur, and examining their bites, scratches, bruises, and knife wounds, I found no serious injury among them, and nothing to stiffen for very long the limbs of men in such a hardy condition. The youthful night hawk was particularly proud of an ugly knife slash, with which the black snake had decorated his chest. Nay, I suspected him of introducing sumac juice to make it larger and more showy, but said nothing, as these people knew well enough how to care for their bodies. Doubtless they were full as curious as was I concerning Madame de Contracoeur, perhaps more so, because not one of them but believed her the sorceress which unhappy circumstances had obliged her to pretend to be. Pagan or Christian, no Indian is ever rid of superstition. Yet devoured by curiosity, not one of them betrayed it, forbearing, at least in my presence, even to mention the white prophetess of the Senecas, though they voiced their disappointment freely enough concerning the escape of Amical. So we ate our corn and dried meat, and drank at the pretty rill, and cleansed us of mud and blood, each after his own fashion discussing the scalping of the Eries the while, the righteous death of the Black Snake, the rout of Butler's army, and how its unexpected arrival had saved Amical. For none among us doubted that, another half-hour at most, and we had heard the cracking signal of Boyd's rifles across the hideous and fiery space. We were not a whit alarmed concerning Boyd and his party. Reconnoitering Catharines-town from the north, they must have very quickly discovered the swarm of partly crippled hornets, so unexpectedly infesting the nest, and we felt sure that they had returned in safety to watch and keep in touch with the beaten army. Yet beaten at Kemung, exhausted after a rapid and disorderly retreat, this same defeated Tory army was still formidable and dangerous. We had seen enough of them to understand that. Fewer men than these at Catherine had ambuscaded Braddock. Fewer still had destroyed another British expedition, while in the north Abercrombie had been whipped by an enemy less than a quarter as strong as his own force. No, we veteran riflemen knew that this motley army of Butler and MacDonald, if it had indeed lost a few rattles, had however parted with none of its poison fangs. Also, Amical still lived, and it had been still another monter of the wily and accursed Frontenac breed, Anasthos the Huron, who had encompassed the destruction of Braddock. That the night had passed without a sign of an enemy, and the dawn had heralded no yelling onset, we could account for either because no scouts from Catherine had as yet discovered the scalped bodies of the Eries in the glade, or because our own pursuing army was so close that no time could be taken by the Senecas to attack a narrow pass held by 5 resolute men. Now that the sun had risen, I worried not at all over our future prospects, believing that we would hear from our advancing army by afternoon, and the Sagamore was of my opinion. And even while we were discussing these chances, leaning against our log abatis in the sunshine, far away across the sunlit flatwoods, we saw a man come out among the ferns from the southward and lie down. And then another man came creeping from the south, and another, and yet another, the sunlight running red along their rifle barrels. After them went both Oneidas, gliding swiftly out and speeding forward just within the encircling cover, taking every precaution, although we were almost certain that the distant scouts were ours. And they proved to be my own mean handful of Morgans pushing far in advance to reconnoiter Catherine from the south, although our main army was marching by the western ridges, where Boyd had marked a path for them. A corporal in my corps named Bailey came back with the Oneidas, climbed with them over the logs, sprang down inside, and saluted me coolly enough. His scout of 4, he admitted, had made a bad job of the swamp trail, and his muddy and disordered dress corroborated this, but the news he brought was interesting. He had not seen Boyd. The Battle of the Chemung had ended in a disorderly rout of Butler's army, partly because we had outflanked their works, partly because Butler's Indians could not be held to face our artillery fire, though Brant displayed great bravery in rallying them. We had lost few men and fewer officers. Grainfields, haystacks, and Indian towns were afire everywhere along our line of march. Detachments followed every watercourse to wipe out the lesser towns, gardens, orchards, and harvest fields on either flank, and gather up the last stray head of the enemy's cattle. The whole Iroquois empire was now kindling into flames, and the track our army left behind it was a blackened desolation, as horrible to those who wrought it as to the wretched and homeless fugitives who had once inhabited it. He added to me in a lower voice, glancing at my Indians with the ineradicable distrust of the average woodsman, that our advanced guard had discovered white captives in several of the Indian towns, one a young mother with a child at her breast. She, her husband, and 5 children had been taken at Wyoming. The Indians and Tories had murdered all save her and her baby. Her name was Mrs. Lester. In one town, he said, they found a pretty little white child, terribly emaciated, sitting on the grass and playing with a chicken. It could speak only the Iroquois language. Doubtless its mother had been murdered long since. So starved was the little thing that had our officers not restrained it, the child might have killed itself by too much eating. Also, they found a white prisoner man taken at Wyoming, one Luke Sweatland, and it was said in the army that another young white girl had been found in company with her little brother, both painted like Indians, and that still another white child was discovered, which Captain Machen had instantly adopted for his own. The corporal further said that our army was proceeding slowly, much time being consumed in laying the axe to the plum, peach, and apple orchards, and that it was a sad sight to see the heavily fruited trees fall over, crushing the ripe fruit into the mud. He thought that the advanced guard of our army might be up by evening to burn Catherine, but was not certain. Then he asked permission to go back and rejoin the scout which he commanded, which permission I gave, though it was not necessary, and away he went, running like a young deer that has lagged from the herd, a tall, fine, wholesome young fellow, and as sturdy and active as any I ever saw in rifle dress and ruffles. My Indians lay down on their bellies, stretching themselves out in the sun across the logs, and save for the subdued but fierce glimmer under their lazy lids, they seemed as pleasant and harmless as four tawny pumas a-sunning on the rocks. As for me, I wandered restlessly along the brook, as far as the bridge, and seating myself here, fished out writing materials and my journal from my pouch, and filled in the events of the preceding days as briefly and exactly as I knew how. Also, I made a map of Catha Rhinestone and of Undia from memory, resolving to correct it later when Mr. Lodge and his surveyors came up, if opportunity permitted. As I sat there musing and watching the chickens loitering around the dooryard, I chanced to remember the milch cow. Casting about for a receptacle, I discovered several earthen jars of Seneca make set in willow baskets and standing by the stream. These I washed in the icy water, then slinging two of them on my shoulder, I went in quest of the cow. She proved tame enough and glad, apparently, to be relieved of her milk, I kneeling to accomplish the business, having had experience with the grass guard of our army on more than one occasion. Lord, how sweet the fragrance of the milk to a man who had seen none in many days. And so I carried back my jars and set them by the door of the bark house, covering each with a flat stone. And as I turned away, I saw smoke coming from the chimney and heard the shutters on the southern window being gently opened. Lord, what a sudden leap my heart gave as the door before me moved with the soft sliding of the great oak bolt, and was slowly opened wide to the morning sunshine. For a moment I thought it was Lois who stood there so white and still, looking at me with gray, unfathomable eyes. Then I stepped forward uncertainly, bending in silence over the narrow, suntanned hand that lay inert under the respectful but trembling salute I offered. "Ewan Laskill," she murmured in the French tongue, laying her other hand over mine and looking me deep in the eyes. "Ewan Laskill, a soldier of the United States. May God ever mount guard beside you for all your goodness to my little daughter." Tears filled her eyes. Her pale, smooth cheeks were wet. "Lois is still asleep," she said. "Come quietly with her mother, and you shall see her where she sleeps." Cap in hand, kuntel dragging, I entered the single room on silent, moccasined feet, set my rifle in a corner, and went over to the couch of tumbled fawnskin and silky pelts. As I stood looking down at the sweetly flushed face, her mother lifted my briar-scarred hand and pressed her lips to it, and I, hot and crimson with happiness and embarrassment, found not a word to utter. "My little daughter's champion," she murmured, "brave and pure of heart. Ah, monsieur, chivalry indeed is of no nation. It is a broader nobility which knows neither race, nor creed, nor ancestry, nor birth. How the child adores you. And you, madame, has ever history preserved another such example of dauntless resolution and filial piety as Lois de Contrecoeur has shown us all?" Her mother's beautiful head lifted a little. "The blood of France runs in her veins, monsieur." Then, for the first time, a pale smile touched her pallor. "Quond meme, no de Contrecoeur tires of endeavor while life endures 22 years, monsieur. Look upon her, and for 21 years I have forced myself to live in hope of this moment. Do you understand?" She made a vague gesture and shook her head. "Nobody can understand, not even I, though I have lived the history of many ages." Still keeping my hand in hers, she stood there silent, looking down at her daughter. Then, silently, she knelt beside her on the soft fawnskin, drawing me gently to my knees beside her. "And you are to take her from me," she murmured. "Madame." "Hush, soldier, it must be. I give her to you in gratitude. In tears my task is ended, yours at last begins. Out of my arms you shall take her as she promised. What has been said shall be done this day in the vale. Undia, may God be with us all. Madame, when I take her an arm of mine, must remain empty as half her heart would bafe, neither may hold you also to the end. She bent her head, her grey eyes closed, and I saw the tears steal out along the long, soft lashes. Son, if you should come to love me. Madame, I love you now. She covered her face with her slim hands. I drew it against my shoulder. A moment later, Lois unclosed her eyes, looked up at us, then rose to her knees in her white shift and put both bare arms around her mother's neck, and kneeling so, turned her head, offering her untouched lips to me. Thus, for the first time in our lives, we kissed each other. There was milk, ash bread, corn, and fresh-laid eggs for all our party when Lois went to the door and called, in a clear, sweet voice, "Nai Mayaro, Yonkwakanison." "Oh, Mayaro, we are all assembled." Never have I seen any Indian eat, as did my 4 warriors, Yellow Moth, cleaning his bark platter, where he sat on guard upon the logs at the pass, the others in a circle at our threshold. Had we a siege to endure in this place, there was a store of plenty here, not only in apple pit and corn pit, but in the good, dry cellar with which the house was provided. Truly, the Senecas had kept their prophetess well provided, and now, before the snow of a not distant winter choked this pass, the place had been provisioned from the harvest against November's wants and stress. And it secretly amused me to note the ever-latent fear, born of respect, which my Indians endeavored not to betray when in the presence of Madame de Contrecoeur, nor could her gentle dignity and sweetness toward them completely reassure them. To them, a sorceress was a sorceress, and must ever remain a fearsome and an awesome personage, even though it were plain that she was disposed toward them most agreeably. So they replied to her cautiously, briefly, but very respectfully, nor could her graciousness to the youthful Night Hawk for his unerring arrow, nor her quiet kindness toward the others, completely reassure them. They were not accustomed to converse, much less to take their breakfast, with a sorceress of Amical, and though this dread fact did nothing alter their appetites, it discouraged any freedom of conversation. Lois and her mother and I understood this. Lois and I dared not laugh or rally them. Madame de Contrecoeur, well versed, God knows, in Indian manners and customs, calmly and pleasantly accepted the situation, and I think perhaps quietly enjoyed it. But neither mother nor daughter could keep their eyes from each other for any length of time, nor did their soft handclasp loosen save for a moment now and then. Later, Lois came to me, laid both hands over mine, looked at me a moment in silence too eloquent to misunderstand, then drew her mother with her into the little house, and I went back on guard to join my odd red brethren. So the soft September day wore away with nothing untoward to alarm us, until late in the afternoon we saw smoke rising above the hills to the southwest. This meant that our devastating army was well on its way, and as usual, laying waste the Indian towns and hamlets which its flanking riflemen discovered, and we all jumped up on our breastworks to see better. For an hour we watched the smoke staining the pure blue sky, saw where new clouds of smoke were rising, always a little further northward. At evening it rolled, glowing with somber tints, in the red beams of the setting sun. Then dusk came, and we could see the reflection on it of great fires raging underneath. And where we were watching, it came a far, dull sound which shook the ground, growing louder and nearer, increasing to a rushing, thundering gallop. And presently we heard our riflemen running through the flatwoods after the frightened herds of horses which were bred in Catharines for the British service, and which had now been discovered and frightened by our advance. Leaving the Mohican and the Oneidas on guard, I went out with the Stockbridge, and soon came in touch with our light troops, stealing westward through the flatwoods to surround Catharines. When I returned to our breastworks, Lois and her mother were standing there, looking at the fiery smoke in the sky, listening to the noise of the unseen soldiery. But on my explaining the situation, they went back to the little house together, after bidding us all good night. So I set the first watch for the coming night, rolled myself in my blanket, and went to sleep with the lightest heart I had carried in my breast for many a day. At dawn I was awakened by the noise of horses and cattle and the shouting of the grass guard, where they were rounding to the half-willed stock from Cather Rhinestone, and our own hoofed creatures which had strayed in the flatwoods. A great cloud of smoke was belching up above the trees to the northward, and we knew that Cather Rhinestone was on fire and the last lurking enemy gone. Long before Lois was astir, I had made my way through our swarming soldiery to Cather Rhinestone, where there was the usual orderly confusion of details pulling down houses or firing them, troops cutting the standing corn, hacking apple trees, kindling the stacked hay into roaring columns of flame. Regiment after regiment paraded along the stream, discharged its muskets, filling the forests with crashing echoes and frightening our cattle into flight again. But they were firing only to clean out their pieces, for the last of our enemies had pulled foot before sunset, and the last howling Indian dog had whipped his tail between his legs and trotted after them. Suddenly in the smoke, I saw General Sullivan, mounted and talking with Boyd, and I hastened to them and reported, standing at salute. "So that damned red sachem escaped you," said the general, biting his lip and looking now at me, now at Boyd. Boyd said, glancing curiously at me, "When we came up, we found the entire Tory army here. I must admit, sir, that we were an hour late, having been blocked by the passage of 200 Hurons and Iroquois who crossed our trail, cutting us from the north." "What became of them?" "They joined Butler, Brant, and Hiokatu at this place, General." Then the general asked for my report, and I gave it as exactly as I could, the general listening most attentively to my narrative, and Boyd deeply and somberly interested. When I ended, he said, "We have taken also a half-breed, one Madame Satcher. You say that Madame de Contrecoeur is at the Vale Undea with her daughter." "Guarded by my Indians, General." "Very well, sir. Today we send back 10 wagons, our wounded, and 4 guns of the heavier artillery, all under proper escort. You will notify Madame de Contrecoeur that there will be a wagon for her and her daughter." "Yes, General." He gathered his bridle, leaned from his saddle, and looked coldly at Boyd and me. "Gentlemen," he said, "I shall expect you to take Amical, dead or alive, before this command marches into the Chinnesy Castle. How you are to accomplish this business is your own affair. I leave you full liberty, except," turning to Boyd, "you, sir, are not to encumber yourself again with any such force as you now have with you. 20 men are too many for a swift and secret affair. 4 is the limitand 4 of Mr. Loskill's Indians." He sat still, gnawing at his lip for a moment, then, "I am sorry that, through no fault apparently of your own, this sorcerer, Amical, escaped. But gentlemen, the service recognizes only success. I am always ready to listen to how nearly you failed when you have succeeded. I have no interest in hearing how nearly you succeeded when you have failed. That is all, gentlemen." We stood at salute while he wheeled, and followed by his considerable staff, walked his fine horse away toward the train of artillery which stood nearby, the gun teams harnessed and saddled, the guns limbered up, drivers and cannoneers in their saddles and seats. "Well," said Boyd heavily, "shall we be about this matter of Amical?" "Yes, will you aid me in placing Madame de Contrecoeur and her daughter in the wagon assigned them?" He nodded, and together we started back toward the Vale Undea in silence. After a long while, he looked up at me and said, "I know her now." "What?" "I recognize your pretty Lois de Contrecoeur. For weeks I have been troubled, thinking of her and how I should have known her face. And last night, lying north of Cather Rhinestone, it came to me suddenly." I was silent. "She is the ragged maid of the Westchester Hills," he said. "She is the noblest maid that ever breathed in North America," I said. "Yes, Loskill, and that being true, you are the fittest match for her the world could offer." I looked up, surprised and flushed, and saw how colorless and wasted his face had grown, and how in his eyes all light seemed quenched. Never have I gazed upon so hopeless and haunted a visage as he turned to me. I walk the forests like a damned man, he said, already conscious of the first hot breath of hell. Well, I had my chance, Lascule. You have it still. But he said no more, walking beside me with downcast countenance and brooding eyes fixed on our long shadows that led us slowly west. Chapter 21, Chinosy Castle. For 12 days our army, marching west by north, tore its terrible way straight through the smoking vitals of the Iroquois Empire, leaving behind it nearly 40 towns and villages and more than 200 cabins on fire, thousands and thousands of bushels of grain burning, thousands of apple, peach, pear, and plum trees destroyed, thousands of acres of pumpkins, beans, peas, corn, potatoes, beets, turnips, carrots, watermelons, muskmelons, strawberry, blackberry, raspberry shrubs crushed and rotting in the trampled gardens under the hot September sun. In the Susquehanna and Chinosy valleys, not a roof survived unburnt, not a fruit tree or an ear of corn remained standing, not a domestic animal, not a fowl was left. And save for the aged squaw we left at Chiquaha in a new hut of bark, with provisions sufficient for her needs, not one living soul now inhabited the charred ruins of the longhouse behind us, except our fierce soldiery. And they, tramping doggedly forward, voluntarily and cheerfully placing themselves on half rations, were now terribly resolved to make an end for all time of the secret and fruitful empire which had nourished so long the merciless marauders, red and white, who had made of our frontiers but one vast slaughterhouse and bloody desolation. Town after town fell in ashes as our torches flared. Kendia, Canadsaga, Gothsanquin, Scoyes, Canandaigua, Hanei, Canassa, acre after acre was annihilated. So vast was one field of corn that it took 2,000 men more than 6 hours to destroy it. And the end was not yet, nor our stern business with our enemies ended. As always on the march, the division of light troops led. The advance was piloted by my guides, reinforced by Boyd with 4 riflemen of Morgan's Tim Murphy, David Ellerson, and Garrett Putnam, privates, and Michael Parker, sergeant. Close behind us, and pretty well ahead of the rifle battalion, under Major Parr, and the pioneers, followed Mr. Lodge, the surveyor, and his party Thomas Grant with the Jacob staff, 4 Chancariers, and Corporal Calhoun. Usually we remained in touch with them while they ran their lines through the wilderness, but sometimes we were stealing forward, far ahead and in touch with the retreating Tory army, patiently and persistently contriving plans to get at Amical. But the painted hordes of Senecas enveloped the sorcerer and his acolytes as with a living blanket, and prowling outside their picket fires at night, not one ridged crest did we see during those 12 days of swift pursuit. Boyd, during the last few days, had become very silent and morose, and his men and my Indians believed that he was brooding over his failure to take the Red Priest at Catharines-town. But my own heavy heart told me a different story, and the burden of depression which this young officer bore so silently seemed to weight me also with vague and sinister apprehensions. I remember just before sunset that our small scout of 10 were halted by a burnt log bridge over a sluggish inlet to a lake. The miry trail to the Chinosy Castle led over it, swung westward along the lake, rising to a steep bluff which was gashed with a number of deep and rocky ravines. It was plain that the retreating Tory army had passed over this bridge, and that their rearguard had set it afire. I said to Boyd, pointing across the southern end of the lake, "From what I have read of Braddock's Field, yonder terrain most astonishingly resembles it. What an ambuscade could Butler lay for our army yonder, within shot of this crossing?" "Pray God he lays it," said Boyd between his teeth. "Yet we could get at him better beyond those rocky gashes," I muttered, using my spyglass. "Butler is there," said the Mohican calmly. Both Boyd and I searched the wooded bluffs in vain for any sign of life, but the Sagamore and the other Indians quietly maintained their opinion, because, they explained, though patches of wild rice grew along the shore, The wild ducks and geese had left their feeding coves and were lying half a mile out in open water. Also, the blue jays had set up a screaming in the yellowing woods along the western shore, and the tall, blue herons had left their shoreward sentry posts and now mounted guard far to the northward among the reeds, where solitary black ducks dropped in at intervals, quacking loudly. Boyd nodded. The Oneidas drew their hatchets and blazed the trees, and we all sat down in the woods to await the coming of our advanced guard. After a little while, our pioneers appeared, rifles slung, axes glittering on their shoulders, and immediately began to fell trees and rebuild the log bridge. Hard on their heels came my rifle battalion, and in the red sunshine we watched the setting of the string of outposts. Far back along the trail behind us, we could hear the halted army making camp. Flurries of cheery music from the light infantry bugle horns, the distant rolling of drums, the rangers' penetrating whistle, lashes of wagoners cracking, the melancholy bellow of the beef herd. Major Parr came and talked with us for a few minutes and went away convinced that Butler's people lay watching us across the creek. Ensign Chambers came amunding through the woods, a-whisking the snuff from his nose with the only laced hanker in the army, and, "Dear me," says he, "do you really think we shall have a battle, Laskill? How very interesting and enjoyable it will be." "Who drilled your pretty hide, Benjamin?" said I bluntly, noting that he wore his left arm in a splint. "Lord," says he, "'twas a scratch from a half-ounce ball at the Kemmung. Dear, dear, how very disappointing was that affair, Laskill, most annoying of them not to stand our charge. And dear, dear, dear," he murmured, mincing off again with all the air of a Wall Street beau ogling the pretty dames on Hanover Square. "Where is this damned castle?" growled Boyd. "Chinnesy, Chenusio, Genesee, whatever it is called. The name keeps buzzing in my head, nay. For the last 3 days I have dreamed of it and awakened to hear it sounding in my ears, as though beside me someone stooped and whispered it." I pulled out our small map, which we had long since learned to distrust, yet even our general had no better one. Here was marked the Chinnesy Castle, near the confluence of Canaseraga Creek and the Chinnesy River, and I showed the place to Boyd, who looked at it curiously. Mayaro, however, shook his crested head. "No, Laskill," he said, "the Chinnesy Castle stands now on the western shore. The great town should stand here," placing his finger on an empty spot on the map, "and here, 2 miles above, is another town." "And you had better tell that to the general when he comes," remarked Boyd. "And to me he said, if we are to take Amical at all, it will be this night or at dawn at the Chinnesy Castle." "I am also of that opinion," said one. "I shall want 20 riflemen," he said. "If it cannot be done with 4, and my Indians, we need not attempt it." "Why?" he asked sullenly. "The general has so ordered." "Yes, but if I am to catch Amical, I must do it in my own way. I know how to do it. And if I risk taking my 20 riflemen and am successful, the general will not care how it was accomplished." I said nothing, because Boyd ranked me, but what he proposed made me very uneasy. More than once he had interpreted orders after his own fashion, and being always successful in his enterprises, nothing was said to him in reproof. My Indians had made a fire, I desiring to let the enemy suppose that we suspected nothing of his ambuscade so close at hand, and around this we lay, munching our meager meal of green corn roasted on the coals and ripe apples to finish. As we ended, the sun set behind the western bluffs, and our evening gun boomed goodnight in the forest south of us, and presently came, picking their way through the trailmare, our general, handsomely horsed as usual, attended by Major Adam Hoops of his staff and several others. We instantly waited on him and told him what we knew and suspected, and I showed him my map and warned him of the discrepancy between its marked places and the report of the Mohican Sagamore. "Damnation," he said, "every map I have had lies in detail, misleading and delaying me when every hour empties our wagons of provisions. Were it not for your Indians, Mr. Loskiel, and that Sagamore in particular, we had missed half the game as it lies." He sat his saddle in silence for a while, looking at the unfinished log bridge and up at the bluffs opposite. "I feel confident that Butler is there," he said bluntly, "but what I wish to know is where this accursed Chinnesy castle stands. Boyd, take 4 men, move rapidly just before midnight, find out where this castle stands, and report to me at sunrise." Boyd saluted, hesitated, then asked permission to speak. And when the general accorded it, he explained his plan to take Amical at the Chinnesy castle, and that this matter would neither delay nor interfere with a prompt execution of his present orders. "Very well," nodded the general, "but take no more than 4 men, and Mr. Loskiel and his Indians with you, and report to me at sunrise." I heard him say this. Major Hoops heard him also, so I supposed that Boyd would obey these orders to the letter. When the mounted party had moved away, Boyd and I went back to the fire and lay down on our blankets. We were on the edge of the trees. It was still daylight. The pioneers were still at work, and my Indians were freshening their paint, rebraiding their scalp locks, and shining up hatchet, rifle, and knife. "Look at those bloodhounds," muttered Boyd. "They did not hear what we were talking about, but they know by premonition." "I do not have any faith in premonitions," said one. "Why?" "I have dreamed I was scalped, and my hair still grows." "You are not out of the woods yet," he said somberly. "That does not worry me." "Nor me, yet I do believe in premonition." "That is old wives' babble." "Maybe, Loskiel, yet I know I shall not leave this wilderness alive." "Lord," said I, attempting to jest, "you should set up as a rival to Amical and tell us all our fortunes." He smiled and the effort distorted his pale, handsome face. "I think it will happen at Chinnesy," he said quietly. "What will happen?" "The end of the world for me, Loskiel." "It is not like you, Boyd, to speak in such a manner. Only lately have I ever heard from you a single note of such foreboding. Only lately have I been dowered with the ominous clairvoyance. I am changed, Loskiel." "Not in courage." "No," he said, with a shrug of his broad shoulders that set ruffles and thrums a-dancing on his rifle dress. We were silent for a while, watching the Indians at their polishing. Then he said in a low but pleasant voice, "How proud and happy must you be with your affianced. What a splendor of happiness lies before you both, an unblemished past, an innocent passion, a future stretching out unstained before Yah. What more can God bestow on man and maid? May bright angels guard you both, Loskiel." I made to thank him for the wish, but suddenly found I could not control my voice, so lay there in silence and with throat contracted, looking at this man whose marred young life lay all behind him, and whose future, even to me, lowered strangely and ominously veiled. And as we lay there, into our fire circle came a dusty, mud-splashed and naked runner, plucking from his light skin pouch 2 letters, one for Boyd and one for me. I read mine by the flickering fire. It was dated from Tioga Point. "Ewan Loskiel, my honored and affianced husband, and my lover, worshipped and adored, I send you by this runner my dearest affections, my duties, and my most sacred sentiments. You must know that this day we have arrived at the fort at Tioga Point without any accident or mischance of any description, and indeed, not encountering one living creature between Catharines and this post. My beloved mother desires her particular and tender remembrances to be conveyed to you, her honored son-in-law to be, and further commands that I express to you, as befittingly as I know how, her deep and ever-living gratitude and thanks for your past conduct in regard to me, and your present and noble-minded generosity concerning the dispositions you have made for us to remain under the amiable protection of Mr. Hake in Albany. Dear lad, what can I say for myself? You are so glorious, so wonderful, and in you it does seem that all the virtues, graces, and accomplishments are so perfectly embodied, that at moments, thinking of you, I become afraid, wondering what it is in me that you can accept in exchange for the so perfect love you give me. I fear that you may smile on perusing this epistle, deeming it, perhaps, a trifle flowery in expression, but, Ewan, I am so torn between the wild passion I entertain for you and a desire to address you modestly and politely in terms of correspondence, as taught in the best schools, that I know not entirely how to conduct. I would not have you think me cold, or too stiffly laced in the formalities of polite usage, so that you might not divine my heart a-beating under the dress that covers me, be it rifle frock or silken cochet. I would not have you consider me overbold, light-minded, or insensible to the deep and sacred tie that already binds me to you evermore, which even, I think, the other and tender tie which priest and church shall one day impose, could not make more perfect or more secure. So I must strive to please you by writing with elegance befitting, yet permitting you to perceive the ardent heart of her who thinks of you through every blessed moment of the day. I pray, as my dear mother prays, that God, all armored, and with his bright sword drawn, stands sentinel on your right hand throughout the dangers and the trials of this most just and bloody war. For your return I pray and wait. Your humble and dutiful and obedient and adoring wife to be, Lois de Contracoa. Postscriptum, the memory of our kiss fades not from my lips. I will be content when circumstances permit us the liberty to repeat it. When I had read the letter again and again, I folded it and laid it in the bosom of my rifle shirt. Boyd still brooded over his letter, the red firelight bathing his face to the temples. After a long while he raised his eyes, saw me looking at him, stared at me for a moment, then quietly extended the letter toward me. "You wish me to read it?" I asked. "Yes, read it, Loskiel, before I burn it," he said drearily. "I do not desire to have it discovered on my body after death." I took the single sheet of paper and read. Lieutenant Thomas Boyd, Rifle Corps. So, for the last time, I venture to importune you in behalf of one for whose present despair you are entirely responsible. Pitying her unhappy condition, I have taken her as companion to me since we are arrived at Easton, and shall do what lies within my power to make her young life as endurable as may be. You, sir, on your return from the present campaign, have it in your power to make the only reparation possible. I trust that your heart and your sense of honor will so incline you. As for me, Mr. Boyd, I make no complaint, desire no sympathy, expect none. What I did was my fault alone. Knowing that I was falling in love with you, and at the same time aware what kind of man you had been and must still be, I permitted myself to drift into deeper waters, too weak of will to make an end, too miserable to put myself beyond the persuasion of your voice and manner. And perhaps I might never have found courage to give you up entirely had I not been startled into comprehension by what I learned concerning the poor child in whose behalf I now am writing. That instantly sobered me, ending any slightest spark of hope that I might have in my secret heart still guarded, for with my new and terrible knowledge I understood that I must pass instantly and completely out of your life, and you out of mine. Only your duty remained not to me, but to this other and more unhappy one, and that path I pray that you will follow when a convenient opportunity arises. I am Sir Y. Obt, etc., etc. Magdalene Helmuth. P.S. If you love me, Tom, do your full duty in the name of God. Lana. I handed the letter back to him in silence. He stared at it, not seeing the written lines, I think, save as a blur, and after a long while he leaned forward and laid it on the coals. If I am not already foredoomed, he said to me, what Lana bids me do that I shall do. It is best, is it not, Loskiel? A clergyman is fitter to reply to you than one. Do you not think it best that I marry Dolly Glenn? God knows, it is all too melancholy and too terrible for me to comprehend the right and wrong of it, or how a penitence is best made. Yet, as you ask me, it seems to me that what she will one day become should claim your duty and your future. The weakest ever has the strongest claim. Yes, it is true. I stand tonight so fettered to an unborn soul that nothing can unloose me. I wish that I might live. You will live, you must live. I must and will are twins of different complexions. Laskill yet, if I live, I shall live decently and honestly hereafter in the sight of God and Lana Helmer. We said nothing more. About 10 o'clock Boyd rose and went away all alone. Half an hour later he came back, followed by some score and more of men, a dozen of our own battalion, half a dozen musketmen of the 4th Pennsylvania Regiment, 3 others, 2 Indians, Hannery, the headquarters Oneida guide, and Joachim, a Stockbridge. Volunteers, he said, looking sideways at me. I know how to take Amical, but I must take him in my own manner. I ventured to remind him of the general's instructions that we find the Chinnesea Castle and report at sunrise. Damn it, I know it, he retorted impatiently, but I have my own plans, and the general will bear me out when I fling Amical's scalp at his feet. The Grey Feather drew me aside and said in a low, earnest voice, "We are too many to surprise Amical. Before Wyoming, with only 3 others, I went to the Nondeaga, the castle of the 3 clans, the Bear, the Wolf, and the Turtling. There we took and slew Skullface, brother of Amical, and wounded Telenemut, the husband of Katrine Montour. By Wyandotte we stretched the scalp of Skullface. At Theoethan we painted it with Huron and Seneca teardrops. At Yeowania we peeled 3 trees and wrote on each the story so that the 3 clans might read and howl their anguish. Thus should it be done tonight if we are to deal with Amical." Once more I ventured to protest to Boyd. "Leave it to me, Laskill," he said pleasantly, and I could say no more. At 11 our party of 29 set out, Hannery, the Oneida, from headquarters guiding us, and I could not understand why Boyd had chosen him, for I was certain he knew less about this region than did Mayaro. However, when I spoke to Boyd, he replied that the general had so ordered, and that Hannery had full instructions concerning the route from the commander himself. As General Sullivan was often misinformed by his maps and his scouts, I was nothing reassured by Boyd's reply, and marched with my Indians, feeling in my heart afraid. And without vaunting myself, nor meaning to claim any general immunity from fear, I can truly say that for the first time in my life I set forth upon an expedition with the most melancholy forebodings possible to a man of ordinary courage and self-respect. We followed the hard-traveled war trail in single file, and Hannery did not lose his way, but instead of taking, as he should have done, the unused path which led to the Chinnesea Castle, he passed it and continued on. I protested most earnestly to Boyd. The Sagamore corroborated my opinion when summoned, but Hannery remained obstinate, declaring that he had positive information that the Chinnesea Castle lay in the direction we were taking. Boyd seemed strangely indifferent and dull, making apparently no effort to sift the matter further. So strange and apathetic had his manner become, so unlike himself was he, that I could make nothing of him, and stood in uneasy wonderment while the Mohican and the Oneida, Hannery, were gravely disputing. "Come," he said, in his husky and altered voice, "let us have done with this difference in opinion. Let the Oneida guide users, we cannot have 2 guides' opinions. March." In the darkness we crept past Butler's right flank, silently and undiscovered. Nor could we discover any sign of the enemy, though now not one among us doubted that he lay hidden along the bluffs, waiting for our army to move at sunrise into the deadly trap that the nature of the place had so perfectly provided. All night long we moved on the hard and trodden trail, and toward dawn we reached a town. Reconnoitering the place, we found it utterly abandoned. If the Chinnesea Castle lay beyond it, we could not determine, but Hannery insisted that it was there. So Boyd sent back 4 men to Sullivan to report on what we had done, and we lay in the woods on the outskirts of the village to wait for daylight. When dawn whitened the east, it became plain to us all that we had taken the wrong direction. The Chinese castle was not here. Nothing lay before us but a deserted village. I knew not what to make of Boyd, for the discovery of our mistake seemed to produce no impression on him. He stood at the edge of the woods, gazing vacantly across the little clearing where the Indian houses straggled on either side of the trail. "We have made a bad mistake," I said in a low voice. "Yes, a bad one," he said listlessly. "Shall we not start on our return?" I asked. "There is no hurry." "I beg your pardon, but I have to remind you that you are to report at sunrise." "If that were possible, Laskill." "Possible," I repeated blankly. "Why not?" "Because," he said in a dull voice, "I shall never see another sunrise save this one that is coming presently. Let me have my fill of it, unvexed by generals and orders." "You are not well, Boyd," I said, troubled. "As well as I shall ever be, but not as ill, Laskill." At that moment the Sagamore laid his hand on my shoulder and pointed. I saw nothing for a moment, then Boyd and Murphy sprang forward, rifles in hand, and Mayaro after them, and I after them, running into the village at top speed. For I had caught a glimpse of a most unusual sight: 4 Iroquois Indians on horseback, riding into the northern edge of the town. Never before, save on 2 or 3 occasions, had I ever seen an Iroquois mounted on a horse. We ran hard to get a shot at them, and beyond the second house came in full view of our enemies. Murphy fired immediately, knocking the leading Indian from his horse. I fired, breaking the arm of the next rider. Both my Indians fired and missed, and the Iroquois were off at full speed. Boyd had not fired. We ran to where the dead man was lying, and the Mohican recognized him as an Erie named Sanadea. Murphy coolly took his scalp, with an impudent wink at the Sagamore and a grin at Boyd and me. In the meanwhile, our riflemen and Indians had rushed the town and were busy tearing open the doors of the houses and setting fire to them. In vain, I urged Boyd to start back, pointing out that this was no place for us to linger in, and that our army would burn this village in due time. But he merely shrugged his shoulders and loitered about, watching his men at their destruction, and I stood by, a witness to his strange and inexplicable delay, a prey to the most poignant anxiety because the entire Tory army lay between us and our own army, and this smoke signal must draw upon us a very swarm of savages to our inevitable destruction. At last Boyd sounded the recall on his ranger's whistle and ordered me to take my Indians and reconnoiter our back trail. And no sooner had I entered the woods than I saw an Indian standing about 100 yards to the right of the trail and looking up at the smoke, which was blowing southward through the treetops. His scarlet cloak was thrown back. He was a magnificent warrior in his brilliant paint, matching the flaming autumn leaves in color. My Indians had not noticed him where he stood against a crimson and yellow maple bush. I laid my rifle level and fired. He staggered, stood a moment, turning his crested head with a bewildered air, then swayed, sank at the knee joints, dropped to them, and very slowly laid his stately length upon the moss, extending himself like one who prepared for slumber. We ran up to where he lay with his eyes closed. He was still breathing. A great pity for him seized me, and I seated myself on the moss beside him, staring into his pallid face. And as I sat beside him while he was dying, he opened his eyes and looked at me, and I knew that he knew I had killed him. After a few moments, he died. "Amical," I said under my breath. "God alone knows why I am sorry for this dead priest." And as I rose and stared about me, I caught sight of 2 pointed ears behind a bush, then 2 more pricked up sharply, then the head of a wolf popped up over a fallen log. But as I began to reload my rifle, there came a great scurrying and scattering in the thickets, and I heard the Andasts running off, leaving their dead master to me and to my people, who were now arriving. I do not know who took his scalp, but it was taken by some Indian or ranger who came crowding around to look down upon this painted dead man in his scarlet cloak. "Amical is dead," I said to Boyd. He looked at me with lackluster eyes, nodding. We marched on along the trail by which we had arrived. For 5 miles we proceeded in silence, my Indians flanking the file of riflemen. Then Boyd gave the signal to halt and sent forward the Sagamore, the Greyfeather, and Tahuntohi to inform the general that we would await the army in this place. The Indians, so coolly taken from my command, had gone ere I came up from the rear to find what Boyd had done. "Are you mad?" I exclaimed, losing my temper. "Do you propose to halt here at the very mouth of the hornet's nest?" He did not rebuke me for such gross lack of discipline and respect. In fact, he seemed scarcely to heed at all what I said, but seated himself at the foot of a pine tree and lit his pipe. As I stood biting my lip and looking around at the woods encircling us, he beckoned 2 of his men, gave them some orders in a low voice, crossed one leg over the other, and continued to smoke the carved and painted Oneida pipe he carried in his shot pouch. I saw the 2 riflemen shoulder their long weapons and go forward in obedience to his orders, and when again I approached him, he said, "They will make plain to Sullivan what your Indians may garble in repeating that I mean to await the army in this place and save my party these useless miles of traveling. Do you object?" "Our men are not tired," I said, astonished, "and our advanced guard cannot be very far away. Do you not think it more prudent for us to continue the movement toward our own people?" "Very well, if you like," he said indifferently. After a few minutes in action, he rose, sounded his whistle. The men got to their feet, fell in, and started rifles at trail. But we had proceeded scarcely a dozen rods into the big timber when we discovered our 2 riflemen, who had so recently left us, running back toward us and looking over their shoulders as they ran. When they saw us, they halted and shouted for us to hasten, as there were several Seneca Indians standing beside the trail ahead. In a flash of intuition, it came to me that here was a cleared runway to some trap. "Do not leave the trail," I said to Boyd. "Do not be drawn out of it now. For God's sake, hold your men and do not give chase to those Indians." "Press on," said Boyd curtly, and our little column trotted forward. Something crashed in a near thicket and went off like a deer. The men, greatly excited, strove to catch a glimpse of the running creature, but the bush was too dense. Suddenly a rifleman, who was leading our rapid advance, caught sight of the same Senecas who had alarmed him and his companion, and he started toward them with a savage shout, followed by a dozen others. Henry turned to Boyd and begged him earnestly not to permit any pursuit, but Boyd pushed him aside impatiently and blew the view-halloo on his ranger's whistle, and in a moment we all were scattering in full pursuit of 5 lithe and agile Senecas, all in full war paint, who appeared to be in a panic, for they ran through the thickets like terrified sheep, huddling and crowding on one another's heels. "Boyd," I panted, catching up with him, "this whole business looks like a trap to me. Whistle your men back to the trail, for I am certain that these Senecas are drawing us toward their main body." "We will catch one of them first," he said, and shouted to Murphy to fire and cripple the nearest. But the flying Senecas had now vanished into a heavily wooded gully, and there was nothing for Murphy to fire at. I swung in my tracks, confronting Boyd. "Will you halt your people before it is too late?" I demanded. "Where are your proper senses? You behave like a man who has lost his mental balance." He gave me a dazed look. Where he had been within his rights, had he cut me down with his hatchet. "What did you say?" he stammered, passing his hand over his eyes as though something had obscured his sight. "I asked you to sound the recall. Those Indians we chase are leading us whither they will. What in God's name ails you, Boyd? Have you never before seen an ambush?" He stood motionless, as though stupefied, staring straight ahead of him. Then he said, hesitatingly, that he desired Tim Murphy to cripple one of the Senecas and fetch him in so that we might interrogate him. Such infants' babble astounded and sickened me, and I was about to retort when a shout from one of our men drew our attention to the gully below. And there were our terrified Indians peering out cunningly at us like so many foxes playing tag with an unbroken puppy pack. "Come, sir," said I in deepest anxiety, "the game is too plain for anybody but a fool to follow. sound your recall." He set his whistle to his lips, and as I stood there, thunderstruck and helpless, the shrill call rang out, "Forward, hark away." Instantly, our entire party leaped forward, the Indians vanished, and we ran on headlong, pell-mell, hellward into the trap prepared for our destruction. The explosion of a heavy rifle on our right was what first halted us, I think. One of the soldiers from the 4th Pennsylvania was down in the dead leaves, kicking and scuffling about all over blood. Before he had rolled over twice, a ragged but loud volley on our left went through our disordered files, knocking over 2 more soldiers. The screaming of one poor fellow seemed to bring Boyd to his senses. He blew the recall, and our men fell back, and carrying the dead and wounded, began to ascend the wooded knoll down which we had been running when so abruptly checked. There was no more firing for the moment. We reached the top of the knoll, laid our dead and wounded behind trees, loaded, freshened our priming, and stood awaiting orders. Then all around us, completely encircling the foot of our knoll, woods, thickets, scattered bushes, seemed to be literally moving in the vague forest light. "My God," exclaimed Ellerson to Murphy, "the woods are crawling with savages." A dreadful and utter silence fell among us. Boyd, pale as a corpse, motioned his men to take posts, forming a small circle with our dead and wounded in the center. I saw Hannery, the Oneida guide, fling aside his blanket, strip his painted body to the beaded clout, draw himself up to his full and superb height, muttering, his eyes fixed on the hundreds of dark shapes stealing quietly among the thickets below our little hill. The 2 Stockbridge Indians, the Yellow Moth and Joachim, pressed lightly against me on either side, like 2 great, noble dogs, afraid, yet trusting their master and still dauntless in the threatening face of duty. Through the terrible stillness which had fallen upon us all, I could hear the Oneida guide muttering his death song, and presently my 2 Christian Indians commenced, in low voices, to recite the prayers for the dying. The next moment, Murphy and Ellerson began to fire, slowly and deliberately, and for a little while these 2 deadly and unerring rifles were the only pieces that spoke from our knoll. Then my distant target showed for a moment. I fired, reloaded, waited, fired again, and our little circle of doomed men began to cheer as a brilliantly painted warrior sprang from the thicket below, shouted defiance, and crumpled up as though smitten by lightning when Murphy's rifle roared out its fatal retort. Then, for almost every soul that stood there, the end of the world began, for 1,000 men swarmed out of the thickets below, completely surrounding us, and like a hurricane shrilling through naked woods, swept the death halloo of 500 Iroquois in their naked paint. On every side the knoll was black with them as they came leaping forward, hatchets glittering, while over their heads the leaden hail of Tory musketry pelted us from north and south and east and west. Down crashed Joachim at my side, his rifle exploding in midair as he fell dead, and rolled over and over down the slope toward the masses of his enemies below. As a Seneca seized the rolling body, set his foot on the dead shoulders and jerked back the head to scalp him, the Yellow Moth leaped forward, launching his hatchet. It flew, sparkling, and struck the scalper full in the face. The next instant the Yellow Moth was among them, snarling, stabbing, raging, almost covered by Senecas who were wounding one another in their eagerness to slay him. For a moment it seemed to me that there was a chance in this melee for us to cut our way through, and I caught Boyd by the arm and pointed. A volley into our very backs staggered and almost stupefied us. Through the swirling powder gloom, our men began to fall dead all around me. I saw Sergeant Hungerman drop, Privates Harvey, Conry, Jim McElry, Jack Miller, Benny Curtin, and poor Jack Putnam. Murphy, clubbing his rifle, was bawling to his comrade, Ellerson. "To hell with this, Davy. Av we do not pull foot, we are a pair o' dead ducks." "For God's sake, Boyd," I shouted, "break through there beside the Yellow Moth." Boyd, wielding his clubbed rifle, cleared a circle amid the crowding savages. Sergeant Parker ran out into the yelling crush. The 2 gigantic riflemen, Murphy and Ellerson, swinging their terrible weapons like flails, smashed their way forward. Behind them, using knife, hatchet, and stock, I led out the last men living on that knoll: Ned MacDonald, Garrett Putnam, Jack Hughes, and a French corrosive whose name I have never learned. All around us raged and yelled the maddened Seneca pack, slashing each other again and again in their crazed attempts to reach us. The yellow moth was stabbed through and through 100 times, yet the ghastly corpse still kept its feet, so terrible was the crushing pressure on every side. Suddenly, tearing a path through the frenzied mob, I saw a mob of cursing, sweating, green-coated soldiers and rangers. Struggling toward us, one of Butler's rangers seized Sergeant Parker by the collar of his hunting shirt, bawling out, "Hurrah, hurrah, prisoner taken from Morgan's corps." Another, an officer of British regulars, I think, threw himself on Boyd, shouting, "By heaven, it's Boyd of Derry. Are you not Tom Boyd of Derry, Pennsylvania?" "Yes, you bloody-backed Tory," retorted Boyd, struggling to knife him under his gorget, "and I am Boyd of Morgan's, too." I aimed a blow at the red-coated officer, but my rifle stock broke off across the skull of an Indian, and I began to beat a path toward Boyd with the steel barrel of my weapon, Murphy and Ellerson raging forward beside me in such a very whirlwind of half-crazed fury that the Indians gave way and leaped aside, trying to shoot at us. Headlong through this momentary opening rushed Garrett Putnam, his rifle address torn from his naked body, his heavy knife dripping in the huge fist that clutched it. After him leaped Ned MacDonald, the corrosive, and Jack Hughes, letting drive right and left with their hatchets. And as the painted crowd ahead recoiled and shrank aside, Murphy, Ellerson, and I went through, smashing out the way with our heavy weapons. How we got through, God only knows. I heard Murphy bellowing to Ellerson, we are out, pull foot, Davy, or the dirty scuts will take your hair." A Pennsylvania soldier, running heavily downhill ahead of me, was shot, sprang high into the air in one agonized bound, like a stricken hare, and fell forward under my very feet, so that I leaped over him as I ran. The Canadian corrosive was hit, but the bullet stung him to a speed incredible, and he flew on, screaming with pain, his broken arm flapping. Behind me I dared not look, but I knew the Seneca warriors were after us at full speed. Bullets whined and whizzed beside us, striking the trees on every side. A long slope of open woods now slanted away below us. As I ran far ahead of me among the trees, I saw men moving, yet dared not change my course. Then, as I drew nearer, I recognized Mr. Lodge, our surveyor, and Thomas Grant with the Jacob staff, the 4 chain-bearers with the chain, and Corporal Calhoun, all standing stock still and gazing up the slope toward us. The next moment Grant dropped his Jacob staff, turned and ran. The chainmen flung away their implements, and Mr. Lodge and the entire party, being totally unarmed, turned and fled, we on their heels, and behind us a score of yelling Senecas, now driven to frenzy by the sight of so much terrified game in flight. I saw poor Calhoun fall. I saw Grant run into the swamp below, shouting for help. Mr. Lodge, closely chased by a young warrior, ran toward a distant sentinel, and so eager was the Seneca to slay him that he chased the fleeing surveyor past the sentinel and was shot in the back by the amazed soldier. And now all along the edge of the morass where our pickets were posted, the bang, bang, bang of musketry began. Murphy and Ellerson bounded into safety. Ned MacDonald, Garrett Putnam, the corrosives, and Jack Hughes went staggering and reeling into the swamp. I attempted to follow them, but 3 Senecas cut me out, and with bursting heart, I sheered off and ran parallel with them, striving to reach our lines, the sentinels firing at my pursuers and running forward to intercept them. Yet so intent were these Seneca bloodhounds on my destruction that they never swerved under the running fire of musketry, and I was forced out and driven into the woods again to the northwest of our lines. Farther and farther away sounded the musketry in my ears, until the pounding pulses deadened and finally obliterated the sound. I could no longer carry the shattered and bloody fragment of my rifle and dropped it. Bullet pouch, shot pouch, powder horn, water bottle, hatchet I let fall, keeping only my knife, belt, and the thin, flat wallet which contained my letters from Lois and my journal. Even my cap I flung away, moving always forward on a dog trot, and ever twisting my sweat-drenched head to look behind. Several times I caught distant glimpses of my pursuers, and saw that they walked sometimes as though exhausted. Yet I dared not bear to the south, not knowing how many of them had continued on westward to cut me off from a return. So I jogged on northward, my heart nigh broken with misery and foreboding, sickened to the very soul with the memory of our slaughtered men upon the knoll. For of some 30-odd riflemen, Indians, line soldiers, and scouts that Boyd had led out the night before, only Ellerson, Murphy, MacDonald, Hughes, the coureur des bois, and I remained alive or untaken. Boyd was a prisoner, together with Sergeant Parker. All the others were dead to a man, excepting possibly my 3 Indians, Mayaro, Greyfeather, and Tahuntohi, who Boyd had sent in to report us before we had sighted the Senecas, and who might possibly have escaped the ambuscade. As I plodded on, I dared not let my imagination dwell on Boyd and Parker, for a dreadful instinct told me that the dead men on the knoll were better off. Yet, I tried to remember that a red-coated officer had taken Boyd, and one of Sir John's soldiers had captured Michael Parker. But I could find no comfort, no hope in this thought, because Walter Butler was there, and Hiokatu and MacDonald and all that bloody band. The Senecas would surely demand the prisoners. There was not one soul to speak a word for them, unless Brant were near. That noble and humane warrior alone could save them from the Seneca stake, and I feared he was at the burnt bridge with his Mohawks, facing our army as he always faced it, dauntless, adroit, resourceful, and terrible. A little stony stream ran down beside the trackless course I traveled, and I seized the chance of confusing the tireless men who tracked me, and took to the stones, springing from one step to the next, taking care not to wet my moccasins, dislodge moss or lichen, or in any manner mark the stones I trod on or break, or disturb the branches and leaves above me. The stream ran almost north, as did all the little watercourses hereabouts, and for a long while I followed it, until at last, to my great relief, it divided, and I followed the branch that ran northeast. Again this branch forked. I took the eastern course until, on the right bank, I saw long, naked beds of rock stretching into low crags and curving eastward. Over this rock no Seneca could hope to track a cautious and hunted man. I walked sometimes trotted, and so jogged on, bearing ever to the east and south, meaning to cross the Chinnesee River north of the confluence and pass clear around the head of the lake. Here I made my mistake by assuming that, as our pioneers must still be working on the burnt bridge, the enemy that had merely enveloped our party by curling around us his right flank would again swing back to their bluffs along the lake, and though hope of ambuscade was over, dispute the passage of the stream and the morass with our own people. But as I came out among the trees along the river bank, to my astonishment and alarm I saw an Indian house and smoke curling from the chimney. So taken aback was I that I ran south to a great oak tree and stood behind it, striving to collect my thoughts and make out my proper bearings. But off again scattered every idea I had in my head, and I looked about me in a very panic, for I heard close at hand the barking of Indian dogs and a vast murmur of voices. And peering out again from behind my tree, I could see other houses close to the strip of forest where I hid, and the narrow lane between them was crowded with people. Where I was, what this town might be, I could not surmise, nor did I perceive any way out of this wasp's nest where I was now landed, except to retrace my trail, and that I dared not do. There was now a great shouting in the village, as though some person had just made a speech, and his audience remained in 2 nods concerning its import. Truly, this seemed to be no place for me. The woods were very open sugar bush in all the gorgeous glory of scarlet, yellow, and purple foliage, heavily fringed with thickets of bushes and young hardwood growth, which for the moment had hid the town from me, and no doubt concealed me from the people close at hand. To retreat through such a strip of woodland was impossible without discovery. Besides, somewhere on my back trail were enemies, though just where I could not know. For a moment's despair, it seemed to me that only the wings of a bird could save me now. Then, as I involuntarily cast my gaze aloft, the thought to climb followed, and up I went into the branches, where the blaze of foliage concealed me, and lay close to a great limb looking down over the top of the thicket to the open river bank. And what I saw astounded me. The enemy's baggage wagons were fording the river. His cattle drove had just been herded across, and the open space was already full of his gaunt cows and oxen. Rangers and Greens pricked them forward with their bayonets, forcing them out of the opening and driving them northwest through the outskirts of the village. The wagons, horses, and vehicles, in a dreadful plight, followed the herd guard. After them marched Butler's rearguard, Rangers, Greens, renegades, Indians sullenly turning their heads to listen and to gaze as the uproar from the village increased and burst into a very frenzy of diabolical yelling. Suddenly, out through the narrow lane or street surged hundreds of Seneca warriors, all clustering and crowding around something in the center of the mass. And as the throng, now lurching this way, now driving that way, spread out over the cleared land up to the edges of the very thicket which I overlooked, my blood froze in my veins. For in the center of that mass of painted, capering demons walked Boyd and Parker, their bloodless faces set and grim, their heads carried high. Into this confusion drove the baggage wagons. The herd guards began to shout angrily and drive back the Indians. The wagons drove slowly through the lane, the drivers looking down curiously at Boyd and his pallid companion, but not insulting them. One by one, the battered and rickety wagons jolted by. Then came the bloody and disheveled soldiery plodding with shouldered muskets through the lanes of excited warriors, scarcely letting their haggard eyes rest on the two prisoners who stood, unpinioned, in the front rank. A mounted officer, leaning from his saddle, asked the Senecas what they meant to do with these prisoners, and the ferocious response seemed to shock him, for he drew bridle and stared at Boyd as though fascinated. So near to where I lay was Boyd standing that I could see the checked quiver of his lips as he bit them to control his nerves before he spoke. Then he said to the mounted officer in a perfectly even and distinct voice, "Can you not secure for us, sir, the civilized treatment of prisoners of war?" "I dare not interfere," faltered the officer, staring around at the sea of devilish faces. "And you, a white man, return me such a cowardly answer." Another motley company came marching up from the river, led by a superb Mohawk Indian in full war paint and feathers, and, blocked by the mounted officer in front, halted. I saw Boyd's despairing glance sweep their files, then suddenly his eyes brightened. "Brant," he cried. And then I saw that the splendid Mohawk leader was the great Thayendangia himself. "Boyd," he said calmly, "I am sorry for you. I would help you if I could." But he added, with a bitter smile, "There are those in authority among us who are more savage than those you white men call savages. One of the gentlemen has overruled me, denying my more humane counsel. I am sorry, Boyd." "Brant," he said in a ringing voice, "look at me attentively." "I look upon you, Boyd." Then something extraordinary happened. I saw Boyd make a quick sign, saw poor Parker imitate him, realized vaguely that it was the Masonic signal of distress. Brant remained absolutely motionless for a full minute. Suddenly he sprang forward, pushed away the Senecas who immediately surrounded the prisoners, shoving them aside right and left so fiercely that in a moment the whole throng was wavering and shrinking back. Then Brant, facing the astonished warriors, laid his hand on Boyd's head and then on Parker's. "Senecas," he said in a cold and ringing voice, "these men are mine. Let no man dare interfere with these two prisoners. They belong to me. I now give them my promise of safety. I take them under my protection. I Thayendangia. I do not ask them of you. I take them. I do not explain why. I do not permit not one among you to question me. What I have done is done. It is Joseph Brant who has spoken." He turned calmly to Boyd, said something in a low voice, turned sharply on his heel, and marched forward at the head of his company of Mohawks and half-breeds. Then I saw Hiakatu come up and stand glaring at Boyd, showing his teeth at him like a baffled wolf, and Boyd laughed in his face and seated himself on a log beside the path, coolly and insolently turning his back on the Seneca warriors and leisurely lighting his pipe. Parker came and seated himself beside him, and they conversed in voices so low that I could not hear what they said, but Boyd smiled at intervals, and Parker's bruised visage relaxed. The Senecas had fallen back in a sullen line, their ferocious eyes never shifting from the two prisoners. Hiakatu set 4 warriors to guard them, then, passing slowly in front of Boyd, spat on the ground. "Dog of a Seneca," said Boyd fiercely, "what you touch you defile, stinking wolverine that you are." "Dog of a white man," retorted Hiakatu, "you are not yet in your own kennel, remember that." "But you are," said Boyd. "The stench betrays the wolverine. Go tell your filthy cubs that my young men are counting the scalps of your cat people and your Andasts, and that the mangy lock of Amical shall be thrown to our swine." Struck entirely speechless by such rash effrontery and by his own fury, the dreaded Seneca war chief groped for his hatchet with trembling hands, but a warning hiss from one of his own mountain snakes on guard brought him to his senses. Such an embodiment of devilish fury I had never seen on any human countenance. Only could it be matched in the lightning snarl of a surprised lynx or in the deadly stare of a rattlesnake. He uttered no sound. After a moment, the thin lips, which had receded, sheathed the teeth again, and he walked to a tree and stood leaning against it as another company of Sir John's Royal Greens marched up from the river bank and continued northwest, passing between the tree where I lay concealed and the log where Boyd and Parker sat. MacDonald, mounted, naked claymore in his hand, came by, leading a company of his renegades. He grinned at Boyd and passed his basket-hilt around his throat with a significant gesture, then grinned again. "Not yet, you Scotch loon," said Boyd gently. "I will live to pepper your kilted tatterdemalions so they will beg for the mercies of Glencoe." After that, for a long while only stragglers came limping bylank, bloody, starved creatures, who never even turned their sick eyes on the people they passed among. Then, after nearly half an hour, a full battalion of Johnson's Greens forded the river, and behind them came Butler's Rangers. Old John Butler, squatting his saddle like a weather-beaten toad, rode by with scarcely a glance at the prisoners, and Greens and Rangers passed on through the village and out of sight to the northwest. I had thought the defile was ended when, looking back, I saw some Indians crossing the ford, carrying over a white officer. At first I supposed he was wounded, but soon saw that he had not desired to wet his boots. What had become of his horse I could only guess, for he wore spurs and sword and the somber uniform of the Rangers. Then, as he came up, I saw that he was Walter Butler. As he approached, his dark eyes were fixed on the prisoners, and when he came opposite to them, he halted. Boyd returned his insolent stare very coolly, continuing to smoke his pipe. Slowly, the golden-brown eyes of Butler contracted, and into his pale, handsome, but sinister face crept a slight color. "So you are Boyd," he said menacingly. "Yes, I am Boyd. What next?" "What next?" repeated Walter Butler. "Well, really I do not know, my impudent friend, but I strongly suspect the Seneca stake will come next." Boyd laughed. "We gave Brant a sign that you also should recognize. We are now under his protection." "What sign?" demanded Butler, his eyes becoming yellow and fixed. And as Boyd carelessly repeated the rapid and mystical appeal, "Oh," he said coolly, "so that is what you count on, is it?" "Naturally. With me also." "You are a Mason." "Also," snarled Butler, "I'm an officer in His British Majesty's service. Now, answer the questions I put to you. How many cannon did your Yankee general send back to Tioga after Catharinestone was burnt, and how many has he with him?" "Do you suppose that I am going to answer your questions?" said Boyd, amused. "I think you will. Come, sir, what artillery is he bringing north with him?" And as Boyd merely looked at him with contempt, he stepped nearer, bent suddenly, and jerked Boyd to his feet. "You Yankee dog," he said, "stand up when your betters stand." Boyd reddened to his temples. "Murderer," he said, "does a gentleman stand in the presence of the Cherry Valley butcher?" And he seated himself again on his log. Butler's visage became deathly, and for a full minute he stood there in silence. Suddenly he turned, nodded to Hiakatu, pointed at Boyd, then at Parker. Both prisoners rose as a yell of ferocious joy split the air from the Senecas. Then, wheeling on Boyd, "Will you answer my questions?" "No." "Do you refuse to answer the military questions put to you by an officer?" "No prisoner of war is compelled to do that." "You are mistaken. I compel you to answer on pain of death." "I refuse." Both men were deadly pale. Parker also had risen and was now standing beside Boyd. "I claim the civilized treatment due to an officer," said Boyd quietly. "Refused unless you answer." "I shall not answer. I am under Brant's protection." "Brant!" exclaimed Butler, his pallid visage contorted. "What do I care for Brant? Who is Brant to offer you immunity? By God, sir, I tell you that you shall answer my questions. I think fit to ask yow every one of Thema. I turn you over to my Senecas." "You dare not." "Answer me, or you shall soon learn what I dare and dare not do." Boyd, pale as a sheet, said slowly, "I do believe you capable of every infamy, Mr. Butler. I do believe now that the murderer of little children will sacrifice me to these Senecas if I do not answer his dishonorable questions. And so, believing this, and always holding your person in the utmost loathing and contempt, I refuse to reveal to you one single item concerning the army in which I have the honor and privilege to serve." "Take him," said Butler to the crowding Senecas. "I have never been able to bring myself to write down how my comrade died. Many have written something of his death, judging the manner of it from the condition in which his poor body was discovered the next day by our advance. Yet, even these have shrunk from writing any but the most general details, because the horror of the truth is indescribable, and not even the most callous mind could endure it all. God knows how I myself survived the swimming horror of that hellish Senefer. The stake was hewn and planted full within my view, and it took him many hours to deal the long September afternoon, and they never left him for one moment. No, I cannot write it, nor could I even tell my comrades when they came up next day, how in detail died Thomas Boyd, lieutenant in my regiment of rifles. Only from what was left of him could they draw their horrible and unthinkable conclusions. I do not know whether I have more or less of courage than the usual man and soldier, but this I do know, that had I possessed a rifle where I lay concealed, long before they wrenched the first groan from his tortured body, I would have fired at my comrade's heart, and trusted to my Maker and my legs. No torture that I ever heard of, or could ever have conceived, no punishment, no agony, no Calvary ever has matched the hellish hideousness of the endless execution of this young man. He was only 22 years old, only a lieutenant among the thousands who served their common motherland. No man who ever lived has died more bravely, none, perhaps, as horribly and as slowly. And it seemed as though in that powerful, symmetrical, magnificent body, even after it became scarcely recognizable as human, that the spark of life could not be extinguished, even though it were cut into 1,000,000 shreds and scattered to the winds like the fair body of Osiris. And this is all I care to say, how it was that my comrade died, save that he endured bravely, and that while consciousness remained, not one secret would he reveal, not one plea for mercy escaped his lips. Parker died more swiftly and mercifully. It was after sunset when the Senecas left the place, but the sky above was still rosy, and as they slowly marched past the corpses of the two men whom they had slain, every Seneca drew his hatchet and shouted, "Salute, O Roine! fiercely honoring the dead bodies of the bravest men who had ever died in the long house. On the following afternoon, I ventured from my concealment and was striving to dig a grave for my two comrades, using my knife to do it, when the riflemen of our advance discovered me across the river. A moment later I looked up, my eyes blinded by tears, as the arm of the sagamore was flung round my shoulders, and the hands of the Greyfeather and Tahuntohi timidly sought mine. "Brother," they said gently. "Tekasanthos, O Sagamore," I whispered, dropping my head on his broad shoulder. "Isi tai yadakaran, aqua dea konakorandan." "I weep, O Sagamore, yonder are lying bodies, yea, and of chiefs." Chapter 22, Mes Adieus. For my acquaintances in and outside of the army, and for my friends and relatives, this narrative has been written, and if in these pages I have seemed to present myself, my thoughts, and behavior as matters of undue importance, it is not done so purposely or willingly, but because I knew no better method of making from my daily journal the story of the times and of the events witnessed by me, and of which I was a small and modest part. It is very true that no two people, even when standing shoulder to shoulder, ever see the same episode in the same manner or draw similar conclusions concerning any event so witnessed. Yet, except from hearsay, how is an individual to describe his times except in the light of personal experience and of the emotions of the moment so derived? In active events, self looms large, even in the crisis of supreme self-sacrifice. In the passive part, which even the most active among us play for the greater portion of our lives, self is merged in the detached and impersonal interest which we take in what passes before our eyes. Yet must we describe these things only as they are designed and colored by our proper eyes, and therefore with no greater hope of accuracy than to approximate to the general and composite truth. Of any intentional injustice to our enemies, their country, and their red allies, I do not hesitate to acquit myself. Yet, because I have related the history of this campaign as seen through the eyes of a soldier of the United States, so I would not deny that these same and daily episodes, as seen by a British soldier, might wear forms and colors very different, and yet be as near to the truth as any observations of my own. Therefore, without diffidence or hesitation, because I have explained myself and prejudiced by an unalterable belief in the cause which I have had the honor and happiness to serve, it is proper that I bring my narrative of these 3 months to a conclusion. With these same 3 months, the days of my youth also ended. No stripling could pass through those scenes and emerge still immature. The test was too terrible, the tragedy too profound. The very setting of the tremendous senile, its monstrous and gigantic accessories left an impression ineradicable upon the soul. Adolescence matured to manhood in those days of iron. Youthful ignorance became stern experience, sobering with its enduring leaven the serious years to come. I remember every separate event after the tragedy of Chenandana, where they found me dazed with grief and privation, digging with my broken hunting knife a grave for my dead companions. The horror of their taking off passed from my shocked brain as the exigencies of the perilous moments increased, demanding of me constant and untiring effort, and piling upon my shoulders responsibilities that left no room for morbid brooding or even for the momentary inaction of grief. From Tioga, Colonel Shreve sent forward to us a wagon train of provisions, even wines and delicacies for our sick and wounded. But even with this slight aid our men remained on half rations, and for all our voluntary sacrifice, we could not hope now to reach Niagara and deliver the final blow to that squirming den of serpents. True, Amical was dead, but Walter Butler lived, and there was now no hope of reaching him. Bag and baggage, horse, foot, and Indians, he had gone clear out of sight and sound into a vast and trackless wilderness which we might not hope to penetrate because, even on half rations, we had now scarcely enough flour left to take us back to the frontiers of civilization. Of our artillery, we had only a light piece or two left, and the cohorn. Of cattle we had scarcely any, of wagons and horses very few, having killed and eaten the more worn-out animals at Horseheads. Only the regimental wagons contained any flour, Half our officers were without mounts. Ammunition was failing us, and between us and our frontiers lay the ashes of the Dark Empire and hundreds of miles of a wilderness so dreary and so difficult that we often wondered whether it was possible for human endurance to undergo the endless marches of a safe return. But our task was ended, and when we set our faces toward home, every man in our ragged, muddy, briar-torn columns knew in his heart that the power of the Iroquois Empire was broken forever. Senecas, Cayugas, Onondagas might still threaten and even strike like crippled snakes, but the Long House lay in ashes, and the heart of every Indian in it was burnt out. Swinging out our wings east and west, as we set our homeward course, burning and destroying all that we had hitherto spared, purposely or by accident, we started south, and from the 15th of September until the 30th, the only living human being we encountered was the aged squaw we had left at Catharines. Never had I seen such a desolation of utter destruction, for amid the endless ocean of trees, every oasis was a blackened waste, every town but a heap of sodden ashes, every garden a mass of decay, rotting under the autumn sun. On the 30th of September, we marched into Tioga Fort, Colonel Shreve's cannon thundering their welcome, and Colonel Proctor's artillery band playing a most stirring air. But Lord, what a ragged, half-starved army it was, though we cared nothing for that, so glad were we to see our flag flying and the bateau lying in the river. And the music of the artillery filled me with solemn thoughts, for I thought of Lois and of Lana, and of Boyd, where he lay in his solitary grave under the frosty stars. On the 3rd of October, the army was in marching order once more. Colonel Shreve blew up the Tioga military works. The invalids, women, and children, and some of the regiments went by bateau, but we marched for Wyoming, passing through it on the 10th and arriving at Easton on the 15th. And I remember that, starved as we were, dusty, bloody with briars and half-naked, regiment after regiment halted, sent back for their wagons, combed out and tied their hair, and used the last precious cupfuls of flour to powder their poles, so that their heads at least might make a military appearance as they marched through the stone-built town of Easton. And so, with sprigs of green to cock their hats, well-flowered hair, and scarce a pair of breeches to accompany, our rascals footed it proudly into Easton town, fifes squealing, drums rattling, and all the church bells, and the artillery of the place clanging and booming out a welcome to the sorest-clad army that ever entered a town since Falstaff hesitated to lead his naked rogues through Coventry. Here the Thanksgiving service was held, and Lord, how we did eat afterward. But for the rest, or repose which any among us might have been innocent enough to suppose the army had earned, none was meted out. Nenny, for instead, marching orders awaited us, and sufficient clothing to cool our blushes, and off we marched to join His Excellency's army in the Highlands. For what with the new Spanish alliance and the arrival of the French fleet, matters were now stewing and trouble a-brewing for Sir Henry. They told us that His Excellency required pepper for the dose, therefore had he sent for us to mix us into the red-hot draught that Sir Henry and my Lord Cornwallis must presently prepare to swallow. I had not had a letter or any word from Lois at Fort Tioga. At Easton there was a letter which, she wrote, might not reach me, but in it she said that they had taken lodgings in Albany near to the house of Lana Helmer, that Mr. Hake had been more than kind, that she and her dear mother awaited news of our army with tenderest anxiety, but that up to the moment of writing no news was to be had, not even any rumors. Her letter told me little more, save that her mother and Mr. Hake had conferred concerning the estate of her late father, and that Mr. Hake was making preparations to substantiate her mother's claim to the small property of the family in Francia House, a tiny hamlet, and some vineyards called by the family name of Contrecoeur, which meant her mother was her father's wedded wife. Also, she wrote, my mother has told me that there are in the house some books and pictures and pretty joyaux which were beloved by my father, and which he gave to her when she came to Contrecoeur, a bride. Also that her dot was still untouched, which, with her legal interest in my father's property, would suffice to properly endow me and still leave sufficient to maintain her. So you see, Ewan, that the half-naked little gypsy of Poundridge Camp comes not entirely shameless to her husband after all. O my own soldier, hasten, hasten. Every day I hear drums in Albany streets and run out to sea. Every evening I sit with my mother on the stoop and watch the river redden in the sunset. Over the sandy plains of pines comes blowing the wind of the western wilderness. I feel its breath on my cheek, faintly frosty, and wonder if the same wind had also touched your dear face ere it blew east to me. Often I read this letter on the march to the Hudson, ever wondering at the history of this sweet mistress of my affections, marveling at its mystery, its wonders, and eternally amazed at this young girl's courage, her loyalty, and chaste devotion. I remember one day when we were halted at a cavalry camp, not far from the Hudson, conversing with three soldiers, Van Campen, Perry, and Paul Sanborn, they being the three men who first discovered poor Boyd's body, and then noticed me digging in the earth with bleeding fingers and a broken blade. And they knew the history of Lois, and how she had dressed her in rifle dress, and how she had come to French Catharines. And they told me that in the cavalry camp there was talk of a young English girl, not yet 16, who had clipped her hair, tied it in a queue, powdered it, donned jackboots, belt, and helmet, and come across the seas enlisted in a regiment of British horse, with the vague idea of seeking her lover who had gone to America with his regiment. Further, they told me that, until taken by our men in a skirmish, her own comrades had not suspected her sex, that she was a slim, boyish, pretty thing, that His Excellency had caused inquiry to be made, and that it had been discovered that her lover was serving in Sir John's regiment of Royal Greens. This was a true story, it seemed, and that very morning His Excellency had sent her north to Haldimand with a flag, offering her every courtesy and civility and recommendation within his power. Which pretty history left me very thoughtful, revealing as it did to me that my own heart's mistress was not the solitary and bright exception in a sex which, like other men, I had deemed inferior in every virile and mental virtue, and only spiritually superior to my own. And I remembered the proud position of social and political equality enjoyed by the women of the Long House, and vaguely thought it was possible that in this matter the Iroquois Confederacy was even more advanced in civilization than the white nations, who regarded its inhabitants as debased and brutal savages. In 3 months I had seen an empire crash to the ground. Already in the prophetic and visionary eyes of our ragged soldiery, a mightier empire was beginning to crumble under the blasts from the blackened muzzles of our muskets. Soon kings would live only in the tales of yesterday, and the unending thunder of artillery would die away, and the clouds would break above the smoky field, revealing as our very own all we had battled for so long, the right to live our lives in freedom, self-respect, and happiness. And I wondered whether generations not yet born would pay to us the noble tribute which the sons of the Long House so often and reverently offered to the dead who had made for them their league of pisalas, now shattered for all time. And in my ears the deep responses seemed to sound, solemnly and low, as the uncorrupted priesthood chanted at Thundara. Continue to listen. Thou who wert ruler, Iron Wather. Continue to listen. Thou who wert ruler, Shade Karuwait. This was the role of you. You who have labored. You who completed the Great League. Continue to listen. Thou who wert ruler, Sharon Hayawain. Continue to listen. Thou who wert ruler. And the line of their noble hymn, the Karenna, I come again to greet and thank the women. Lord, a great and noble civilization died when the first cancerous contact of the lesser scratched its living eastern gate. Hiathondek Kahiatan Kadikadan. Listen, it is written, therefore I speak. My commission as lieutenant in the 6th Company of Morgan's Rifles afforded me only mixed emotions, but became pleasurable when I understood that staff duty as interpreter and chief of Indian guides permitted me to attach to my person not only Mayaro, the Mohican Sagamore, but also my Oneidas, Grey Feather, and Tahuntohi. Mounted service, the two Oneidas abhorred, preferring to trot along on either side of me. But the Sagamore, being a Siwanois, was a horseman, and truly he presented a superb figure, as the handsome general and his staff led the New York Brigade into the city of Albany, our battered old drums thundering, our fifes awaking the echoes in the old Dutch city, and our pretty faded colors floating in the primrose light of early evening. Right and left I glanced as we rode up the hilly street, and suddenly saw Lois, and so craned my head and twisted my neck, and fidgeted that the general, who was sometimes humorous, and who was perfectly acquainted with my history, said to me that I had his permission to ride standing on my head if I liked, but for the sake of military decency, he preferred that I dismount at once and make my manners otherwise to my affianced wife. Which I lost no time in doing, not noticing that my Indians were following me, and drew bridle at the side path and dismounted. But where in the purple evening light Lois had been standing on her stoop, now there was nobody, though the front door was open wide. So I ran across the street between the passing ranks of Gansevoort's infantry, sprang up the steps, and entered the dusky house. Through the twilight of the polished hallway she came forward, caught me around the neck with a low cry, clung to me closer as I kissed her, holding to me in silence. Outside, the racketing drums of a passing regiment filled the house with crashing echoes. When the noise had died away again, and the drums of the next regiment were still distant, she loosened her arms, whispering my name, and framing my face with her slim hands. Then out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of three tall and shadowy figures hovering in the doorway. Lois saw them, too, and stretched out one hand. One after another, my three Indians came to her, bent their stately crests in silence, took her small hand, and laid it on their hearts. "Shall I bid them to dine with us tomorrow?" she whispered. "Bid them." So she asked them a trifle shyly, and they thanked her gravely, turned one by one to take a silent leave of me, then went noiselessly out into the early dusk. "Ewan, my dear mother, is awaiting you in our best room. I will instantly pay my duties, and Lana is there also. Does she know?" "Yes, God help her, and the young thing she has taken to her heart. The news came by courier a week ago." "How he died, does she know?" "Oh, Ewan, yes, we all know now. I have scarce slept since I heard, thinking of you when you have paid your respects to my mother and to Lana. Come quietly away with me again. Lana has been weeping what with the distant music of the approaching regiments and the memory of him who will come no more." "I understand." She lifted her face to mine, laying her hands upon my shoulders. "Dost thou truly love me, Lois?" I asked. "Satkatos," she murmured. "Thou seest." "Senanwis," I insisted. "Dost thou love?" "Kananwis, O Laskil." Her arms tightened around my neck. "Ahai, Isyatianandan, Isahayananhan." "I love thee, O Laskil. Ah, thou mightest have been destroyed, if thou hadst perished by the wayside." "Hush, dearest, dearest maid, twixt God and Theron, nothing can harm us now." And I heard the faint murmur of her lips on mine. "Etho, Kananwis, nothing can harm us now."